in 2038 AD on Mars, which became the last line of defense for the people of Earth and the Moon. But after 3 years, everything had to end, because at that time, a general offensive against the aliens was planned. It was supposed to take place on the defense line of Mars, where the stronghold of the Earth Federation was located. David prepared carefully for this day, collecting all the necessary equipment. The man was the commander of the Earth Federation's Blood Wolf Squad. Suddenly, they received a warning message from the system, which meant only one thing. A man named Magnus, nicknamed Fatso, reported the situation. It turns out that they were attacked by the enemy, and right now the remnants of their squad were fighting back as best they could. But there were too many aliens. That's what they called the monsters that people had to deal with. So David gave the order to immediately counterattack, and his guy opened fire on the invaders. At that time, weapons had also changed a lot. They no longer had gunpowder, and instead of cartridges, they used a laser. David ordered the shelling to continue, but it did not cause any significant damage to the aliens. The man thought that even nuclear bombs were ineffective against them, and this was annoying. But when they first appeared, they could be killed even with ordinary rifles. But after 3 years of war with these aliens, the monsters developed resistance even to nuclear bombs. As a result, half of Mars's defensive line was already in the clutches of the aliens. They even developed a method of counterattack, brutally killing people. In particular, their commander suffered. But what was even more frightening was that among these terrible monsters, 3 new species appeared. In order to completely eradicate all of humanity, they mutated and were now divided into classes. David was even forced to issue an orange alert because the aliens had evolved. They became mutants with extraordinary speed and strength, and people urgently needed help. After all, in the face of these terrible creatures, human superiority completely disappeared. However, David understood that their main goal in the war was to survive, so he addressed everyone, telling them not to panic. The man said that he would take on the 3 new mutants, and Fatso would remain in charge of the defense. With these words, he ran towards the first mutant, who was even a little surprised to see his first opponent. David Gaydon was a first-class fighter, never losing a fight in his 22 years of service. This was supposed to happen today, but the man was still surprised by the speed of the new alien species. When one of them tried to grab him with his hand, David opened fire on it. The monster clearly didn't like this, and in turn he was surprised that there was someone who dared to fight him. He opened fire on the man, or rather, it was a mouth attack that contained a powerful laser charge. But David managed to dodge all his attacks. He was well trained, so he knew what to do. A moment later, when the enemy stopped with the guys, he dropped to one knee and returned fire. He thought that no matter how much these creatures evolved, their attacks would be useless against him. But suddenly the man noticed someone approaching him from behind, and before that he saw the leg of a mutant monster in front of him. They were breaking through to their Earth Federation point, but David knew he had to hold them off and buy time. The fat man, meanwhile, asked him on the radio where the Moon Sister Squad was hanging out, because the time had already come. Their people were dying. They urgently needed help and would not be able to resist the aliens for long in this situation. But David himself would like to know why Luna's detachment is delayed, because the time for a general offensive has already come. But not a single ship from the Lunar Squadron showed up, and the man wondered if they had been intercepted. David attempted to establish contact with the local Lunar Federation General Offensive Command Center. After some time of unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded and the connection was established. But instead of the usual voice of the dispatcher, he heard screams that greatly surprised the man. In fact, these weren't even shouts. This was just strangers talking to each other, and it was one of them who took David's call. Hearing this, the man realized with horror what had happened to the people of the Lunar Federation. He wondered if the Lunar Federation had any more forces left to provide them with reinforcements at the moment. But they could use some help. David looked at the approaching monsters and was a little confused. The man noted with bitter sarcasm that it looked like he would have to look for a wife in his next life. However, he was beaten to it by Fatso, who was the first to put on his special equipment and said that he would leave first. He apologized at the end for holding him back all these years, and then activated the suit's effect. The next moment, a powerful explosion occurred, which immediately destroyed half of the monsters. But those remained, so now it was David's turn to finish off those who remained. The man thought that this would be his last mission, because what he was about to do was suicide. He took one last look at his locket, which contained a photo of his family, his mother, father, and little sister. On the other hand, it meant that he would finally be able to free himself and leave this place. In the meantime, He was already completely surrounded by strangers, so he would not have been able to slow down in any case. There was only one option left. Not every soldier in their unit wore self-destruct gear. After all, few could sacrifice themselves to save hundreds of other lives of their comrades. David activated his equipment, thinking about his family one last time as he walked away to them. The self-destruct effect created a huge explosion, which was the only powerful attack against aliens so far. David felt his body being torn apart. The sensations were terrible, but it lasted less than a minute. Soon Mars was shaken by an incredibly powerful explosion. He, as the squad leader, had the most powerful effect. But then something happened that David never expected after his death. His soul was released from his body and moved somewhere new. The man himself did not feel any of this. However, soon the color of his soul changed and curled up into a cocoon, which went somewhere down. It was a little weird, but David could feel that moment, and then it all stopped. The man found himself on a bed in an unknown place. He was not sleeping, but was conscious, and simply did not want to get up. But soon he had to do this because of the unbearable stench that suddenly appeared at his nose. It turned out to be a dirty sock, but it didn't belong to him. And suddenly David understood everything. As if to confirm his thoughts, Fatso happily said that he thought so, that his sock would help. He added that his friend shouldn't be angry, as it helped bring him to his senses, but David looked rather surprised. He got out of bed and grabbed his friend by the shoulders, saying that it was incredible that they were still alive. But Fatso didn't understand what he was talking about. It seemed to him that his friend still hadn't recovered from his joke with the sock. Then David pinched him, checking if his partner was really alive, and he was surprised, asking what he was doing. And then suddenly David hugged him. He was just glad that his friend was alive. But Toll perceived this gesture a little differently. David didn't know until the end what had happened to him. Perhaps it was time travel or reincarnation. But Magnus still thought that his friend had developed some unhealthy feelings for him and hastened to leave him. David, meanwhile, looked around and realized, to his surprise, that he was in his own apartment. Moreover, he had moved back in time 8 years, and now the calendar showed only 2030. However, the man did not understand why his head hurt so much, thinking that it was because of the explosion. Then he suddenly remembered that 8 years ago he was still studying at the academy, where a girl rejected him. He liked her for a long time, so after being rejected, the guy fell into depression and spent the whole of yesterday evening with a bottle. David didn't understand why he had to return after this event, but he couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly another thought came to him. Because if he had moved back 8 years, then his parents should still be alive. The guy started looking for his mobile phone to contact them, but the apartment, as usual, was in disarray. He soon found the phone under the pillow on his bed, and his heart fluttered at the impending call. He found the contact of his younger sister, whose name was Dina, but suddenly realized that he could not gather his courage. After all, it was so unusual, although David understood that he had to do it as soon as possible. He even pinched himself, telling himself that he had to calm down, but it turned out to be surprisingly painful. David thought that he was not yet used to the new body, because it was 8 years younger and stronger. The boy slapped his cheeks, as he always did when he needed to pull himself together, and dialed his sister. Dina accepted the challenge almost immediately, but David was again speechless when he heard her voice. He held the phone to his ear, listening as his sister asked why he had called her. But David still remained silent. He couldn't believe that it was really his sister's voice, because it meant that his parents were also alive. Then Dina decided to bring him down to earth by talking about his sister Angela, who was no match for him. She added that she are members of the Federation's Genius Club, so she must tell it like it is. The girl said that her brother was, of course, a good guy, but his sister Angela could not be his girlfriend. At this time, Fatso looked into his room, thinking that his friend was already unlucky in love, and now his own sister was finishing him off. But, to his surprise, David only replied that he was glad to hear his little sister's voice and promised to come home on the weekend. Then Dina said that he finally understood everything and suddenly added that her brother should quickly get rid of his fat friend. She said that just looking at his fat face made her want to beat him up, and Magnus didn't like hearing that. David noticed this too, and at some point he wanted to tell his sister about it, but changed his mind. Instead, the guy suddenly said that he would always love her, which slightly confused his little sister. At first, Dina didn't understand what he said, but then it shocked her, and the girl even got scared. She thought that her brother had a nervous breakdown in broad daylight, and this worried her. Meanwhile, David added that he didn't like Angela at all, although it was a bit of a stupid statement. Dina noticed this because her brother's tone was definitely different, so she involuntarily thought again. She was only worried that he wouldn't say it because he was going to do something stupid. She screamed at the top of her lungs, addressing Magnus and saying that if something bad happened to her brother, Then she will haunt Fatso all her life, although given her brother's character, this will definitely not happen. The girl thought that it would actually be nice if Angela became her daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, David mentally thanked Dean, because now he would be able to call them his parents. Without thinking twice, the boy dialed the number, and soon his father answered, who was the first to accept the call from his son. He asked why he had called so suddenly, asking if he had any problems. But David replied that he simply missed them, and so his father invited him to dinner that weekend. And his mother added that he shouldn't fill his head with just studying, because there were so many beautiful girls around. Then his mother suddenly asked when he would finally bring his girlfriend home, which confused the guy a little. But then her father interrupted her, telling David not to listen to his mother, because real men should strive to do great things. But the wife quickly cut her husband off, reminding him that he himself was only a retired commander of a cooking detachment. Finally, they wished their son good studies and invited him to dinner again, and he wished them good luck. The guy even sighed a little with relief because it was really not an easy decision. Before, when talking to his parents, he always wanted to hang up as quickly as possible, but now he wanted to continue listening to them. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Magnus, who was sitting at the computer desk and reading some comic book. Looking at his friend, David found it hard to believe that this fat man would become a great shooter in the squad in the future, and he will also accompany him on the battlefield of Mars until his death, although he will also die first. Suddenly, David thought that there must be some way to prevent that devastating disaster. Now, in this body of a 20-year-old boy, there was a fully mature, unbending soldier. This means he will definitely come up with something. But first, it would be nice to fill his stomach. They had dinner together and soon fell asleep, Fatso falling asleep first, as always with some food next to him. This time he was dreaming something pleasant. David understood this from the sounds he made. Magnus seemed to be laughing. But David himself could not sleep. He thought about all the events that had happened to him during this time. He was glad that he could hear the voices of his loved ones again, but he did not understand why and how he was reborn. It was also a mystery that it happened only to him. David thought that today had been an unusually quiet night, but in just 5 years, such a tender night will no longer exist due to an alien invasion. 5 years later, the Earth-Moon system was attacked by aliens disguised as comets. Several important cities on Earth and the Moon had suffered a crushing blow. The boy remembered that well. People were too careless, even though they fantasized about the existence of aliens. But they never expected that one day aliens would actually appear in the heavenly heights. At first, humanity began to resist fiercely. They shot back and fought every day. In the first days of the war, both sides exchanged pleasantries, and the people even gained the upper hand. But the turning point was the Battle of Surtees, which became key in the battle for Mars. Due to the carelessness of people, the northern part of Mars was occupied by aliens, after which the battles for Mars did not stop for 3 years. However, over these 3 years, the aliens became stronger and stronger. They learned to resist people. As a result, after the defeat at Sun Lake, people lost control over Mars and went from offensive to defensive. 2 key nodes were destroyed by the comets, preventing the human coalition from reacting in time. They lost several important strongholds, and the aliens somehow figured out how the major battles would go. David wondered if it was possible that aliens had supernatural abilities too. But the phrase of the people of the moon, which he heard in the guy was interested in whether they could be traitors. After all, everything must have a reason. And if the people of the moon really betrayed them, then what was their reason? But David soon rejected this guess. His assumptions were of little use now. After all, he was not part of the top management, so most of the information was out of his reach. He thought that even though he had returned to the past, he couldn't do anything now, and that was even for the best. However, for some reason it seemed to him that there was some kind of problem inside people, and he simply could not leave everything as it was. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a poster on the door that read, "Fight for the Earth," in English. Then suddenly, David thought what would happen if he too became a member of the top management and learned about everything from the archives. After all, during his studies at a military school in the past, his grades were too mediocre for this. This time, however, things were different, and if things worked out, he could join the top management. And with it comes the right to influence decision-making. So perhaps he can find the key to solving the problem. But the most important thing is that because of the war, after 5 years, students with good results became the main forces on Earth. Recklessness and fun will not help in solving problems, so David understood that he had to be serious and consistent. Meanwhile, Fatso dreamed of all his classmates looking at him and his girlfriend with envy. Yes, in his dream he had his beloved girlfriend Lulu, whom he met at the end of the 3rd semester. Soon after school, they headed to his house where Magnus led her into his bedroom and pulled her close to him. He suddenly reached for the zipper on her chest, intending to stretch it, and the girl embarrassedly told him to stop. But suddenly, the guy's plans were thwarted by a monster that quietly opened the window in his bedroom. The werewolf burst into their room and growled, frightening them both, and then grabbed Lulu. It was quite unexpected. The girl screamed for Magnus to help her, but he still hadn't recovered from the shock. The werewolf took advantage of this. He kicked Fatso with his foot, and he flew to the end of the room. Magnus didn't understand where the werewolf came from, but he told the girl not to worry because he would save her. But it seemed the werewolf had other plans, heading back out the window, intending to simply escape. Then Magnus shouted that the monster should not even think about escaping until he returned his Lulu to him. Fatso pounced on the wolf. He grabbed the hand that was holding his girlfriend and tried to pry it open, but to no avail. Besides, Fatso noticed that it was not a werewolf at all, but a real water spirit. He understood this from his body. Then Magnus screamed in despair because he didn't know how to fight such monsters, and his girlfriend was doomed. Luckily, at that moment he woke up and was surprised to discover that it wasn't all that far-fetched. After all, he was really squeezing someone's hand, but it wasn't the water spirit but his best friend and roommate. David didn't understand why Fatso suddenly grabbed his hand. It made him a little uneasy, but he didn't say anything. The guy just looked at Magnus, as if asking what this meant, and he, apparently, was not fully awake yet. The fat man shouted, saying that his friend had become a waterman, which surprised David even more. They sat like that for some time, but soon David could not stand it any longer and turned to his friend. He asked what he was doing, and the man suddenly asked if he had drowned himself and was now being haunted by his spirit. He added why it was necessary to do this because of some woman, clearly referring to his imaginary girlfriend. But David replied that his friend had just had a nightmare and that he had just decided to practice. The boy said that a future soldier cannot afford to be lazy, and Fatso said that his friend reminded him of an instructor. David thought that failure in love really does seem like a big deal when you're young, but then it just becomes a good memory. And even though it was his body, all aspects of it had changed greatly, and it would take some time to adapt. Besides, if we compare the use of genetic power, the conditions on Mars and here were like heaven and earth. Perhaps the feeling he was experiencing now could only be understood by people who had survived in hell itself. But in fact, even his friend Magnus was also very talented. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live until the last battle. He suddenly wondered what motivated his friend to fight on the battlefield, if for him it was hatred. With these thoughts, he took off his t-shirt and went to the shower, and Magnus saw that his friend was worried about something. The fat man thought that his friend must be trying to suppress his pain by training after being rejected by the girl. That's why his fictional Lulu is the best, because she will never cause so many problems. With this thought, the guy reached for the bag of sweets that always lay next to him on the bed. Magnus had his own way of solving problems. If he had any grief in his life, he always drowned it in food. David thought he might have guessed earlier, because food had probably sustained his friend in all his battles. Meanwhile, he went into the shower to tidy himself up. On Mars, they used it very often. The guy looked at his body again and thought that now he was capable of a lot thanks to his good shape. 5 triathlon classes, a meta snow race, and a 10K cross-country race when he peaks will all be a piece of cake for him. David thought that he was now 40 to 50% recovered. In fact, his body should now be better and more resilient. It's just that genetic power needs further training and willpower. Such a mysterious feeling appeared in him. More precisely, it happened in a war against aliens. In this era, genetically modified soldiers were not taboo. Initially, in order to colonize Mars and the Moon, scientists began conducting research on reconfiguring human genes. As a result, these studies made such a huge breakthrough that they solved not only the problems of adaptation to an alien environment, but they also significantly expanded the potential of humanity, which was a very good achievement. Genetic technologies have truly brought man's exploration of the Moon into reality. The Earth Federation was somewhat conservative about genetic engineering and leaned more towards natural evolution. They believed that more time was needed to achieve the goal of fully adapting humans to interstellar travel. The Moon people, on the other hand, acted more radically because the harsh conditions dictated a more pressing need. And while direct genetic modification has brought benefits such as increased IQ and adaptability, but it also caused some physical and mental disabilities, which have caused huge controversy. But the Moon people, by creating pairs of new people, took advantage of the superior ability of people. It consisted of self-regulation, human heredity of survival of the fittest species, In essence, the goals of the moon and the earth were the same, only the processes of achieving them were warm for some and hot for others. David thought that his physical condition would be much better for the war. The main thing was to let this body get used to the genetic strength. The muscles will also need to be tightened, because for maximum effect, they must correspond to genetic strength. The method for this is quite simple. Train until you lose your pulse. Now he understood his potential well. Both Earth and Moon place great importance on military schools, so living conditions there often amaze newcomers. But, of course, the requirements for admission there are also high, the main evaluation criterion being genetic value. David finally came out of the shower, which made Fatso very happy because he wanted to eat with him. The boys got ready and went to the canteen. After all, the military school fed them very well, which Magnus really liked. And David found it a little strange that his friend hadn't said a word about the upcoming menu yet, because he always did that. Instead, he suddenly said that for some reason he felt like David was different today. He wondered with surprise if Fatso's skills had really begun to awaken, and he had been quite outstanding in the war. David decided to find out for sure by asking what exactly was different about him from the usual. Then Magnus simply pointed to his mouth, saying that a clear example would be his smile. He couldn't say exactly what had changed. Perhaps his friend had simply become more handsome, but it made David uneasy. He said that Magnus's compliments didn't make him happy at all, because he didn't see any point in them. From the outside, they were talked about as the same guy who dared to confess to the most beautiful girl in school and the fat man. Meanwhile, the friends had taken large portions of breakfast and went to look for a free table. Magnus noticed how everyone was whispering about David, discussing his action, namely, publicly declaring his love. The same Italy was on social media, where people thought that this guy's enthusiasm had disappeared after such an incident. For a moment, Fatso even found it funny to read all these comments, but then he sighed loudly. He told David that young people in their day had no respect for their elders, clearly referring to himself and his friend. But it turned out that his statement was heard by those around him and everyone laughed at it. And Magnus felt awkward. Suddenly, a girl approached their table, clearly unhappy with David's actions. She said furiously that with his declarations of love he had already glorified their class beyond measure. Her name was Catherine Seindal, and she was the head of their class at a special military school. She was also a friend of David and Magnus, a rather close one at that, but had already been working as a head girl for 4 years. David remembered that after graduation she had quickly advanced in military service against the aliens, and she became one of the youngest spaceship captains who took part in battles. For the first few years, she and Fatso were at the very bottom of the army, but that didn't stop her from continuing to communicate with them. It's a pity, but it seems that the heavens themselves envied her talent, because in the battle at Sunny Lake, her fleet was almost destroyed. And in the end, Catherine Seindal also fell in that battle, defending her spaceship to the last. However, this would happen later, and for now, the girl asked if she was not right, seeing how David was looking at her attentively. Then she approached him and asked if the guy was really so eager to disgrace them in front of the entire school. David thought that she was really right because he really did distinguish himself. Then Fatso decided to support his friend, telling Catherine that he had probably already realized everything and that they had already laughed at him a lot. And the girl turned to David, asking how well he had thought it all through, whether he would really treat them to 3 full dinners. Fatso joined in, saying that the boy would also have to wash his socks for a week. Then David couldn't take it anymore. He said that it was more like a finishing blow than a consolation. Catherine said that she had originally wanted to console him, but when she saw his smiling face, she decided that it was no use. Magnus's support was shown by asking for the password to his bank card, saying that he would take care of it for him. And David thought that in the past at this stage he really got a serious injury, and it caused a lot of problems. But now, the fact that he had become depressed because of Angela now seemed truly ridiculous to him. This time he felt great, and it was a completely new experience, but he enjoyed it. The taste of the food seemed excellent to him too, because those who have been through the war know how pleasant it is to eat in peace and quiet. But later the quality of food still became worse and worse, and it cannot be compared with food in peacetime. He told the fat man that he didn't have a bank card, and that he could leave the pile of socks lying in the dorm. Catherine decided to change the subject and asked if the boys shouldn't focus on their 3rd year. But Magnus replied that all graduates were the same, and it didn't make much difference what stamp he had on his certificate. He added that he even admires David in this regard, because he doesn't care at all about his results. And he thought that he had to act as quickly as possible and take his studies seriously so that these words would no longer be true. His thoughts were shared by Catherine, who said that the stamp determined where they would start after joining the army. Magnus then remarked contentedly that they were lucky to have such a caring headmistress who was concerned about them. He added that he and David were probably hopeless, so they would depend on their older sister in the future. The girl decided to play along with them and agreed, saying that she was already aiming for the Iron Eagle fleet. This was quite unexpected, because this fleet was an army of aces and it was extremely difficult to get there. But Catherine said she could do it, and she added that the boys should take better care of their own future. She asked, since they both had points now, whether it was really more than 700 and it wasn't that much. The girl told the boys to work hard these days. Maybe she would even help them with it. They need to aim to score 800 points, and if they can do that, they will qualify for the Earth Elite competition. This will significantly improve their certificate. And it doesn't matter whether they win anything or not, the guys liked this idea. David said that the headman was right and promised to make every effort to get to these competitions. Hearing this, Catherine praised him, saying that it was the right thing to do, and then asked what about Fatso. He, although without much enthusiasm, also replied that he would try to get to the competition, and then she calmed down. David, meanwhile, decided to take a sip from his mug, but suddenly realized that he hadn't asked the most important question yet. He looked a little embarrassed and then asked when the competition would take place, wanting to know how much time they had. To this, Catherine replied that they still had more than a month, and she also noticed that the guy had already eaten everything. This surprised Catherine a little, because she remembered that he had taken a portion for real gluttons, but had finished it even before Fatso. David, finishing his last bun, looked at her, not understanding why the girl was so surprised. Then he announced that he was going to get more, and soon appeared again with a full plate of buns. The guy explained this by saying that he needs a lot of calories for high-intensity training, and it wasn't enough to just eat your fill. You also needed to load your stomach with reserves so that it could work for a long time. A couple of minutes later, he finished another portion too, saying how great it was that they didn't have a war. But Catherine and Magnus did not understand these words of his, and soon David realized that he had said too much. He hastened to change the subject. He asked why the boys weren't eating, but Catherine replied that she was already full watching him do it. The girl wondered how it was possible to eat so much in such a short period of time. Magnus thought that his friend had indeed turned his emotions into a desire to eat and limited himself to just food. In Fatso's eyes, this was terrible because he wanted to help David, but in the end, he also taught him to eat away his grief. He added that his friend should not despair because he still had everything ahead of him. Sooner or later, he would meet his girlfriend. Catherine also added that men should be strong, so now he should focus on points. And David thought that his friends had again misinterpreted his behavior, but he really couldn't explain anything to them. Catherine Seindahl lived in the girls' dormitory at the Dragon Letter School, not far from David and Magnus. She had just finished her little job and was glad that she had finally decided on everything. Her dorm mate asked her if she had chosen too many subjects when she showed her the result of her work. There was a list of all the disciplines that were related specifically to the Navy, and Catherine chose them all. She even suggested that her friend choose the same thing, but she refused, saying that it was too difficult for her. Moreover, she added that everything could turn out the other way around, and that in the future she would take her friend under her wing. The girl was going to be a navigator, and Catherine said that this was generally excellent because her help would also be needed. She was also curious about what courses David and Magnus had chosen, since those two had to be supervised all the time. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory of the Dragon Letter School, the boys discussed their choice. David was unhappy that his friend had chosen only those subjects that required cramming. But Magnus made excuses. He said that this way, he would definitely be able to finish college, so it was a completely safe scheme. Then David pointed to the figurine of the girl that Fatso adored. It was that same beauty Lulu. David said that his zeal for learning should be the same as hers, which means that what he should choose is shooting. But Fatso thought his friend was joking, because two such talentless people as they in competitions are simply incompatible. Then David said that he was completely serious because they still had almost a whole month to improve their results, and if he was going to try to score more points, then his friend could too. But he wasn't particularly keen. Fatso wondered to himself if David had discovered what he had hidden so well all this time. Finally, David said that if Magnus didn't have 800 points by the end of the month, he would put all his figurines up for sale. To this, Fatso asked how long he had been thirsty for his Lulu, saying that just because he had been rejected, it didn't mean he should behave like that. David didn't understand why he said this and ran out onto the roof, and Fatso thought that all this was the result of an unsuccessful frontal experience. It must have hit him hard, because he used to despise glasses, but now he was completely devoid of humanity. Magnus then took his Lulu figurine, saying that he would not let anyone take her away from him because he treasured the girl very much. David, meanwhile, was thinking that there was just over a month left until the final registration deadline, but that would definitely be enough for him. Genetic power was in the body of every person, and the correct way to control it is the main key to its disclosure. Knowing this, he could now become the strongest man of this era, astonishing everyone with his skills. Therefore, he had to reach the peak state of his body before the arrival of the aliens. He simply had to do it. 5 days later, they were already standing at the stadium of the Dragon Letter School, where the boy began his training. To begin with, he decided to focus on his endurance, so he went for a run every day. This time he ran for speed, and Fatso, who was watching him with Catherine, said that he felt sorry for his friend. They thought he was still upset about Angela's rejection, but David had something completely different on his mind. But for several days now, all he did was train, eat, and sleep. The guy never felt sorry for himself. Magnus summed it up by saying that love had ruined his friend, because he had never been like that before. Not at all. But Catherine said David had simply become a better person, adding that Fatso could use some changes too. She took his chips and threw them in the trash, telling him to go train now. But Magnus didn't see much point in this, since he already had more than 700 points for the competition. But the girl didn't notice this. She said that she wouldn't repeat her demand to Fatso twice. Then he realized that Catherine was not joking and ran out onto the path to David, saying that he would run a little with him. And he told his friend to keep in mind that if he overtook him, he would sell a poster of his favorite goddess Lulu. Catherine was pleased to see how hard the boys were trying. She thought that at this rate they would succeed. That evening, in the training hall of the Dragon Letter School, David continued his program. He thought that his friend Magnus was too weak now, because he collapsed without strength after the 10th lap. The fat man then said that he couldn't take it anymore, and that he needed to crawl home to see his space beauty. But David knew that they were both 20 years old now, and that was the age when it was easiest to harness genetic power. He absolutely needed to score 800 points for the competition, as he currently only had a little over 350. And although the number of points does not reflect real combat effectiveness, society needs some kind of certification system. In the past, he missed out on a lot because of his willfulness, but this time it won't happen again. The guy finished training in the gym and headed to the educational building of the Dragon Letter School. Preparations for improving the qualification of points will begin soon, and the system has reached out to students. She said that each of them should go to their respective zones. David went to the one where there were less than 500 points. He used the celestial information to register with the system, and it thanked him for his cooperation. The registration was successful, but David only saw a message telling him to work harder. After all, his result was much below average, but the guy thought that today, this situation would change. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a familiar girl. Angela asked the senior student to let her go. And David was very surprised to see the girl. He asked himself what she was doing here. The senior student, meanwhile, said that she shouldn't be so cold to him. His name was William. David couldn't help but think that the world really was a small place, but in this situation, it looked more like harassment. Suddenly, Angela noticed him. The girl saw David looking straight at her and was a little embarrassed. And the guy remembered that William, who had been pestering her, was in the top 5 in points, and his father was a member of parliament. Overall, the guy was the epitome of a tall, rich, handsome man, so David decided he'd better not stick around. He turned to leave, but this was noticed by Angela, who decided to use him as cover. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand, which surprised David greatly, but what she said next was even stranger. After all, Angel had approached William, saying that the thing was that she already liked one guy, and that was David. So, Angela apologized. She doesn't want her boyfriend to get the wrong idea. The girl was serious. William just stood there for a moment, looking at them, slowly digesting everything the girl had just told him. But he still couldn't believe that this fool was her boyfriend, and it looked more like a prank. However, William himself said that Angela should not try to use David as a shield, because everyone knew what he had done a couple of days ago. However, to everyone's surprise, Angela said that the elder did not know everything because at that time she did not reject David. She just didn't like the way he confessed, because where had you ever seen a guy take his clothes off instead of at least flowers? David listened to this and could not believe that the girl was actually saying such words, and they were wonderful. This gave him strength and confidence. So David decided that he could allow himself some willfulness. He pulled Angela close to him and turned to William, saying that he was not acting like a gentleman. David said a few more words, and Angela wondered if he had always been so eloquent. When he finished, a crowd of students behind him cheered him on, saying that William had really crossed the line here. and he thought that there were too many people here for him to do anything else, and this irritated him. However, he couldn't just watch the couple hugging, so he was forced to leave them. The guy looked angrily at David one last time, saying that he remembered him, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. But Angela seemed to tense up a little. The girl realized that William had not given up and would continue to pursue her. The guy finally said that he hoped she would make the right choice, after which he left. The girl herself also began to be called by her friends, who invited Angela to have dinner together. Then she turned to David, who was still holding her close to him, saying that he could now let her go. He immediately took his hand back, saying that he had completely forgotten about it. But Angela already understood his feelings. But she didn't think that the guy would actually perceive her refusal as rejection. Angela wondered why such a talented girl like Dina had such a dissolute and stupid older brother. Meanwhile, David was thinking about how soft her skin was and the smell of her hair. He couldn't help but admire her. Angela cleared her throat and thanked him for helping her out of this situation and wanted to add something else. However, David interrupted her. He said that she shouldn't thank him because it wasn't difficult for him to be her excuse. He added that he still had things to do, so he had to go. And with these words, he left the girl, who was a little surprised. David returned to thinking about his scores, which he wanted to check now to see if they had improved. When the war started, the system was no longer in use, so today he will be able to find out everything. In order to change the future, at this stage he can only increase his score. The guy was already standing near the right office and then entered it. This was where he was going to spend the rest of his time. To begin with, David decided to see what was currently available to him and opened the menu of a special program. There were various kinds of battles. In particular, there were even duels against others, and this interested him. But David understood that if he went to fight against his classmates now, it would look more like a beating. Then, the basic training option caught his attention. He clicked on it, delving into the details of the description. Essentially, it tested the soldier's abilities by simulating various brutal military conditions. In his past life, this kind of competition seemed completely disgusting to him. But now, he had already experienced the taste of war. Therefore, David chose this training option without any hesitation and confirmed his choice. The system then welcomed a student from the Draconian School of Military Studies, David Gaydon. And since he missed a month of competition, 10 points would be deducted from him, which did not make the guy happy at all. He even felt a bit uneasy about the fact that he, the future commander of the squad, had points deducted for absences. The control cabin completed initialization of the simulated battlefield, and the system announced that he could enter. Then David put on a special suit, without which it was impossible to be in this environment. And then he took his place. The system asked if the student was ready to start training, and the guy answered positively. Then, the system announced the start of the copy immersion for preparation. The pain transmission coefficient was set to 100%. Then, a simulation of his suit was launched, which allowed him to feel like a real soldier on the battlefield. Soon, the suit completed the simulation, and in a moment he was supposed to be on the battlefield of Mars. This location was called Magnificent Fireworks, and David already saw a new environment around him. He landed safely and immediately noted that he had not forgotten how to do it correctly, which made him very happy. Soon the system finished loading and he saw a multitude of enemy reconnaissance drones in front of him. Meanwhile, in the men's dormitory of the journalism faculty of the Dragon Letters School, life went on as usual. The students were rushing to finish their first-year homework, but no one could find any good material. A guy named Michael said that this month everything was just normal, and there was nothing special about it. He could no longer interview the girls, and funny videos haven't been very interesting lately. Plus, there was a score exam coming up, and everyone was preparing diligently, which made them look too stereotypical. This was precisely why he lacked good material, and he had already been looking through the scoreboard for an hour. Most likely, all the popular recordings have already been cut and used as material. So he had to find something among the less popular records, and Michael got to work. Suddenly, he came across an anonymous person who was currently undergoing the Magnificent Fireworks test. The guy could see this information thanks to the system, but this exercise was designed to use Mars as a battlefield. And only the highest-ranking masters dared to try to pass it, but even such experts dropped out almost immediately. So it was too naive if this guy chose this challenge in an attempt to earn points. After all, it will all end with him being cruelly humiliated and flying out of there in just a moment. Suddenly, Michael noticed that the student's pain sensation had reached 100%. It was incredibly scary. David, meanwhile, thought that the only thing missing from this place was the smell of blood. But these stones and the wind were the atmosphere. In general, this whole place, full of wasteland and cruelty, It was definitely it. The battlefield of Mars. He was well acquainted with it. Here it represented a passage through the gorge, and that meant that the test taker will have to avoid all kinds of artillery weapons until the very end of this passage. However, in addition to the frequent unexpected shots from around the corner, there were other attacks to be feared in this place. In particular, these were induction mines, which, if you stepped on, could easily result in you losing a limb. David was well aware of every type of attack that was present on the battlefield, so he had an advantage. Before the test, a 1-minute demonstration of the gun's firing trajectories was conducted. Michael watched David with interest, expecting him to fail the test the very next second. Meanwhile, David was getting ready to begin. He had successfully memorized the test map and was confident that he would pass it. The guy picked up speed and ran towards the gorge. He had already seen the first mines, which he remembered from the map. However, to Michael's surprise, he ran through them without any difficulty, dodging the explosions and was not hit by anything. Next came laser attacks from artillery, but even that didn't give David much of a problem. He deftly passed through every corner of the gorge, not allowing a single attack to touch him, much less injure him. He soon stopped, remembering that at this stage it was best to dodge attacks on the spot. The guy looked straight ahead at the artillery installations because he knew where they were located. They opened fire on the test subject. If even one attack had hit him, David would have felt real pain. However, he himself understood this perfectly well. The guy prepared to jump back in time to avoid being hit. This is what he did. But David had to run further down the gorge, so he needed to think about how to get past these installations. They were called photon cannons, and one of their drawbacks was that they couldn't hit a target in the air. As expected, they were unable to detect him, and he flew safely over them, continuing to move further along the route. Of course, the guy understood that now the installations would turn around again and open fire on him, so he had to hurry. And, as if to confirm his words, the photon cannons fired a new volley when he was already running along the gorge. But David was able to move far enough away that the explosions from the cannons did not cause him any harm. Mike was especially surprised by this. The guy was shocked that this student was able to pass 70% of the test. After all, 100 meters of this passage can be described as 100 meters of death, and to pass such a distance by 70% is already a reason for pride. But what was most striking was that after all those movements to dodge the shots, David still has the strength to destroy the guns themselves and earn extra points. His level of skill amazed Michael so much that he thought of the guy as some kind of superhuman. Meanwhile, David continued to dodge the attacks of the photon cannons, which became even more numerous as he moved through the ravine. However, the guy understood that he had already dealt with all this in the war, so he was not even nervous. But then another laser flash was directed in his direction and almost reached his eye. Michael, seeing this, thought it was incredible, because this student had already passed most of the test. Michael wondered if there was really just one person there, because he couldn't shake the feeling that there was an entire army fighting there. But there was really only one David there, who was already approaching the final stage of the test. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook, and the boy realized that he had to get out of here. This is what he did, but the situation suddenly took an unexpected turn and now he had to sweat. After all, what he saw next made even Michael shout that this was bad, and perhaps the test should be stopped. David looked at the debris that was suddenly in the air, because someone or something had sent it there from underground. Michael asked the system what kind of perverted exercise this was, because no human could pass it. David was also surprised by this picture because he did not remember seeing anything like this on the battlefield of Mars. The next moment he was attacked. This attack was many times more powerful and faster than the previous ones, but he was able to avoid it, as in all situations. Now he needed to come up with a plan. David focused his attention on the enemy. This time it was a real monster. With this thought, he ran forward, simultaneously dodging dangerous attacks that were all directed towards him. David literally jumped from rock to rock in the air, and Michael, who was watching him, was amazed. He had never seen anyone dodge all attacks so masterfully, and not even on the ground, but in the air. But he didn't know that David would become the commander of the Blood Wolf Squad in the future, so it wasn't a problem for him. Michael thought that the guy himself was also like a monster, because where did an ordinary person get such jumping ability? But David's opponent wasn't going to let him go that easily. He fired another volley of laser attacks at the guy. One laser still hit his ear. The guy didn't have time to fully dodge, but this attack was also very fast. However, there was very little left to reach his final destination. The guy was already almost on the other side of the cliff, but a sudden injury prevented him from completing the maneuver in time, and he missed by a little. Michael also noticed that the shot weakened the force of the jump, which meant the guy wouldn't make it, and that was bad. David himself understood this, but fortunately, he managed to grab the edge of the cliff to which he jumped. His arm was slightly cut from the attack and his ear was also damaged, but David had not yet lost. He continued to climb up, grabbing onto the right rocks to keep from falling back towards the monster. And then, David made a lunge that he hoped would take him right to the end of the cliff, and he did. However, suddenly, he saw the final attack of the monster approaching him, which had managed to release it. It split into 3 lasers, but David was able to dodge them all. He knew that the end of the test was near. He still had 10 meters left, so the guy was sure that he could break through. He just had to wait for the right moment. He ran back to a safe distance and finally saw the finish line of the test, before which the last obstacle awaited him. It was a small labyrinth of lasers that was impossible to get through, even if you were the fastest person. David also realized that trying to get through this using human speed alone would be to his own detriment. To Michael's surprise, the guy slowed to a walk and slowly approached the lasers, studying their location. And then, he began to move through this maze, deftly passing each laser. Michael even knocked his glasses off when he saw it, because many experienced soldiers would envy such flexibility. And David thought that only by relying on instant judgment and flexibility could one pass this test. As expected, he successfully reached the finish line, which was the portal gate. All the guy had to do was just enter them, which he did, and then the system turned back on. She gave David a lot of messages, among which he could read about his reward for breaking through and find out his rank. His was epic, and this couldn't help but please David. Now he could take off all the equipment. And Michael didn't even believe that all this was happening in reality, because this student passed the battlefield of Mars with 100% difficulty. Michael asked himself who this man was because you had never met anyone like him before. The guy was lucky that he had a recording on his screen, with the help of which he was able to capture the entire ordeal. And that last look made it feel as if death itself was staring at him, which made Michael feel uneasy. But still, he didn't know who this guy was or where he studied, so it was impossible to reveal his identity for now. The loading screen displayed a message indicating that the video had been successfully synced and was now available. Michael even panicked that he didn't immediately notice this, but the broadcast had already ended. With a trembling finger, he pressed it to check if the recording of the entire ordeal was preserved. Luckily, everything survived, which meant the guy had some great material to release. Michael thought of David not so much as a god, but as a demon, because what he did was incomprehensible to the mind. From the beginning to the very end, there was an aura of destruction, and it came not from the battlefield, but from this man. Michael, who already had some journalism experience, took less than 20 minutes to put together the report. And very soon, throughout the school, reports appeared about a student who had walked the battlefield of Mars. Michael noticed that, judging by the voices, all the students in the faculty already knew about this. Just 5 minutes later, the largest military schools were exploding with messages from students. Michael wondered if this was one of the school's trump cards, and that was how they decided to make a name for themselves in the competition. After all, he had never heard of a test on Mars being passed with an epic rank rating. Before this, the maximum rating was high minus rank. That is, it increased by 2 orders of magnitude at once. Meanwhile, David thought he still had a lot of problems with some of the details of this test, and most likely it didn't get an Epic Plus rank because of 2 big mistakes. However, it was great that after setting a new record, he was immediately awarded 100 points. But the guy knew he shouldn't be so happy about it, because he didn't know how long it would take to get to 800. Meanwhile, some students were sitting in the library of the Dragon Letter School. Among them was Angela, who looked a little irritated by the current atmosphere. This is because many students were discussing how someone could break the record for completing the Mars battlefield. The girl was also interested in this because she finally paid attention to it, because everyone around was talking about the same thing. She opened her phone and went to the school's message board, but the information posted there surprised her. She, like everyone else, read about the anonymous student who had passed the tests on the battlefield of Mars. But each of the Earth and Lunar Federations had its own rating, and this student raised it quite well for Earth. The gold content on the moon planet is higher, which is especially pronounced at the higher levels. And the Mars Battlefield Challenge, rated Epic, is by far the toughest battleground on either planet. So it seemed impossible to everyone, and even Angela herself tried to go through it. But she felt only despair. It seemed to the girl that only God could successfully pass it, and that is how David now looked in the eyes of the students. Meanwhile, the rest of the students were discussing why the video of the walkthrough hadn't been leaked yet. This interested Angela as well because she really wanted to know what kind of person could pull off such a thing. Moreover, some thought that he was an ordinary crook and All this fuss could turn out to be just a farce. So some of the students gathered in Michael's room to think about how to get the walkthrough video. They said that it could only be downloaded by someone who recorded the entire process or who went through it themselves. Then Michael asked why they decided to do it in his room, since he didn't agree to it. But one of the guys explained that Michael was one of the first to scream, so he must know something. The guys added that he is always the first to discover sensational material. But Michael remained silent. And then someone said that perhaps this video was just a fake, and nothing like that happened. After all, if you think about it, this test is really impossible to pass, but Michael suddenly raised his hand, saying that he had a video. At first, the one who suggested the fake idea thought the guy was bluffing, but his expression was serious. All three guys present were surprised by what their friend said, but they saw that he was not joking. They pounced on him, asking why he hadn't leaked the video yet, and Michael asked them to calm down. Then the guys asked to watch the video he had just mentioned, wanting to see it with their own eyes. Michael thought for a moment, but the boys already took this as a sign of consent and were happy. They began to snatch the laptop from his hands, wanting to quickly see that very student who had passed the impossible test. But Michael took his laptop away, asking what they were doing and saying that the recording belonged to him. Then the guys started begging him even harder, even offering their treasures in exchange for the video. A moment later, they were already sitting at the monitor, but Michael warned them that he would be implementing the video himself. The guys agreed, and then he turned on the recording, and a gorge appeared in front of them in which they saw that very student. The boys were impressed by the way he moved. But what surprised them most was that he wasn't afraid at all. And when they saw the look with which David looked straight into the camera at the end, everyone got goosebumps. The guys agreed that this man definitely had some kind of murderous aura emanating from him. One of them couldn't even look at it anymore and jumped back, asking if it was really a person. The others agreed that such a test would be too much for each of them, and they would easily die there. But this guy was incredibly strong. They saw such power for the first time and couldn't help but be amazed by it. Michael also thought that even though he was watching it a second time, the feeling of power had not diminished in the least. He also mentally added that it would be great if this person turned out to be an Earthling. However, something told the guy that he was definitely an Earthling, at least a student at a military school on Earth. Soon the guys quickly lost their heads from the magnificence of this student. Everyone wanted to be like him. They even forgot about Michael's condition, who reminded them that he made this recording, so he would implement everything himself. However, the guy finally decided to publish it, and everyone was happy with this announcement. After all, every student in the Dragon Letters should see such a cool fight. And it will also bring glory to their journalism department. With these words, the guys uploaded the video to the internet. It was night, but despite this, the first views began to appear lightning fast. And the next morning, this was all they talked about. The students realized that this whole story was not a lie. Students from all departments wanted to watch the video to see the face of this legendary student. Even the girls were not an exception, although the women's dormitory found out about this a little later. Catherine looked outside her room. She had just woken up and didn't understand what all the noise was about. The girl couldn't listen to anything in such a situation, but she needed to write something down. She cleared her throat and prepared to do so, but the noise outside interrupted her again. This was beginning to really irritate Catherine, because she couldn't complete the task she needed to do. After another unsuccessful attempt, she finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to find out what was going on. The girl got angry and banged her fist on the table. She was irritated by the fact that everyone was constantly shouting about some kind of test. Catherine screamed as if she had to write something down in this situation, and her neighbor came to her scream. She hastened to reassure her friend, saying that she would show her something interesting and handed over her phone. At first, Catherine misunderstood her friend, saying that she had different interests from her, but she shook her head. She said it was something she and Catherine would both enjoy. But the tone of the conversation didn't change, and it was definitely about guys. She confirmed this, saying that this guy was a real macho, capable of seducing even her. But Catherine replied that she would not watch anything, but her dorm mate did not lag behind. She opened her phone, which immediately displayed a live broadcast of the Mars battlefield being completed for an epic rank rating. Then Catherine said that she already knew about it, but her friend, whose name was Clara, insisted on watching it. Both girls leaned over the small monitor and watched the entire video from beginning to end. Catherine was clearly impressed by this student. His movements were truly incredible and awe-inspiring. Clara thought the same. The girl liked strong guys, and this student was exactly like that. Catherine thought about his incredible reaction and speed, as well as his ability to observe his surroundings. She wondered what kind of training it took to achieve such self-control. To tell the truth, It was even unexpected that such a terrifying creature existed. Moreover, this last look of his exuded a cold calmness of spirit and a desire to fight. The girl hoped that she wouldn't run into him at the very beginning of the points tournament, because he would definitely be there. She had this feeling that no matter who went against him, no one could stop this guy. But Clara was only thinking about how handsome he was. It seemed that the girl didn't care at all that he could become her opponent. She felt like every cell in her entire body was ready to give up. She wondered what he looked like. Meanwhile, Fatso tried to restrain himself from the provocative thoughts that were bothering him. After all, today was Fatso's big day, so he had to make sure everything went well. He made a homemade support flag, also had a limited edition Nanoroid, a poster set, and accessories. He prepared all this to ensure that he would get an autograph from Lu Mengli, who was his goddess, Lulu. David, who had just gotten out of the shower, noticed that it had started again and even thought about inviting a friend over for dinner that evening. After all, he used to love this business, and besides, it was better than letting him do such nonsense. And after David invited him over a couple of times and treated him to dinner, he began to follow him everywhere. And so it was until he joined the army, so David asked his friend if he wanted to go to his house for dinner that night. But Magnus, today was Fatty's great day, which he had been waiting for 2 whole months. Then, David advised him to confess his feelings to his goddess, because even if he was rejected, it would be a valuable experience. The guy even felt a little uneasy because many years had passed, and his friend was still true to his feelings. But Magnus replied that it was enough for him to just look at her, because to love does not mean to own. Then David said that he would not continue this chatter because he still had to concentrate on the points. He added that whoever didn't score 800 points before the competition would have to wash their socks for both of them, and Fatso didn't like that. Finally, David said that he was going home for dinner and advised his friend to keep his cool in front of his goddess. Magnus didn't have time to answer this, and a few minutes later David was already riding the subway returning home. His parents' house was located near the nearest metro station, so the guy got there quite quickly. As soon as he approached the door of the house, he smelled the delicious aroma of stewed fish, which no one knew how to cook like his father. When David walked inside, the smell became even stronger, and now he had no doubts left. As if to confirm his thoughts, his father appeared from around the corner, noticing that his son had returned just in time. He added that he had a good eye, saying that this girl and his mother in their youth even looked somewhat similar. David, however, did not understand what his father was talking about, so he wanted to ask him about it, when suddenly his mother interrupted him. And the guy noticed that she even put on makeup, and now he was even more interested in what it all meant. Seeing his wife, his dad ran to finish cooking, saying that otherwise his wife would be angry. And then finally, David noticed that they had guests, but he hadn't expected that at all. Dina peeked out from behind his mother, smiling as she told her brother to look at their guest. David did so, but immediately his face turned red, because standing in front of him was none other than Angela. The girl raised her hand in greeting and greeted him, looking as charming as always. Meanwhile, on the campus of the American college, students were also watching the broadcast of the impossible test. The students agreed that none of them could have completed even half of it, so they were very surprised. The fact that David was watched all over the world was evidence that Michael's work had been a great success. His video views in real time broke all major news records for the entire week. The next day, Magnus sat at his computer screen, finally getting ready to watch his space beauties. Because of all the fuss with the expert yesterday, he still hadn't managed to do it calmly, which was a little annoying. The fat man was only interested in one thing besides food, and that was women. So the news about the expert didn't bother him much. Meanwhile, David stood stunned because the girl he liked was standing right in front of him. He looked at his little sister, thinking it must have been her doing, and she winked at him. Suddenly, David thought that Angela had never been to their house in the past, which meant he had managed to change the course of events. He was able to meet Angela thanks to Dina, who somehow managed to befriend the elite of their school. The first time the guy saw her, he was confused and forgot to even say hello to her in return. This time it happened too. Angela asked in a gentle tone why he didn't greet her. Then David tried to get out of it by saying that it wasn't necessary, because the fairy herself had come to visit them. It would have been a good compliment if his mother hadn't yelled at him, telling him to go help his father. David looked into the kitchen to see his father, where he was already finishing with the fish. The boy said that he would help him. However, Dina did not miss the opportunity to tease her brother, saying that his skill would only scare away his sister Angela. David replied that she had no equal in this, which put his sister in her place and she didn't like it. Dina suddenly screamed, turning to her mother and saying that her brother was making fun of her again. This was a forbidden technique. The mother immediately adopted her daughter's position, looking at David with a menacing gaze that made him feel uneasy. He walked into the kitchen and ran up to his father, saying that he could leave the rest of the cooking to him. At one time, his dad showed him how to cook stewed fish, so David knew what and when to do. The father looked at him with admiration, and then the son handed him a piece of the dish, telling him to try it. Mr. Hayden did so, and to his surprise, he had to admit that it was delicious. The man added that his son's performance was even close to his level and praised him, saying that he was proud of him. And David thought that the opportunity to cook for his family was a great rarity for him. So now he could use the culinary skills he had practiced on Mars during the war. After some time, he finished and hurried to carry all the dishes to the table, where everyone had already gathered. David then made sure everyone had enough chopsticks and wished them bon appetit. The guy advised Angela to try the hot dishes first, putting one on her plate. And Dina, who was watching all this, was surprised that her brother was capable of being so kind. But David didn't notice her annoying look. He put another piece in Angela's mouth, saying that she wouldn't be full with just one. Dina realized that at this rate they would have their first date tomorrow, which she had not planned at all. After a while they finished dinner. Everyone admitted that David had become a much better cook. Then the parents said they would go for a short walk to help digestion, while the children cleared the table. When his mom and dad came out, they immediately started talking about Angela, saying that it would be great if David started dating her. Meanwhile, David and Dina finished cleaning. The sister immediately lay down on the bed, and David asked Angela if she would like an apple. She agreed, but Dina said that she wouldn't and suddenly got out of bed, going to her room. She said that a classmate had called her, so she should step away while they ate. She left, and David thought that his sister did it on purpose to leave him and Angela alone. He himself understood well that Angela should not be his other half, even though the girl was very beautiful, and she was so close, which made her seem even more outstanding, but he couldn't give in to temptation. After all, now he must concentrate on changing the future and preventing the alien invasion. The boy finished peeling the apples and handed them to Angela, who thanked him for his efforts. The girl took one slice on a skewer, asking if it was okay that she had come so suddenly. David didn't quite understand what she meant, so he just stared at her in surprise. And the girl bit into the apple and thought that not long ago he had behaved in front of her in a completely confused manner. But less than a week later, he played along with her in front of William without any problems. Angela suddenly thought with surprise that she had to admit she really was a little tempted. Meanwhile, David replied that everything was fine, because after all, she was a close friend of his sister. He added that it seemed his parents had misunderstood everything, but assured the girl that he would explain everything to them later. But at the same time, when he said this, Angela said that his parents were quite nice. Then, David looked back at the apples, saying that the girl didn't seem to be embarrassed by anything. So he couldn't think of anything better to do than just continue peeling the apple, this time for himself. Angela noticed that the way he cleaned it was quite unique and could not be achieved with just ordinary skills. David quickly finished the apple and took a bite. For him, it was a real dessert during the war. After all, there were almost no apples on Mars, so he would not have refused even a basket of rotten ones if he could have taken them there. Angela, meanwhile, quickly finished her apples and placed the plate on the table, drawing attention to herself. The girl said that she actually came today to ask him for a favor. Still, when it came down to it, she didn't like to think about what words were best to use. And David seemed to understand what was going on and asked if she really wanted him to take a part-time job as her shield. Then the girl said that she was Dina's friend, and that they also studied together so he could help her. She added that she would agree to any reasonable conditions because the next competition is very important to her. Then suddenly David plucked up his courage and asked without much hope why she didn't arrange for him to work there permanently. Hearing this, Angela became embarrassed and blushed from such a sudden and too frank question. She finally answered that she couldn't promise that. But who knows? Maybe it will be like that in the future. Angela thought she had slipped up a bit today. She felt like she couldn't keep up with the pace of communication. Then David decided to get up and, clearing his throat, said that it was all a joke. But it was better that these words did not reach his mother. He also added that a simple thank you would be enough, and the girl could sometimes treat him to food. Angela liked this proposal even more, and she shook his hand, saying that everything suited her. David didn't understand why, but he wanted to fool around because he could see Angela again. In fact, he has long since lost his youthful stupidity and impulsiveness, so it is more likely simply due to nostalgia for his youth. Meanwhile, Dina stood behind the door and listened to the sounds from the room, but it was quiet. She thought that this was such a rare opportunity, and if she screwed it up, there would be no next time. So she decided to just go in and see how her brother was doing. Dina opened the door. She carefully stuck her head out from behind the edge of the wall, only to see David and Angela in front of her, discussing something. This confused the girl a little, because her brother had such a chance to win Angela over, but he was busy with something else. The boy and girl were discussing a strategic analysis of their elite club's affairs, which was not at all romantic. Dina thought that now her brother would embarrass himself because their course of study was much more difficult than his. However, everything turned out a little differently, because Angela thought the same. But contrary to her expectations, David understood everything. She noticed that he quickly identified the key points and hooks for solving the problem of the entire strategic plan. But this didn't at all match the image of the David who had confessed his love to her just a week ago. However, the girl did not understand how this could be, because Dina said that her brother's academic performance was low. And then Angela thought that maybe he just didn't know how to use his power properly. David, meanwhile, noticed that she was lost in thought and asked if he had been wrong or made a mistake somewhere. But the girl answered negatively, a little embarrassed. She said that everything he had noted was correct. And then Angela quickly changed the subject, saying that they needed to discuss something else. She showed him a familiar video, saying that a recording of a walkthrough of the Mars battlefield had recently appeared online. This was done by an anonymous expert, and the girl asked if David had heard about it. He answered positively. Angela added that his actions on the Mars battlefield alone could be used as a textbook. Someone from the journalism department filmed the video and posted it on the forum so David could find it and watch it himself. She added that he should pay attention to the reaction, habits, and way of thinking of this expert. After all, human genes have a dominant heredity, so he is as talented as his sister. So Angela was sure that David could also become very strong. She even winked at him. And he was a little embarrassed by such praise because she had never said it so openly before. Then the girl asked if it really offended him, and David replied that, on the contrary, he would take it as a compliment. Angela nodded and then said that it was late and she should go home. And the guy thought for a bit. The next moment he suddenly said that he would take her there, and the girl smiled at him, thanking him for his concern. They left their house, but Angela lived in a hostel that was close to the metro, so they didn't have to walk far. Finally, David waved to her, telling the girl to come again when she had free time. After making sure that she had entered the subway, the guy headed back home, thinking about this whole situation. And when he opened the doors, he saw Dina, who, judging by the expression on her face, was very unhappy about something. She asked if he had just taken her to the metro and returned, when he had such a wonderful opportunity. She said that her brother didn't understand anything at all, because it was really so difficult to travel with her to the dorm. To this, David replied that time was precious on the weekend, and he also wanted to play a game of chess with his dad. Dina was very surprised by his answer. She didn't understand how David could be so calm when Angela essentially allowed him to be her boyfriend. However, David didn't think so. He said that he would just act as a shield from time to time. He added that he would not be more than a friend to her, so his sister had nothing to worry about. And then he turned the topic to Dina herself, saying that she had lost weight again, and at this rate her ribs would soon become visible. The girl pounced on him, telling her brother not to change the subject and to stop smiling so mischievously. She said she did all this to help him, but David suddenly put his hand on her head, telling her not to worry about him. And then he suddenly added that, to tell the truth, Angela was not his type, and Dina realized that he was not joking. She asked why he didn't just tell her who he liked, wanting to know who her brother was interested in. But David unexpectedly replied that a man should make a career and said that he decided to reach 800 points. Dina, however, decided that her brother had a fever and said that she could introduce him to a good psychiatrist. At that moment, his parents returned home, and Dina did not miss the opportunity to set him up in front of his mother again. They sat for a while longer, and then David said that he should go to class too. His father looked surprised, since he could usually deal his son a crushing defeat at chess without even realizing it. However, this time he lost to him for the first time, and he had to notice that the guy's maneuvers had improved. The mother also noticed changes in her son, because usually he became stiff when she started talking. But now he listened to all her grumbling with a smile. Dima also shared the general opinion, because usually 2 or 3 words were enough for her to intimidate her brother. His parents thought that this sudden change was definitely due to love, but it was quite drastic. They even thought about what would happen if their Dina also had a lover and stared at her with awe. But the girl just stuck out her tongue, saying that she didn't want this, because she wasn't interested in personal relationships yet. The next day at school, they had a lecture on observation, during which he and Magnus usually slept. However, this time only Fatso continued the tradition, while David listened attentively to the teacher. The screen showed the destroyer Iron Eagle, which was Catherine's cherished dream to command. It was one of the newest models of ships in the Army, coming out less than 10 years ago. David was well acquainted with her, because during the war he even had the chance to visit her once on board. However, the specimen that was shown at the lecture was quite badly damaged. Professor Cabrillo noted that this model was one of 3 destroyers that were sent to explore Pluto 6 months ago. However, the entire fleet and their connection to the base then mysteriously disappeared, and the case remains unsolved to this day. This is what they will talk about today, because this ship was accidentally filmed by the military outside the solar system. There were many reports of these sightings, and the battleship, which had disappeared 6 months ago, became a ghost ship. Suddenly, David realized that the traces of this decay reminded him very much of something. They couldn't have appeared through wormholes, let alone a time tunnel, so most likely, the reason was the bodily fluids produced by the aliens, because any technology or equipment in war, anything that was exposed to this liquid was also corroded, and it looks like the same thing happened to this destroyer. There were still 5 years left before the alien attack, but it could already be considered that they had discovered the existence of people. David didn't even notice how he was thinking about it out loud, which is why Fatso woke up and the professor paid attention to him. The guy thought that if everything was like this, then this confirmed that the surprise attack from the aliens was carefully prepared. Moreover, this shows that alien intelligence is not only not absent, but is also equal to or even superior to human intelligence. His train of thought, however, was interrupted by Professor Cabrillo, who called David. He said that judging by the look on his face, the guy had something to say, and he was the only one who failed last semester. The professor commanded him to stand up and share his thoughts with all the students. However, to his surprise, David decided to actually do as the man said. Magnus turned to him, saying that his friend should at least pretend to listen to him, since he was already an eyesore. The rest of the students quietly laughed at David, because everyone remembered him as the same guy who confessed his love to Angela. However, to everyone's surprise, David actually stood up from his seat, as if he actually had something to say. Suddenly, he turned to the professor, saying that he thought all 3 theories with the destroyer were nonsense. Hearing this, Cabrillo was surprised because he did not expect the guy to stand up and say anything. The students laughed now without hiding it, saying that this David was questioning the professor's words. He himself thought that the guy was simply impatient to interrupt him while giving his lecture, which is why he was saying such things. Then he replied that in that case, they would all listen to what he himself had to say about this matter. Cabrillo added that it would be great to hear some real thoughts, rather than childish alien theories. Catherine, standing at the bottom of the lecture hall, wondered if this guy could stay out of trouble. But David just smiled. He was going to earn the professor's respect by surprising him with his knowledge. He started by saying that although the primitive wormhole is destructive, it is in the second photo. Signs of biological corrosion can be clearly seen in the form of rust spots, which is definitely not related to a wormhole. As for time tunnels, this is something out of science fiction, and in that case the degree of destruction would be much higher. And as they saw in picture number 6, the destroyer's hull even still retained some performance. As for the mirage theory, it is more probable, but also incorrect. David spoke so confidently that even everyone fell silent. The professor thought that, based on various situations, the mirage theory was indeed the most plausible. However, this guy rejected her too, so he was wondering how he was going to explain all this himself. Usually no one pays attention to such details, but David mentioned it too. And he continued, saying that if you look at the geographic location in the 5th photograph, you can see it. That this area is on the border of the solar system, and the battleship, as is known, cannot operate far from it. So where could mirages come from, since there are no zones with such functionality near the solar system? Other students were skeptical about his words, asking how he knew about the theory of multidimensional projections. David just threw up his hands at this because he really didn't know any of this, but was simply basing his thoughts on experience. Suddenly, one of the other students noticed that there was, however, some sense in his words, and Professor Cabrillo said that they would return to this issue later, since they did not have much time left. They moved on to the next topic, which ended 15 minutes later when the bell rang. The students poured out of the lecture hall. David was also about to leave, when suddenly the professor called him. He asked the guy where he heard what he said in the lecture, and he asked him in response if he thought there was some kind of creature living on this ship. Cabrillo noted that David had stood out once, but now seemed to be returning to his alien fantasies. Moreover, the guy answered so thoughtfully that it was possible, and then the professor decided to remind him. He hit David on the head, telling him not to bother his head with these thoughts, but to focus on his course. But David thought that it was quite difficult for people living in peacetime to imagine an alien invasion. but it was not known where exactly the aliens came from. Perhaps they created wormholes leading directly to the solar system. David wondered if there was something that had helped the aliens determine their coordinates. With these thoughts, he was about to return to the main building when suddenly Catherine stopped him, telling him not to bother the professor. At this point, Magnus joined them, reminding them that it was already time for lunch. The friends went to the canteen, where David, in keeping with his new habit, stocked up on food for training. Magnus asked if his friend was still eating away his sorrows, even though he always had to spend money. The fat man, who never had enough, felt uneasy at the thought of David spending so much. He said that at this rate he would be broke before the semester was over. But David didn't understand what he was talking about. Catherine was also surprised how he could fit so much in, since he ate 3 times the amount of the average person's diet. To this, David awkwardly replied that recently the volume of his training had increased exactly 3-fold. He wanted to say something else so that his friends wouldn't think that he was doing this out of bitterness of rejection. But he didn't have time. They noticed a noise that arose at the entrance to the dining room. It was because of Angela, who also came to have lunch. All 3 of them at their table stared at the girl, each with their own look. But David's was no longer a loving one. Catherine thought that it was the same girl who was in the top 10 in the Earth Federation with over 2,000 points. Although she was only in her 3rd year, her authority at the school had already become very great. Angela meanwhile saw David and smiled, heading towards their table. The other students watched this with interest, expecting that something was about to happen. Catherine also thought that the girl was coming here to cause trouble for David, and she didn't like it. Angela walked up to their table and politely asked Fatso if she could sit there. It was quite unexpected. The students began to become more and more interested in what kind of drama was going on there. David decided that now he should play along with the girl and asked his friend if he would give up his seat to the younger one. He immediately assessed the situation and moved to Catherine's side, and Angela sat in his place, ending up next to David. She asked Catherine what they had been talking about, and Magnus thought that this was going to be fun. Angela thought she would need the cooperation of the smaller figures to make David her shield. And this girl Catherine is undoubtedly the key, and she looked at David with distrust. Then Magnus decided to take the initiative into his own hands, saying that something amazing had happened just recently. He embellished the incident a little during the lecture, describing David in the best possible terms, how he defended his position. Catherine, however, decided that he was already crossing the line and told Fatso to stop making up stories. But Angela said she thought the elder's words made perfect sense, which surprised Catherine. She added that over the years, many ships from Earth and the Moon have crashed. However, it was unexpected that David would be studying such specialized teachings. It was obvious praise, but the guy with the bun in his mouth said that the younger one was a good actress. He wondered if she couldn't have warned him in advance if she wanted to put on a show here. And couldn't they have chosen a less crowded place instead of this huge dining room, and especially during lunch? But he simply answered the girl that his knowledge was rather superficial, since he had not studied anything in depth. Suddenly he asked the boys if they thought that aliens might be to blame for everything, but no one answered him. Catherine and Angela were already discussing a video of a certain expert walking through the Mars battlefield. The fat man was also fired up by this, because Angela had a lot of connections, so they hoped that she already knew who it was. Magnus added that whoever it was, he was definitely some kind of pervert, because he was so cruel to himself. At that moment, David sneezed. It was usually said that people sneezed when someone remembered them, although this was just a proverb. The guy apologized for this and asked his friends to continue, and Magnus and Angela handed him napkins. The latter said that she had dealt with people from the top 20 on Earth, but this expert's style was not like any of them. Then Fatso suggested that it could be that this guy had simply trained for 10 years only in this test. Angela replied that she didn't know because there was too little information about him, but in any case, he was worthy of praise. The girl also added that his true strength, however, will only be shown in a real fight, because that is a completely different matter. At that moment, David felt Fatso step on his foot, drawing attention to himself. He didn't like the behavior of his friend, who could eat so carefree when such a goddess was sitting next to him. He told David about this, but he just shrugged and smiled. He knew the whole truth about him and Angela. The girl, meanwhile, turned to Catherine, saying that she would like to train with her during the day. She agreed, and then Angela asked David why he and Magnus didn't come with them too. Hearing this, David wanted to object, because in fact, he already had some plans for the day. He had to go collect points. Time was short, so there was no time to train with everyone. However, before he could say this, Fatso answered for the two of them and agreed with Angela's proposal. That's what they decided on, agreeing to meet at 2 o'clock at the training ground. Then the girls left. and Magnus asked his friend if he would go with him, because it would be a good experience. He added that he could probably spare some of his time for this after lunch. Besides, Fatso simply didn't understand why David was reluctant to go to a joint training session. But he, as expected, said that he had his own plans in the afternoon, so they should go without him. He added that he had not agreed to this in any case, and then Magnus realized that his friend was serious. He made a last attempt to persuade him, asking whether his friend could not put his affairs aside. But David was adamant. He said that, unfortunately, he couldn't help in any way because he had his own training. This already angered Magnus a little, but he understood that if David didn't go, then he himself wouldn't be able to either. So he counterattacked, saying that if his friend didn't go, then he would put on his underwear. However, David quickly shot down his threat by saying that if he did that, he would then throw him out to Lulu. Magnus realized that nothing was helping, so he had one last trump card left. He decided to resort to blackmail. The fat man said that David might not believe it, but if he didn't go with them, he would post it on the campus local network. And in this post, he will officially declare that they are two homosexuals. That is, from those who are after boys. Magnus just wanted to meet Angela, because who knows, maybe by the end of the semester he'll have a girlfriend from his junior year. David didn't want his friend to carry out his threat, so he couldn't stand it and said he agreed. Magnus was glad of his agreement, saying that he knew he wouldn't leave him. But David still didn't like it. He told Fatso to never blackmail him with such nonsense again. However, he couldn't be angry with his friend. Seeing him smiling, he thought that he was glad to have such a comrade. And if this change allows him to have a better life at school, that will be great too. Therefore, within an hour they arrived at the meeting place, which was the fire training area. Catherine and Angela were already there, the first asking why they were late, telling them to come here quickly. She added that the guys don't seem to know how impolite it is to keep two beautiful ladies waiting. To this, Fatso replied that the head man would never find a boyfriend if he kept grumbling like that. Angela, meanwhile, turned to them, asking the elders if they wanted to take a few shots. Magnus immediately protested, saying that he couldn't, but David decided to help his friend this time. He pushed him forward, telling him to not be shy and show his Lulu what he could do. The girls asked each other in surprise who Lulu was, but none of them could know. Then David replied that it was some kind of mantra or self-hypnosis to make his friend a better shot. Magnus walked up to the weapon and took aim, then opened fire at the targets, which were quite a distance away. However, despite this, he was able to score as many as 92 points, which was very good, and the girls praised him. David noticed that he was still nervous, but if you take away the excitement, which has no place at the front, Fatso would have knocked out all 100. Then Catherine said that now it was her and Angela's turn to show off their skills and winked at the guys. After that, he and Angela took their positions and prepared to shoot, choosing the best angle. The girls opened fire and David had to admit that they shot remarkably well and without missing. In the end, Angela scored a whopping 98 points and Catherine 95. Both impressive results. Catherine then turned to David, saying that it was now his turn, but he reminded her that he was a close combat fighter. Then the girl said that even if he fights in close combat, he must have the technique of fighting at a distance. Some of the students who were standing nearby and watching the process looked at him with disdain. Then David replied that in the future, he would definitely put in more effort and master the technique of long-range shooting. But the seniors still said with disdain that he was boring and turned around to leave. Then Catherine stepped in and screamed, "Isn't David a real man?" She also turned to the senior student who called him boring, asking if he was really asking for trouble. The girl also didn't like his tone. She told the guy to address her as a class leader, and not as a friend. Then the senior student asked her not to be angry, saying once again that this was not what he meant at all. He turned to his friend William, saying that if he had known that this Catherine would also be here, he would never have come. William replied that his friend looked simply pathetic, because a man who relies on a woman for everything is not a man at all. He added that this seemed to apply to David as well, since he refused to shoot, taking it as a sign of weakness. The guy knew that this David was just a shield, but he felt sorry that Angela couldn't find someone better. With this thought in mind, he came forward, turning to Angela and suggesting that they train together in the afternoon. He added that he thought he was the only one present who was competent to do this, and the girl frowned. Seeing this, David thought that he knew he shouldn't have come here because he didn't have time to mess around with all this. Besides, now was not the best time to touch a combat weapon. Meanwhile, William continued, saying that Fatso should lose weight, because if he went into the army with such a body, he would only become a cook there. David knew how offensive this sounded to his friend, so he couldn't stand it any longer and turned to William. He said he was trying for his own good, since even he wasn't competent enough to fight Angela. He added that she was the hope of their entire school, so the guy didn't need to force her. William was a little surprised by his words and asked if David thought he was not good enough. In that case, he asked what about himself, and Catherine wondered when David had become so boastful. Students began to approach them because everyone felt the tension and hoped to see something interesting. Instead of answering William, David simply walked silently to the shooting range and put on his protective gear. He then loaded his pistol and prepared to shoot, hoping not to embarrass himself in front of everyone. After pressing a special button that activated the targets, the guy assumed a shooter's stance. The next moment, 100 targets appeared, some of which were even moving and difficult to reach. William's friend Justin noticed that the boy had chosen the double bullet test. Angela and Catherine were also surprised by this because it was the most difficult test on this site. As if on command, now all the targets began to move in different directions, and it was really difficult. Magnus became worried about his friend, and the students behind him began to shout at him and shoot, asking why he froze. But David didn't freeze. He just concentrated on the targets, memorizing the trajectory of each one. And then he opened fire and immediately hit the first target, breaking it in half, surprising everyone. The guy continued shooting, even though he specialized in close range, but shooting was a required skill in the army, so David mastered it perfectly. The targets on the range fell one after another. All the students were amazed by David's technique. He soon finished and put the gun aside, mentally telling himself to relax. The gun smoked from such a clean number of shots without stopping, but the most striking thing was the result. After all the students froze in shock when they saw how many points this junior student scored in such a test. David thought that this result should have been enough to make William treat him with respect. Needless to say, everyone without exception was amazed that he had completely passed the most difficult test. After all, he hit all the targets, and each one was in the top 10, which was incredible and amazing. David, meanwhile, turned to William, saying that he was not yet fully trained for this test. He added that he learned this type of precision shooting from Lulu Fatty, who was a master of long-range combat. William and Justin looked at each other awkwardly. It was the first time they had heard of such a person, but it was not surprising. William also had no choice but to praise the younger one. He said that he was a good shooter. He told Angela that he had some things to do and needed to get back, but he would contact her later. The students who had gathered around them shouted joyfully, congratulating David on such an excellent result. And he thanked William for his support, saying that he would remember this praise for the rest of his life, and wished him good luck. The fat man looked at his friend with admiration. He couldn't even imagine that David would be so cool. Besides, the girls saw everything too. Angela couldn't hide her joy for the guy because he really shot accurately. After a while, they said goodbye when they finished training together and went home. David headed towards his dorm when suddenly Fatso caught up with him, saying that he would now be his brother. He grabbed him by the jacket and added that from now on, he would try to be like him in everything. David asked who he had been to his friend before, to which he replied that he had simply been his elder. He added that if his friend doesn't think he's stupid, then please let him teach him his tactics. After all, he wanted to learn to shoot as well as he did. But David didn't like that wording. He said that if even Fatso was stupid, then there would be very few people in this world who could be called smart. In fact, this pinpoint shooting from an incorrect position and displacements was invented by Magnus. In the future, he will become the king of weapons, but for now, he was just an ordinary, joyful, fat homebody. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of the Dragon Letter School, Angela sat in thought. She thought David had seemed frivolous at first, but he had been so reserved lately. Previously, his sister had complained to her about David's stupidity, but today's shooting showed otherwise. His pistol shooting style today was unusually beautiful, but she didn't understand how he could change so quickly. However, if William hadn't started making fun of Magnus, David wouldn't have done anything. In other words, in her case, he really wanted to help her and not take advantage of the opportunity to pester her. However, remembering his confession, the girl smiled and wondered if it was really the same person. She wasn't the only one who noticed this. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm in another room, Catherine was lying. The girl wondered if David was really that strong, when before he seemed so carefree to her. She realized that she might have underestimated him, and he really could have been a good companion for Angela. At that moment, her phone vibrated, notifying her of new messages, and Catherine opened the chat. It turned out that David had asked for a day off because of his stomach. But Catherine knew that this was just an excuse. But the guy still insisted, so she had no choice but to agree. The girl even felt pleased by his last words, when David wrote that she could always be relied upon. In fact, He and Fatso had something in mind, and David had given him a sign that he had successfully asked for a day off. At the Battle of Sun Lake, the battleship Catherine was responsible for supporting the ground forces, however. Because the battle was already almost completely lost, headquarters ordered the fleet to retreat. In the end, he and Fatso managed to retreat with the troops, but Catherine died because of him. If he had not been so lazy, untalented, and willful in his past life, this would not have happened. As soon as he thought this, he literally immediately felt quite a strong pain in his chest. David grabbed the spot, not understanding what was happening, but the pain eventually stopped. The guy remained standing with his hand on his chest. He didn't understand what had just happened. Opening his jacket, he suddenly saw a scar in the place where he had felt pain a moment ago. But David didn't know when he was left, because the guy didn't even notice him all this time, and it was strange. Moreover, it looked like a tattoo and felt like some kind of soft metal. It was clearly not a gallicization, but something inexplicable. But there have been a lot of such things lately. The only good thing was that the fifth's body didn't react strongly to this scar. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time. This happened to David in the restroom, and Magnus apparently heard his scream because he asked if he was okay. He added that he would call an ambulance if something serious happened, but David didn't need that. He quickly pulled his sweater back up, thinking that he couldn't let Fatso know about this incident. The guy quickly finished his business in the restroom and came out, asking if his friend was sure he wanted to learn shooting. He answered positively and looked hopefully at David, who nodded approvingly. The next day, they went to the sports ground together, where David made his friend run laps. The fat man was already at his limit. He was very tired, because they had been running for hours already. Or rather, only he had been running. Magnus was already beginning to regret it, saying that it would have been better if he had continued watching Space Beauties. Hearing this, David started whistling, saying that he would throw his friend another 10 laps for disrespect. The guy thought to himself that it was all for the sake of stimulating his genetic power, so it was not in vain. David thought it would be safer for Magnus in the future if he became stronger now. Now, after returning to the past, he needed to find a way to prevent the disaster. He thought about it for the next 3 hours, and then Fatso fell right on the path, saying that he couldn't do it anymore. David told him that it was a good start, because the intensity of his training would increase. He added that Magnus could now rest while he ran 30 laps himself, and then they would return to him again. The fat man thought that David had gone crazy, because this method of physical training was worse than death. Meanwhile, some students were watching them and noticed that these guys had been pulling tires for several days. This had indeed been going on for almost a week, and soon Fatso was running almost on par with David. He said that if he couldn't even handle this, then how could he be his younger brother? And that gave him motivation. David praised him, telling his friend to keep up the momentum, adding that after 10 laps they would go eat meat. After some time, they tiredly headed to the school canteen, intending to eat enough for the week ahead. The girl taking the orders asked what they wanted to eat, and the boys simultaneously breathed out the word meat. They took out their cards and said that they would take all the cutlets that were on the counter. It all ended up with both of them having trays full of meat, and the rest of the students were left with only vegetables. Magnus thought it was still great to train with his best friend in progress, but he spent almost all his time only on training and watching the news, and even refused girls a couple of times when they invited him. Meanwhile, David was thinking that if he generalized all the available information about strangers and people, then we can make only 2 assumptions. Firstly, the aliens and the people of the moon are not connected in any way. Secondly, the alien attacks had a certain foresight, so it is quite possible that aliens have some kind of ability to foresee, that is, the existence of more advanced aliens is possible. And in these circumstances, he must get as close to the leadership as possible so that his words have weight. This will be the best thing, because the reason for humanity's defeat will be hidden only in the lack of strength and preparation. As for the scream that came from the base, most likely, rebels simply appeared there. David also admitted that the aliens and the people of the moon are still connected to each other. Then the problem is more serious. The moon's space technology has completely surpassed that of Earth, and almost 90% of all expeditions have been carried out by it. During the 3-year war, the moon lost 40% of its troops, but compared to Earth, which lost 90%, this is not so much. In that case, Luna must have had a way to communicate with aliens, but spread the word among her citizens that it was impossible. However, if Earth is left without the support of the moon's air force, its army will be quickly destroyed. In that case, David would have to gain access to information from the moon, not from the Earth's leadership. However, this would require even more effort. The situation was quite complicated because all these theories had their shortcomings. The first was too naive and simple, and the third had a fair number of paradoxes. However, no matter how things really are there, David will need further investigation. He said out loud that he needed to let off some steam, and Fatso heard it and said that he could lend him his disc. But David pounced on him, asking what kind of twisted thoughts were in his friend's head, adding that they had another training session ahead of them. When they were finished with her, David said that he had to go to the main building and his friend could lie down for now. The guy knew that he now had 458 points, so he still had a lot of work to do. Last time he received an epic rank rating, but he didn't feel any joy from it. David logged into his course chat and noticed that it was quite busy this evening. Angela was ranked 5th in the Earth Federation, and right now she was going through a battle simulator. It was called the Virtual Battlefield of City R, in which the girl had to fight a duel. His opponent was a certain Andrew. The guy was a student at the Pacific School and was ranked 9th in the Earth rankings. Both participants prepared for battle. Angela concentrated on defense. From the screens installed in the main building, one could watch their battle in real time. That's where David headed, noting that the test was a shooting in the city. Angela was strong in her sniping, and her elegant gait terrified her enemies. As for her opponent Andrew, he was a proficient user of Thunder Eagle dual pistols. Although this weapon was slightly inferior in accuracy, it had more significant firepower. So even though Angela ranked higher than Andrew, the guy was not to be underestimated. In such fights, it is always worth paying attention to the opponent's condition, the fighting environment, and a number of other factors. Such was the duel among people with more than 2,000 points. Among them, the winner was the one who first revealed the opponent's flaw. Andrew seemed to be serious and had no plans to leave the challenge as a loser. He attacked Angela non-stop, using different types of attacks, but the girl managed to block everything. She deftly dodged every bullet flying in her direction and was immediately ready to counterattack. Suddenly, one of the Americans' attacks hit her, and the girl felt how part of her equipment broke off. This surprised Angela greatly because usually something like this did not happen, which meant that this Andrew was a master of his craft. Meanwhile, he continued to attack, opening fire on her with a volley of homing projectiles. The girl was able to hide behind the wall, but she thought that if this continued, her situation would get worse. However, to her luck, the guy stopped shooting at her for a moment, all because he ran out of ammunition. Andrew realized that he had to reload his weapon as quickly as possible. It would take him no more than 5 seconds. But this time was enough for Angela. She realized that this was her chance and she had to use it. So the girl dropped down and took a sniper position and then fired. Andrew barely noticed it at the moment when the attack was already near his neck. He managed to jump back in time. Just a little bit more, and it could all be over, which is what you would expect from 5th place, the guy thought. However, he then thought that he had managed to get close enough, so the initiative was on his side. With this thought, he ran out of his hiding place and headed straight for the wall behind which Angela was hiding. However, she was ready for such a maneuver and was already waiting for him at the new position, asking where he was rushing to. The girl opened aimed fire, but Andrew also had good reactions and dodged all the attacks. He even managed to shoot back, which only made Angela's job more difficult since she needed to aim well. The girl decided that she shouldn't let him get any closer, because for her it would mean defeat. So she shot again at the approaching guy, but he was able to see it. He spun the pistols in his hands, and then suddenly there was a large explosion that blocked both of their views. Angela realized that he would now try to attack her from behind, so she got ready. However, due to the smoke from the explosion, nothing could be seen, and the girl was unable to see Andrew's attack in time. He kicked her in the stomach and took out a melee weapon, which had a sharp blade. The guy swung it at the girl, who could barely hold back the pressure of his leg, and he pressed harder and harder. Students watching the broadcast shouted at Angela not to give in and not to retreat. But David thought that, as annoying as it sounded, it looked like Angela was about to lose. She did have some good sword skills, but she was up against Andrew, a master of indiscriminate combat. At first glance, he wasn't a fan of using weapons, but this guy was knowledgeable about many types of them. Usually, in fights of this level, there was a free choice of the battlefield, and this was what influenced the result. Of course, this is a test for both sides because it is easier to learn in a thankless situation than in war. As expected, Angela lost. But David had already left the main building and was now thinking about Magnus, because he still needed to teach his friend how to shoot. With this thought, the guy activated the testing system, this time choosing the level called Dizziness. He lay down in a special cylinder that dressed him in the necessary equipment and thought that he would make a recording for Fatso. This time he mentally guaranteed him that he would be one step ahead, which would make him very happy. Meanwhile, in the journalism faculty dormitory, Group 12 went to rest on Michael's command. The guy commanded his classmates. Together they were on duty in all the cameras in the testing areas. After all, according to Michael's analysis, this mysterious man had to appear again. Otherwise, he would have revealed his identity long ago. It was for this reason that Michael organized a shift watch, excluding only the moon and popular areas. He also left only the high-ranking trials that they would immediately begin monitoring when someone selected them. The operation was codenamed Demon Hunt, and given the atmosphere, that was no exaggeration. But there were plenty of people who challenged these tests and failed them. It was unpleasant to watch each of them, and yet they had been doing just that for several days without any results. On the other hand, Michael wondered if this man might have deliberately challenged the low-level tests. After all, for a monster like him, any complexity should be equally boring, and this thought seemed quite logical. Michael decided to test his theory and opened the list of unranked tests, seeing dizziness among them. Usually only beginners were interested in it, but for some reason this student took it anonymously. Michael decided he should check it out anyway and opened up the surveillance. When he saw the guy who was taking it, he was incredibly happy because it was that same expert. And although there were many anonymous students with a similar physique, he was sure that this was the same person. Michael was also surprised that the guy used twin Jiroxes for his shooting. As we know, it was not the best weapon, but he thought that the expert had decided to deliberately complicate his task. In addition, he tightened the barrels quite a lot, which also surprised Michael, because this was the first time he had seen such a video. David thought the regular Jirox was too loose, so he tightened it up. This way, he will be able to deal damage continuously, so to speak. His recoil will also increase. This was a good opportunity to test the results of my recent training. And Michael thought with horror that an ordinary person would not be able to withstand such a blow, because it would be too strong. The expert's method of setting up was quite unusual, but what was most impressive was that he had somehow prepared for it. Michael didn't even want to imagine the training he had to go through to achieve the same result. The boy quickly contacted teacher Saipan, saying that he wanted to start a live broadcast at the school. He asked if he could help him with this, and he asked in return if he really had something impressive. Michael said the teacher himself knew what his instincts were, adding that the material would be more than impressive. Saipan agreed, but warned that if the broadcast was boring, he would give him a third-rank grade on his report card. The next moment, the entire school's screens showed a live broadcast of David's battle. However, the students began to rebel. They did not understand why Michael had broadcast Vertigo. Some even left the main building, saying that they thought it would be a battle of some stars. But they were only shown some guy who pretended to adjust the pistols, and they called him a simple show-off. Catherine and Angela also came to see this expert. They agreed that his tuning method was good. Teacher Saipan wondered awkwardly if his student had decided to make fun of him by giving him the usual dizziness. Meanwhile, David focused on the test because he was doing it for his friend. Therefore, the guy could not screw up, and with this thought, he began to pass the test. In dizziness, the targets were moving, and each one was flying straight at the guy. It would seem that there is nothing complicated, just shoot at them and that's it. But David had other plans. He opened fire and immediately felt a strong recoil, but kept the weapon in his hands. There were explosions indicating successful hits on the targets, and it was impressive. But the students said that these were just the basics and that they would be better off going to watch a movie in the dorm. Angela thought that their gaze was too superficial, because one could find skill in this guy's movements. He certainly had something to teach, but he hit every target perfectly, so the girl didn't understand. Why did he suddenly decide to choose this particular basic test for training if he passed it with such ease? However, David did not even suspect that he was being watched. He was practicing the techniques of the future Magnus. After all, he would become an unrivaled shooter and his best partner. So there was nothing wrong with that. To speed things up a bit, and Michael, meanwhile, also realized that this really was the most ordinary basic test. He really wanted to get a high plus grade this semester, but now it looks like he'll only get a C-. David continued to hit targets using new weapon handling techniques. Still, he also had his own fighting style, which was a little different from Magnus's. Therefore, the guy did not forget to practice it, increasing the difficulty for himself by moving away to greater distances. Whenever he hit another target, it was accompanied by an explosion, from which the guy kept his distance. Angela suddenly turned to Catherine, who was standing next to her, asking if the girl had understood the same thing as she had. And she answered positively, saying that this dizziness was not at all like theirs. Soon others must have noticed this, but David thought of nothing but the test. He continued on his way. The condition for successfully completing the dizziness was the destruction of all targets. However, in addition to this, There were also robot snipers present at David's location, who also shot at the guy. David had to dodge them too, which made this test many times more difficult than the basic one. In addition, he used two pistols at once, and holding both barrels with such a recoil was extremely difficult. But David was well trained. He held the weapon firmly and controlled the trajectory of his shots perfectly. With two precise attacks, he killed two robots, hitting them right in the head, earning extra points. Angela noticed from his movements that the guy was already a first-class shooter and could easily score 1,500 points. This was confirmed by his defensive step to evade and the simultaneous firing of two pistols. However, on the other hand, it was just a test of dizziness, nothing more than an ordinary snack. But now other students began to notice that something was wrong with this test, because there were not supposed to be shooters. David himself noticed the camouflaged shooters, but now he couldn't waste time on them. The guy decided to finish off all his opponents with one attack and stopped for a moment, opening himself up to shots. As expected, they followed, and David was able to pinpoint where they were fired from. This allowed him to quickly detect the enemy, despite the fact that he was camouflaged. The guy counterattacked with both of his pistols, aiming at the places where he had been shot. He focused on the environment because any mistake could end very tragically. But, fortunately, the robot shooters did not have lightning speed, so they did not have time to hide. His attacks hit the target. Some even hit the heads of the enemies again, for which the guy received additional points. Once that section of the map was completed, David ran further towards the finish line, looking for new targets. Michael noticed that things seemed to be getting more interesting now, as his shooting was quite accurate. But this was still not enough to continue to stay on the air for long, and his teacher thought the same. Angela, meanwhile, was shocked that this guy was able to maintain such a frightening hit rate, and this despite the fact that he had to adapt to the constantly changing speed of his gait. David noticed that the enemy now had an alpha laser rifle in its arsenal. She was being held by 4 shooters at once, mixed in with the hostage, which was not good at all. The hostage's item could not be attacked, and even if it was accidentally hit, it would still be considered a failure. Angela thought that she herself might be able to react properly, but her pace would definitely slow down. Catherine agreed with her, saying that if you stop at this rate, you can only end up in a dead end. However, David acted unexpectedly for them all. He did not slow down and opened return fire. Simultaneously dodging the last volleys of laser fire, he killed all 4 shooters. Despite all this, he managed not to damage the hostage dummy, for which he also received extra points. The students who remained to watch him said that this guy was quite lively and accurate. Angela noticed that now there was a 6 to 7 meter dash in front of him, where it would have been possible to take a little rest. But this man was not going to slow down. He was already preparing to fight back against the next wave of opponents. This greatly surprised the girl, and David meanwhile saw new targets in front of him. Without thinking twice, he opened fire on them and immediately hit all the targets that were there, causing explosions. But literally immediately new opponents fired at them, and David hurried to hide from the attacks. He moved very precisely and carefully, not allowing any of the attacks to hit him at this time. So he ran for some time until he saw a cliff in front of him. The guy jumped there, having come up with a plan. According to him, he will lure the enemy into this gorge, where he will destroy him from close range. This plan seemed flawless to the guy, so he thought that there would be no problems with its implementation. And for now, everything really looked exactly like that. He ran further along the gorge, but David's joy did not last long. Angela and Catherine, meanwhile, were amazed by his shooting technique, marveling at the boy's resourcefulness and skill. And David suddenly saw a new obstacle in front of him in the form of an 8-barreled high-explosive fragmentation machine gun. The Patu Raptor heavy machine gun, which has the highest firepower in the Earth Federation. In addition, there were several more shooters standing near the machine gun, who were the first to open fire on David. And then the machine gun itself turned on. Its shots were in 4 directions at once, and it was very difficult to dodge them. The students thought that this was definitely not dizziness, because a person would never be able to go through something like that. And not just one person, even a small detachment would be destroyed in front of such intense barrage fire. But David thought that he had finally come across something interesting, because he was already tired of just shooting at targets. It was almost impossible to dodge the laser machine gun's volleys, so he had to come up with a plan. First of all, the guy decided to move to a safe place where he could think about everything in detail. So he ran out of his hiding place and ran towards the nearest rocks, shooting back at the same time. He managed to kill 2 shooters while in flight and even slightly grazed the machine gun body. David landed in the gorge, but immediately realized that he had to leave again. This was all because a machine gun barrel was already pointed at him. preparing to fire a powerful burst of shots. That's what happened, but since the guy was prepared for it, he was able to dodge the attack in time, avoiding damage. David bounced off a fairly large rock, intending to test a theory about the types of weapons. It was to find out if a setup like this had a weak spot 3 meters up. To his surprise, even such a high-level weapon had it, so David was able to aim better at this range. And then he opened return fire, hitting not only the installation itself, but also the target shooters standing nearby. It was quite uncomfortable, but the guy kept shooting. He knew that the test was nearing its end. A moment later, several more targets appeared nearby, which he also hit, causing explosions. David already saw that there were almost no shooters left, and he was already used to fighting with a machine gun. Another difficulty was that the targets fell from the sky, and if they were not shot before they touched the ground, that test would fail. Angela and the others knew that too. Right now, all the students thought that David would fail, because several targets were already almost touching the ground. Besides, the guy couldn't break through such a barrage, but what David did surprised them all. The guy saw characteristic explosions, which indicated that he had somehow managed to knock down the targets. And then everyone saw exactly what it was. David took a sniper position right under the barrage of their machine gun fire. It was a temporary blind spot for the installation, and he had made it just in time, but now it was time to finish it all. He braced himself and made a sharp jerk, aiming towards the machine gun while it continued to fire. And then the guy fired only one shot, but it was a shot with a given trajectory. The laser bullet passed by the machine gun line and went in from the side right where the power supply of the installation was. The last shooter was sitting there, controlling the machine gun using a special panel. He didn't have time to react in time, and David's attack cut off his head, causing him to lose control of the machine gun. Everyone present in the main building was surprised by this turn of events, as well as by David's skill. Catherine and Angela concluded that this expert was very dangerous if he used such techniques. After all, the ability to set the trajectory of bullets was something truly amazing. David, meanwhile, jumped onto the body of the now inoperative machine gun, but the last wave awaited him. He suddenly saw many targets in front of him, which appeared one after another at great speed. Michael noticed that the same aura was emanating from this mysterious guy now as last time. He was rooting for him, and other viewers must have felt it too, so the broadcast will be a success. Meanwhile, at the North American school, a certain Harry Parker was also observing this test. He was very interested to see what David would do now, because his spirit should have been broken by now. What can I say about a person? Even a robot would not have been able to stop them all immediately after the battle with the shooters. But David seemed to think otherwise. He just concentrated as he usually did, and squeezed his Jerax tightly. And then he opened fire on the men, which from the outside might have seemed like a bit of a useless exercise. However, it was not without reason that the guy chose the machine gun as his strong point, because from here he could aim in all directions. And indeed, so far he has managed to hit all the targets without allowing a single one to touch the ground. All the students were cheering for him, counting every target he knocked down. Now he only has 8 left. Catherine and Angela counted along with everyone else. They said there were only 3 left, but then David shot the last one. A large number of explosions occurred in the sky above him, which made even he himself surprised. But he did it anyway. The last shot-down target fell to earth and the test was completed. For a moment, silence reigned in the main building of the school. Everyone was simply in shock. And then everyone started shouting and rejoicing that the guy had succeeded, admiring his abilities. David himself, seeing that the explosions were not stopping, decided to make one last one, to definitely finish it all off. Now he could return to the finish line, where he could go back to school and look at his result. But whatever it was, David was glad that he could pass this test, because it was for his friend. He headed towards the gate that would take him back to the room where he had started the test. Meanwhile, the students froze in shock, looking at the result that this guy managed to get. He was truly amazing, and what was even more impressive was that David only spent 1 minute 58 seconds. It was also said that the hidden epic level Vertigo, with 120% difficulty, was successfully completed. His evaluation was also unusual, as he received an epic rank with 2 pluses, which did not usually happen. All the students were amazed by such skill. Many admitted that they would not want to fight against this guy, and Angela thought that there were no accidents here, because the whole testing process was even more terrible than they saw. Catherine was thinking the same thing. She might have been able to keep up at the beginning, but what happened towards the end was clearly not in her sphere. Harry Parker, on the contrary, laughed at the end of the broadcast that there is now such a monster in this world, and David thought that he could actually finish faster, but there was no need. However, the pace and content of the tests were fixed, So these small changes had no effect on the experts. If the passage just completed would have given a maximum of 10 points, then his result is somewhere around 7 or 8. The thing is that this test didn't really excite him. It was too boring to shoot at 100 targets. After all, in his past life on the alien side, there were things called poisonous flies. When in contact with a human body, they instantly drilled a hole in it, therefore, when they gathered in groups, they could only be dealt with using a flamethrower. However, in the third year of the war, they underwent changes and became immune to fire. The ability for evolution in aliens is truly something beyond the realm of possibility. But David decided it would be better to stop thinking about it and looking back at the past for now, because he was going to change everything. In his case, the best result is to find and cut off the roots of the aliens, because if the war starts again, no matter how people fight, the outcome will be the same as last time, even if 2 major battles are won. Humanity would inevitably suffer huge losses. David did not want to allow this to happen, and he was awarded 300 points as a bonus. He was very happy because he tried a little harder and got extra points. It was motivation to continue in the same spirit. However, the next moment his stomach began to rumble and the guy realized that he had to eat immediately. He immediately rushed to the dining room because dinner does not tolerate delay, and now was the time to treat himself to food. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place at the cavalry school, at which an important question was raised. The school's director was reviewing the list of students selected to represent their school. This time he was pleased with the team he had put together and had already begun to think about the next competitions. Suddenly, one of the staff burst into the office, disrupting an important meeting about the upcoming competition. The other professors indignantly noted that this was very impolite, but the rector was rather surprised. After all, the guy said that he had to see it with his own eyes, so the man stood up. He told the others that he would be leaving for a short while, and that their meeting could be considered over for today. When he disappeared behind the door with the guy, he showed him a recording of the broadcast with David, which surprised the rector even more. Meanwhile, at a strategic laboratory in Central Europe, someone came to see Dr. Calicidin. The old man immediately warned the man that he hoped he had something important. Otherwise, he would not listen to him. The man said he had come about his recent research topic on arc shooting. Someone confirmed it, although at the moment his identity has not yet been established, but they have already connected all the connections. It was about a mysterious guy who used this type of shooting in the vertigo test. Meanwhile, David himself was sitting in his room with Magnus, who, like everyone else, was impressed by his skill. He imagined himself shooting in exactly the same way, only with bullets of love and hitting his Lulu. It looked strange. David asked if he had met his training standards for today, to which Fatso replied positively. He added that it wasn't that difficult and that his friend simply had no taste, so he didn't understand Lulu's world. But David thought that Magnus was actually quite talented, because his training was actually not easy. So it just showed that this guy is an unusual lazy guy, and he still has potential that is worth revealing. So David decided that in this case he could not be merciful. He woke his friend very early the next morning. They started by dragging tires around the stadium again. This time there were many more of them, and the guys increased their pace. The same applied to training with a barbell. David did not hesitate to add extra weight to his friend. It wasn't easy for Magnus, but he tried to do everything, and oddly enough, he really succeeded. After another 100-lap run around the stadium, they went to have breakfast. Or rather, only David ran. Fatso didn't have the strength to even just walk. His morning that day didn't start with coffee, and he didn't particularly like such changes. In the cafeteria, the boys ate for 4. The other students were surprised by their appetite, because it was a little strange. David noticed that his friend had already fully adapted to the previous volume of training, so it was time to increase them, and Magnus asked if they, 2 fools, were really going to the competition. David agreed, adding that although things may have become harder lately, life has become more enjoyable. However, Magnus did not share his enthusiasm, and then Catherine came to them, who said that he was simply too lazy. But the girl added that it was fixable, so she felt it was her responsibility to look after him as a head girl, and Magnus folded his hands in prayer, saying that she really was a person with a big heart, but she shouldn't do this. Then his gaze fell on Catherine's plate, and Magnus looked a little surprised, asking if she wasn't on a diet. To this, Catherine replied that she had recently increased the volume of her training and even reached 1,700 points. Magnus was horrified to hear this, but David just smiled because he and his friend were also working. The points had their own distinguishing points. The first one started at 500, the second one at 800, and the third one at 1,600 points. And then came the border of top-class experts with 2,000 plus points, which is where their leader was aiming. David said that he and Fatso already have almost 800 points each, so they will definitely take part. But Magnus was the only one who didn't like the idea. So Catherine said she would give him a Lulu figurine. Upon hearing that it was a limited edition figurine of his idol, Fatso also announced that he would participate. However, he quickly came to his senses and said that the headman was probably just bluffing, because where could she have such a thing? But the girl simply showed him the certificate for the figurine on her phone, and that was more than enough. Magus rushed towards her, saying that from now on he would double his training. He added that the headmistress could be sure that the task would be completed, and David felt a little uneasy. At this point, they finished and finally began to eat, because soon a new class was scheduled to start. After some time, they were already sitting in the lecture hall, where someone addressed David and Magnus. The guy asked why they were in the back rows again, and Catherine thought that the two were in trouble again. But Magnus just smiled and explained that the local teacher was quite an interesting speaker. It was at this very moment that Professor Wyoming himself, who had been teaching his subject here for over 20 years, entered the lecture hall. However, he seemed a little out of place, and the students couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with him. Some thought that he decided to play a joke before entering, but the professor did not look like a joker. He walked up to the board and picked up some chalk, then wrote something, all the while the students watched him in surprise. The words he wrote said that yesterday God descended on earth, which caused great delight among everyone. After all, the students understood that today they would be analyzing yesterday's speech by that expert. However, many were skeptical about this, not believing that someone could receive an epic rank with 2+ rating. The professor, meanwhile, pointed to the board and said that some might have already seen this, and if someone hadn't seen it yet, then there was nothing wrong with that because now they would watch it all again. By pressing a button on their desk, 6 large screens appeared in front of the students for better viewing. Those students who left yesterday because of the boring broadcast now realized that they missed a lot. And those who had already seen the video walkthrough still got goosebumps when watching it again. Justin thought that every time he discovered something new in this guy's behavior. After all, he really was a good example for studying combat tactics models. That's why the professor decided to choose him for today's lesson. He stopped the video and looked at the students. He briefly spoke about this man, who had also previously become famous for his passage through the battlefield of Mars. After yesterday's test, it also became clear that fighters who have reached the epic rank rating can complete 120% of the difficulty. However, today the professor said that he does not want to talk about the results or the small tricks of the designers. He said that this test demonstrated many combat skills that are currently unavailable. Suddenly, Wyoming pointed at Catherine, asking what the girl thought about it. This surprised her a little, but she stood up and said that she had been in the main building yesterday and had seen everything with her own eyes. And the point is that she watched this recording for the 26th time, but there were still moments that she could not explain. The professor nodded approvingly and then called over to Justin, who was sitting nearby, asking what about him. He admitted that he had watched the video 56 times and would lose confidence in himself if the expert did anything again. Then Wyoming said that the students he had just interviewed had scores over 1,600. He added that their accuracy was even higher than 2,000, which caused a wave of delight among the students. And then he said that he would now analyze everything from God's point of view, so they should listen to him carefully. The professor took the chalk and wrote something on the board again, and everyone understood that he was going to talk about weapons. Wyoming tossed the chalk and looked at the students with satisfaction, expecting questions, but none came. So he started talking about what was called a precise assessment of suppressive fire. It occurred before the object's trajectory was fully expanded. It's pretty easy to do this with one object, but when there are 10 of them at once, each with its own trajectory, it's much more difficult. The professor then asked for a show of hands for those who could do it, and Catherine and Justin raised theirs. However, the man then added that they should be raised by those who could do the same, only with interference. This time, not only did no one else do it, but those who had raised their hands at first also gave up. The professor then said they would move on to hand positions, shooting skills, and expert movements. The Calisadon Enhanced Combination Fire was known for its arc bullets. The time required for a target to fly for a certain period of time was determined within a fixed range. Such was the theory, and although it did not assume such a large coverage of space, but this man, that is, David, created an improved version of it with 2 Xerox-type pistols. The professor also noticed to himself that there was no hesitation in the guy's eyes, despite the complex movements. The next item was the frequency step. This was a king-level step when it came to ranged combat. However, the difficulty lay in the training itself, in how to force the body to adapt. David had been watching Magnus's reaction all this time. Obviously, his friend was interested in his progress. David thought that if he continued to get carried away like this, he would definitely wake up much earlier. Finally, the professor moved on to the most exciting part, arc shooting, which the expert also used. Of course, there were some fighters who did this by accident, but this man did it easily, as if he was already used to it. After all, the professor himself could not believe that such a shot straight to the head was an accident. He also suggested that no more than 10 people could achieve a similar level on both Earth and the Moon. However, he then said that this was not the most difficult thing, because the expert's final move was something that shocked even experienced shooters. It was because of him that this guy was nicknamed a god. The professor rewound a video fragment with 100 targets at the end of the test. He also slowed down the footage 50 times, saying the expert was using a group shooting technique here. It turns out that the designer of this level did not plan for it to be passable from the very beginning. After all, he created it to test not just one person, but an entire team. Upon hearing this, the students became a little sad. Wyoming then hastened to reassure them, telling them not to lose heart because one day, perhaps, everyone would possess these skills. David, meanwhile, thought that when he destroyed those flying targets, he had a familiar feeling. After all, during one of the battles on the battlefield of Mars, they encountered an attack by a group of flying alien species, and their method of attack was very similar to this one. Suddenly, the guy wondered if they were really strangers. They have some relation to people, and just at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It had happened once before, and now he was experiencing it again. David grabbed the place that hurt. However, this time the pain was even stronger than last time, and he couldn't bear it. So he quietly ran out of the lecture hall. The guy quickly found the nearest restroom and went in, intending to take off his jacket and check the scar. He stood in front of the mirror, not understanding why this was happening again, but his chest still hurt. Unbuttoning his jacket, he was surprised because he saw that another similar scar had appeared. The guy wondered if these scars really wanted to tell him something, because the first time was when he thought that Catherine died because of him. But in the end, it all came down to the points he needed to earn before the competition. After all, if he can get into the core of the elite circle through these points, he will be able to receive more accurate information. David left the restroom and walked back to the lecture hall, where he saw Magnus animatedly nodding along with the professor. As David entered the lecture hall, he felt that the atmosphere there was already more joyful than before. He also thought that Fatso would be able to achieve something in time, and that time would come very soon. The class ended and the students headed for the exit, saying that the professor had dragged out the lesson again, but it had been interesting. Magnus was especially fired up, and now he was still wondering who this warrior was, who almost personified a god. Catherine's friend said she needed to deliver something, so the girl didn't have to wait for her. The head girl nodded, and they said goodbye, and then she saw David and Magnus, who were just walking to lunch. The girl caught up with them and offered to have lunch together today, saying that she was treating them. The fat man awkwardly noticed that the head mistress had been paying too much attention to them lately. But when Catherine asked if there was something he was unhappy with, he quickly answered in the negative. The girl then turned to David, asking if he thought that the expert's shooting technique was similar to his. Then David suddenly announced that he was, in fact, the mysterious man from the rumors. However, of course, the guys didn't believe him, and the guy thought that it's often difficult to accept the truth. Catherine noticed that he must have made some good progress in his points lately. She said that it was evident from the progress of his and Fatso's training, and the guys were pleased. Magnus added that he hadn't worked seriously yet, and Catherine then looked at him and said that she would really look forward to it. Such a sincere statement from the headman, as well as her rather sweet look, confused Magnus a little. He even blushed and turned away so that it wouldn't be noticed, but everyone could see that he liked the praise. David thought that in the future, Fatso was really at the same level as he was now in the guise of an expert. Catherine heard someone say that the Far North School had already started conducting target simulation battles. Then the conversation turned to the mysterious expert. The students shared their thoughts that he was probably from Earth. This atmosphere was transmitted to his friends. Catherine and Magnus were determined to go to training immediately. After lunch, the guys remained true to their word and went to train together, and David decided to look somewhere else. It turned out to be a library. He thought that there would certainly be literature on the topic of space and time. He read that in just 200 years, humanity had evolved so much that it had completely transformed the moon. It also began to explore Mars and send interstellar expeditions, with Doctor of Science Saran da Vinci playing a key role in this. David thought that whether it was the Earth or the moon, he was personified as a god. and his family was also the largest family on the moon. It is thanks to them that the moon, despite its meager resource reserves, was able to overtake the Earth in development. By the way, this great scientist devoted the last stages of his life to the study of space and time. Thanks to his research, people have made long-term progress in space physics and made a breakthrough. In general, people had completely extravagant hopes for control over time. David thought there must be some kind of mediator that would kick in under certain circumstances. And this mediator is able to pass through time, spirit, or soul, to speak in general terms. However, with current technology, it was impossible to create an environment suitable for this, so space has already provided a hint. It was a wormhole in the center of a wormhole, a world beyond 4 dimensions. And the so-called coordinates are, in fact, the most attractive point in the long river of time. In this case, it will be easier for the spirit to howl into the body and no rejection reaction will arise, which is where everything will end. But while all this seemed reasonable, there were still unresolved questions, such as when David had never contacted a black hole. He wondered if the power of a nuclear explosion from the self-destruct effect could create such a possibility. Da Vinci's theory was that different time and space branches are interconnected. Accordingly, they influence each other. So his changes in this space should have changed the future. David was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice Angela, who approached him and asked if he was interested in this too. The guy smiled awkwardly, saying that he simply decided to look through a few books on the topic of space. But the girl noted that excessive modesty can also be mistaken for arrogance. She added that David had been leafing through these few books for over an hour, which completely exposed him. Then the guy asked her if she believed in the possibility of returning to the past. To this, Angela replied that instead of thinking about the past, she prefers to look to the future. Then she said she heard he was going to compete and suggested they train together. The girl added that this could be organized on the weekend, but David did not understand why this invitation was suddenly given. After all, he was only supposed to act as a shield. But Angela was quick to add that this was his sister's request. The girl looked embarrassed, and David replied that he wouldn't mind learning from each other. He's really been itching lately, and Angela is considered #1 in the school. Besides, with her, he could assess the real combat power of people with 2,000 plus points. And that was where they said goodbye. He didn't find anything else the entire night, and he would most likely encounter more astonishing conspiracies in the future. But for some reason, it seemed to him more and more that the appearance of strangers was connected precisely with people. With this thought, he finally left the library, because stubbornly fixating on one thing is also not good. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning when the guy was leaving the library building. At that moment, someone else approached her. He entered the information he was interested in, wanting to get the necessary books, but David no longer saw this. So the end of the week approached. Fatso was glad that the headman really did buy him a Lulu figurine. That's because they actually managed to score 800 points, but David was still going to train with Angela. He invited Magnus too, but he replied that he didn't want to be a third wheel and interfere with their relationship. Also, this Saturday, there will be a group event of Lulu's fan club. He said he wanted to show off his new figure. In that case, David invited him to come to his place for dinner, which Fatso decided not to refuse. When Saturday came, David arrived at the club's special training ground. Angela was already here, practicing her punches on the punching bag, testing her physical strength. Noticing the guy, she stopped and decided to take a little rest. Now they had a group exercise. David noticed that the girl was already in full uniform, and she said that he had come after all. She asked him to wait another minute while she worked out another combination of punches. Meanwhile, he noted that he didn't think the girl would come here so early because it was only 8 o'clock in the morning. But Angela replied that it was a given, since she had to prepare for sparring with him. She launched a training system that began projecting specific patterns for exercises. The girl, meanwhile, assumed a fighting stance, preparing to try a new combination of blows. She concentrated and prepared to attack. Interestingly, her eyes were closed at this time, and when she opened them, there were already several models of soldiers around her who surrounded Angela. However, this was what she had hoped for, because what the girl wanted to try was precisely intended for such occasions. When a person is driven into a corner, he usually gets lost and makes mistakes. So here you need to attack first. With this thought, Angela pounced on the first soldier standing next to her, or rather, his created model. She spun on one leg and kicked him in the stomach with the other, causing him to shatter into pieces. Then Angela stepped back a little and took the place where he stood. Now she was able to break free from the ring. This made the girl happy, but she shouldn't relax. She noticed a new enemy approaching. However, the same fate awaited him as the model before. This time, Angela kicked him right in the head, David, who was watching all this, thought that she was a truly outstanding student. The power of her genetic force had already reached a good level, and her control was also excellent. In her movements, she always left herself room to maneuver, and each of her movements was connected to the previous one. In this way, she ensured her safety and at the same time increased her killing power. This was precisely what was called microcontrol by top-level experts. Meanwhile, Angela has almost dealt with all the soldier models. She only has 3 fighters left. But then she swung her leg in a jump and brought it down on the last one, causing him to shatter into pieces. After that, the girl finally landed and caught her breath. After all, the physical attacks were exhausting. But there was also some hidden subtext here. In fact, it was not for nothing that she came here before David. Angela threw her hair back, as girls usually did, and at that moment she looked especially beautiful. This is what she was counting on to attract the guy's attention, but he unexpectedly clapped for her. Angela looked at him and smiled, and David said it was great. Treating training as a real fight was something that was common for the #1 of their school. Hearing this, the girl looked down in embarrassment and said that David could see right through her, admitting that this was indeed the case. She added that she always thought that Dina Gaydon's brother could not be as talentless as he was described. Now David felt awkward and said that he was just a little hormonal and there was nothing he could do about it. However, the girl added that she thinks that sometimes he just pretends to be bad at something. However, if he does this for too long, he will forget his true nature. Having said this, she even smiled. Why did Angela say that she would conduct targeted joint training with him before the competition? She was sure that if the guy tried hard with his shooting, he would have every chance of making it to the second round. David took it as a compliment and said he really appreciated it. He added that in that case, he offers her an official match of 3 rounds up to 2 victories, which surprised Angela a little. She asked if he was sure, saying that she always fought seriously, so he should take all the responsibility later. But David assured her that he could withstand any blow, and the only exception was the failure of his first confession. He added that since the girl was serious, he could ask for a small bet and asked if Angela would mind. She was even interested in this and she looked at him playfully, asking what the guy wanted. And he said that if he wins, she will come to them for dinner tomorrow, where this time Fatso will also be there. Angela asked if that was it, and David nodded, asking if she was going to be his girlfriend. Instead of answering, Angela warmed up and said that she wouldn't mind trying his father's cooking again. She then winked at David and added that she would therefore make a small concession by changing the rules slightly. She said that if he won at least 1 round, he could consider himself to have won the bet. But if he lost all 3, he would continue to be her shield. After listening carefully, David gave her a thumbs up, indicating that he understood her and was ready to get down to business. That's what they decided on. And after a while, the guys were standing in a real arena from the school. Both were in special combat gear. Angela was so focused that she didn't notice the small nuance. After all, in this form, David very much resembled that mysterious expert, only without the helmet. The girl pointed to the stand with weapons, saying that the guy could take any of them because it didn't make any difference to her. And he thought that the training weapons were not sharpened. But even so, they posed a considerable danger. Therefore, looking at them, he decided that it was still better not to take anything, even if it was dull. It's easy to cause problems with him, especially since this often happens in the heat of battle, as a rule. So he told Angela that he would fight with his bare hands, which greatly surprised the girl. At first she smiled, thinking that David was being his usual self, but then she suddenly didn't like it. In an instant, the girl became serious and looked at him with a different look, which made the guy feel uneasy. She braced herself, taking a stance and saying that in that case they would see where he got such confidence and arrogance from. Both fighters were ready and took their positions. They were only waiting for the system signal, which followed a couple of seconds later. Almost immediately, Angela used some technique, and David realized with surprise that she was using aura. Pushing off from the floor, which was equipped with a special coating, the girl went on the attack. As was her habit, she pounced on the guy in a jump, putting her leg out to strike, because there were reasons for that. Still, the striking power of the leg was much greater than that of the arm. It depended on the area of the body part. However, when her leg was almost at David's very eyes, he dodged it without much difficulty and grabbed it. It was so unexpected that Angela was even a little confused, amazed by his reflexes. After all, the speed of her attack was quite high, but he still stopped her and even brought his hand to her throat. Angela had no more than 2 seconds to react. Otherwise, the victory would immediately be on his side. She swung her other hand, and when David wanted to block, she lunged and bounced away from him. Angela thought that even though this strike was only done with 70% power, the counterattack was completely sudden. But then the girl thought that David was known for being thick-headed, so maybe she should attack more aggressively. Meanwhile, he showed one finger, saying that they already had a score, which was 1-0 in his favor. Instead of answering, Angela took her stance again, preparing for another attack, this time intending to even the score. This time she used exchange moves and ran in a circle, and David didn't understand why she was doing it. Angela meanwhile approached him from behind when her boyfriend was ready to attack. She swung her arm to strike, intending to hit him with more force than she had used before. And this time the attack was again a kick to the head, but to her surprise, David easily dodged it and counterattacked again. He grabbed the girl by the supporting leg and pulled her towards himself, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the floor. Angela had only one emotion, and it was shock, which the girl could not hide when looking at David. Meanwhile, he jumped back from her, saying that their score was already 2-0 and still in his favor. He told Angela that during training she should learn about herself, and in combat she should pay attention to studying the enemy. He added that she shouldn't think of him as a simulated projection that couldn't respond instantly. Angela had never felt like this before. She didn't even know why she was losing to him. And for some reason, at one point she even had the feeling that the enemy had disappeared. Also, when he grabs your leg, the momentum should cause him to swing back a little, and at that point, you can usually break free. But when David grabbed her, she felt as if her body had been paralyzed. The girl had never found herself in such a situation before. She tried to calm down, because even though this was the first time for her, she needed to get her condition in order. Looking at the guy, she thought that it was still very difficult to come to terms with this, but as they say, if you lose, you pay. Besides, the girl couldn't help but admit that at the moment he was clearly better than her, although it was unclear how this happened. So she didn't continue the fight any further and said that the elder David hid well. She lost. However, he suddenly interrupted her, saying that it was not over yet, which puzzled Angela a little. Then David held up 3 fingers on his hand, saying that since they had agreed on 3 rounds, they should finish it. After all, no matter what the outcome, it will still be a useful experience for both of them. He smiled at the girl. Angela thought for a moment and said that in that case she would not refuse, but this time she would use a weapon. With these words, she took out 2 rather sharp blades, which were clearly not from the system's arsenal. These were her own swords, which came with the girl's equipment, and she wielded them perfectly. Angela assumed a fighting stance and prepared to attack. This time, her gaze was full of determination. David also noticed that the atmosphere had changed instantly, and Angela had immediately put her state in order. To be able to consciously bring yourself to this in such a heated environment was truly rare. But nothing else was expected from the number 1. The girl asked for instructions from the senior. David also prepared himself, taking a close combat stance, in which he also felt confident, even against armed opponents. He nodded to Angela at her request, and the girl was instantly close to him with her attack. She was a master of the sword, and David had to admit it, even though he hadn't yet fallen under any of her blows. But Angela was confident in her skills. She twirled her blades, preparing for her slashing cut. It was a unique move that not everyone could dodge, so she wanted to try it on David. As expected, the guy was able to jump at the last moment and avoid being injured. He himself thought that she had completely blocked the directions of movement, but she could not get through yet. It was completely useless, and Angela wondered if she wasn't fast enough, seeing how the guy dodged. On the other hand, the moment he landed was her chance to throw him off balance, so she pounced on David. When he landed, she was already hovering over him, swinging for another attack from above. By then, several students had approached the court, cheering for Angela, saying that the attack would be successful. They added that the girl had actually trained the ultimate move, and David was interested in this. He saw Angela suddenly change the trajectory of her attack in midair and use 2 blades at once. This technique of hers was called 100 cuts of acrylic spiral, which she used masterfully. David quickly realized that in this situation, all he had to do was calmly dodge her sword attacks. He did it, and then repeated it again, because the girl did not retreat. She even pressed him. Each swing of her weapon was quite close to his body, but David managed to dodge everything. He even began to be a little amused that Angela couldn't hit him, and he decided to counterattack. Waiting for her to attack him with her left hand again, he quickly grabbed her with his death grip. So the girl found herself deprived of the opportunity to use both hands, and this caught her by surprise. And then something happened that she could never have imagined. With one precise blow, David knocked the weapon out of her hand. It was so unexpected that Angela was a little confused at first, but quickly came to her senses. After all, she still had 1 blade, which was quite enough if used wisely. She pounced on the guy again. But he, just like the first time, with some techniques she didn't understand, intercepted her hand and pulled out the sword, after which he pressed the girl against the wall and put the blade to her throat, which indicated her obvious defeat. Angela was shocked and even a little scared. She did not understand why David suddenly became so serious, and he told her that this attack of hers would lead to nothing but death on the battlefield, which surprised Angela even more. But soon he realized that he had been pressing her for too long and he suddenly felt awkward about it. For this reason, he hastened to let the girl go and said that it was a pretty good fight. At the end, he summed up their score, which was now 3-0, and apologized for perhaps going a bit overboard at the end. Angela, meanwhile, thought that she had learned the ultimate level skill with such difficulty, and the guy had simply reflected it. Although she wasn't in the top 10 in terms of hand-to-hand combat, she still had a level of around 2,000 points. So she didn't understand how this could happen and quietly asked David about it. And he thought that he had been stupid again, because he shouldn't have fought with the girl like that. He had the advantage. After all, she didn't know that he was the commander of an elite squad of blood wolves, so the guy replied that he was just lucky. He added whether she really hadn't given in to him on purpose, which embarrassed the girl a little more. But she told David not to try to change the subject because she was in good shape today. She added that she had never seen anyone stop an ultimate skill with their bare hands. He also then mastered this first-class skill, but David said he didn't remember it. But Angela remembered everything perfectly. She said that he had just said that he would lead to nothing but death. She asked him if he didn't know that with its help, he could win any group in the points competition. Then David told her to think about how exhausting this procedure was, because her attentiveness was waning. But in battle, she could be guarded by a sniper rifle, or there could be 100 enemies, and she would be mortally tired. The girl didn't think about it, but their fight was over and now it was time to clear the area. Outside, students were waiting for them, who had also come to try their hand. But upon seeing these two, some of them became very envious. After all, Angela suddenly took Michael's arm like a girlfriend would a guy and asked what she should wear to dinner tomorrow. They exchanged glances, and David realized that they were now playing to the crowd and he had to do a good job of being her shield. The students, meanwhile, shouted with joy at what they saw. They did not expect to see these two together again. Angela asked what kind of gifts David's mom and dad liked, adding that it would be more formal this time. As they walked out of the school, all eyes were on them, because everyone wanted to see Angela's boyfriend. The guy himself wondered if he really was her shield. But if the joke turned out to be true, it would be nice. When Sunday came, David's parents' house was once again welcoming guests, and this time Fatso came too. And Dina didn't like it either, complaining that she returned home but was not being looked after as well. Magnus, meanwhile, asked his friend what potion he had used to drug Angela, and Dina said that she didn't like Magnus's company. Then he answered her that if she continued to be so sarcastic, no one would ever marry her. David supported his friend, saying that he too was essentially her fat older brother. After that, everyone returned to David and Angela. Magnus asked again how he managed to do it. He added that Angela herself rejected his friend, so everyone was interested in why they were together now. Angela blushed, but said that they had misunderstood everything, because she had come here because she had lost a bet. Then Dina thought that her friend wasn't telling the whole story and said that she shouldn't have lost on purpose. Magnus quietly pitied his friend, saying that his sister was really doing everything she could to make his life difficult. But Angela replied that it was not like that at all, and she tried her best, but even so, she did not win a single round. The girl then turned to David, saying that he had been at the school for 3 years already, so he could tell them everything. Angela thought she had even looked through the records of the best students over the last 10 years, but the guy was not there. However, yesterday he easily reflected and criticized 100 cuts of acrylic spiral. Suddenly, David's sister came up to him and grabbed her brother by the cheeks, saying that they didn't look like a mask. So she said that she would ask one more question and asked him to answer seriously, because if he made a mistake, that would either send him to a military tribunal or to the lab for an autopsy. That was a clear threat. Next came the most frank questions, the answers to which only the real David should know. Some of the questions were a little personal, but the girl wasn't embarrassed. It seemed that only Angela looked embarrassed. David threatened her that Dina was calling for trouble, but she only loudly told her mother about it. However, Dina was still convinced that her brother was truly real, but he just couldn't be that cool. She asked Fatso if he had noticed anything strange in his behavior, but he only said that his friend had started training hard. Then David couldn't stand it anymore and reminded them that they hadn't gathered there to criticize him. Besides, here he turned to Fatso, they shouldn't make such fiery speeches about each other. When everyone finally calmed down, Angela suddenly spoke up, thinking that there was some sense in his words yesterday. She agreed that her 100 cuts through the acrylic coil might not be all that effective in a real fight. David nodded, saying that in fact, once this technique begins, mistakes can already be found in it. And if you really get your act together, you can catch a tempo where her hand will be faster than her opponent's hand. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Dina, who said that he was forgetting that this reception was happening very quickly. So she added that her brother should stop pulling the wool over their eyes, otherwise she would tell everything to her mother. David didn't like this at all, so he reached for the apples, saying that he would show everything with an example. He said that the speed of the knife is quite important, but speed alone is not necessarily effective. It is much more important to catch the right tempo, that is what comes first. With these words, he tossed the apple. And then in the blink of an eye, he applied something similar to the technique of 100 cuts of an acrylic spiral. Thus, when the apple landed on his palm, it was cut into many pieces. All three of his friends looked at him with surprise and undisguised admiration, and the guy smiled contentedly. He continued by saying that in cutting techniques the swing is important, but in 100 cuts it is too big. This results in normal chopping blows, but in battles it is not so much brute force that is important, but rather the technique and its details. And then slowness, on the contrary, helps to reach higher limits. The guys were shocked. Angela thought he made 58 cuts, 13 of them at an angle, but there was no sign of slowing down. And Fatso thought that his friend had made 48 cuts, 10 of which seemed to have not been interrupted, but simply changed tempo. Dina looked at David skeptically and said that now she again doubted that he was her brother. Then the guy suddenly said that she shouldn't doubt it, because he really was her brother. He just returned from the future. But the little sister didn't appreciate such humor as she thought, so she hit him on the leg, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Just then, their parents called them to dinner, saying that the students would be able to continue their debates after it. They sat down at the table, and David's mom and dad immediately began to persuade Angela to try different dishes. The girl's eyes were really running wild from such a large selection, starting with the usual curry, and ending with stewed chicken with chestnuts. In a word, the selection was truly impressive. Angela took her portion, which had already been filled with a lot of things, a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, the mother suddenly asked directly what such a good girl saw in their son, and David even felt a little uneasy. He wondered if he had really been that bad in the eyes of his parents. So he did not give the girl a chance to answer, telling everyone to start eating and not embarrass each other. They spent the rest of dinner chatting on neutral topics, and when it was over, David stood up to see Angela off. They went outside again and found themselves alone, but the guy still had doubts about where it would be best to take her. Unexpectedly, Angela said that he really loved his family very much, but he asked if that wasn't typical for everyone. To this, Angela replied that she meant something else, because perhaps he had not paid attention to his gaze. However, he looked at his parents and Dina with such tenderness and warmth that it seemed to her that he was even ready to die for them. This was not the look of a bright young guy, but rather of a mature man who had experienced a lot. The girl thought that before, on the contrary, he had been youthful and a prankster. It even seemed to her that the guy could have such a way of self-expression, with different models of behavior. David only laughed awkwardly at her remark, saying that then he should take a closer look at this in the future. Angela smiled and then said that her car was not far away so he could go back. But David said that Dina told him to accompany her straight to the car so he wouldn't make his little sister angry. After some time they arrived in the car and Angela thanked them all again for the warm welcome. She asked if they could see each other again next week, and David awkwardly replied yes. The girl left, and he thought that now, when he thought back to that day, he understood that she did the right thing. After all, by refusing him, she saved herself from losing a man who could have become someone closer to her than just a shield. And Angela herself thought that lately there had been a trace of inexpressible sadness in David's smile. But Davy thought that he didn't want to cause more pain to the people around him, even if it couldn't be avoided. He will look at this world with a smile, and it doesn't matter who is in front of him, his family, Fatso, Dina, or Angela. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Central Intelligence Agency of the Earth, the issue of competitions was being considered. Some people have criticized the MP for passing the buck instead of doing something useful. But soon he couldn't stand it any longer and banged his fist on the table, calling on everyone to calm down and saying that that was enough. After all, the moon has a very good justification for this. It is a plan to appoint the best fighters of humanity. Strength is the only criterion in decision-making, because any shortcoming can lead to the failure of the entire plan. And although genetic modifications were discovered on the moon and Earth simultaneously, the moon achieved greater results. And now that it has surpassed Earth in every way, Earth always loses its right to vote when decisions are made. So if they fail in the points competition this time, Their shame will widen the gap. The general marshal's stream of thoughts was interrupted by a girl in special glasses who was sitting opposite the man. She asked if he was confident in the candidates recommended by the military departments. He replied that they could only hope that they would do their best. After all, there were age restrictions. There were many other representatives from the Earth districts present at the meeting, and they all began to doubt this competition. The girl asked if the Marshal General was really asking them to hope for luck again, since she had reminded him that last time there was not a single one of their people in the top 4, so participating in the competition is pointless. A representative from another district also slammed his fist on the table, saying they had to face the facts. After all, if they send their top 50 as usual after the selection method is announced, they will have no chance of success. The other representatives didn't like this very much and started arguing among themselves. Another girl said that the chairman's words were not supported by anything because she knew that academic performance was in Asia. The structure he was assigned to was not entirely satisfactory, and he, in turn, pointed out to his colleague the problems with its structure. In general, everyone said that using the new method was too risky and they could not afford it. At the end of the meeting, the old general thought that Luna had been acting strangely in recent years, but their intelligence agencies had not found anything. At that moment, his assistant approached him and asked why the general had not shown that recording. After all, with her help, his words would have seemed more convincing and he would not have found himself in such a difficult situation. To this, the man responded that now he needed protection, not exposure, and the pressure on them would not have decreased. He added that he was leaving the decision on this issue to his assistant, and he thought that after all, that young man gives the Earth, albeit a small one, hope. However, the man then smiled, because at least this time a new selection method had been chosen. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the professor announced the start of a new week, saying that the points competition was about to begin. He added that this year the Earth received 58 spots and the Moon 70, so competition will be fierce. A total of 120 of the best fighters from the 2 federations will gather in the capital of the Moon, Casablanca, to fight for their honor. To participate in the selection, it was necessary to have at least 800 points. But this will clearly not be enough to enter the final. Therefore, this time the first stage of selection will begin with the top 10 students with an epic rank rating receiving direct access to the final. And getting this rating means that on the battlefield, this person has absolute dominance. There was also the possibility of special recommendations, which, of course, was a great honor for a student. And if the quota for candidates is not filled after all this, the second stage of selection will begin, the competition. Fighters with scores above 1600 or who received a first rank rating in the tests will participate there. David thought that he didn't really see the point of this selection before, but now it provides basic combat effectiveness. This was done in order to weed out fighters with high scores but low combat effectiveness. However, it seemed to the guy that there was something strange about these competitions, and perhaps it was in them that he would find the key to the future. After classes, all the students went to the cafeteria as per tradition, but David did not expect what would happen there. He was called again by Angela, who saw him arrive with Magnus and Catherine and waved to them. The girl invited them all to sit at the table next to her, and the friends felt awkward refusing. Catherine remarked that it was surprising that the boys could eat after the professor's words about the new selection. But Magnus said that without food, there would be no strength, and recently he had been working so hard with David that he was completely starving. David said that he could have simply replied that he had been training hard, and that would have made the girls smile. But then Catherine thought that this competition was supposed to take Angela straight to the finals. But she herself has already scored more than 1,800 points and should have the right to participate in the qualifying competitions. However, the conditions for passing the first stage were too harsh, and it is unlikely that there will be many people with special recommendations. And even if she was recommended in this way, Catherine thought she could defeat the key figures of the Moon. Then suddenly David turned to her, telling the headmistress not to worry so much because she would succeed. He remembered that Catherine had excelled in the elite points competition in his past life, and the headman, noticing his strange look, thought that he was a little upset about his only 800 points. That's why the girl told the guys not to worry, because when she becomes captain, she will definitely hire them. Angela supported her friend, saying that her words made sense because with David's strength, he would definitely have a chance. This, however, surprised Catherine, and she looked at Angela, wondering how she knew how strong he was. And she, seeing her gaze, explained that she had sparred with him over the weekend and noticed his unusual fighting skills. David nodded contentedly and then suddenly said that he was actually going to win the competition. However, The guy said that he seemed unable to go a day without boasting about his imaginary successes. Suddenly, one of the students put one foot on the table, telling Catherine to just forget about this guy. Friends of this student, whose name was Peter, who wanted to attract Catherine's attention, supported him. But the girl turned to them, telling them to stop making a mess. And she told Peter that she was giving him the same chance as everyone else. She added that if he can make it to the finals, she will become his girlfriend, adding that she vouches for her words. And the guy thought with annoyance that he had stopped at 1560 points and could not rise any further. So he just said that he knew he didn't deserve her. But this David was much worse than him. He added that he was not as handsome as he was, and he had nothing but Fatso, who ate everything. Peter Min's friends have once again backed him up, saying that the boy David doesn't deserve such attention. Moreover, his words hurt Magnus, who was portrayed as a burden, because all he did was eat. And of course, David didn't take it lying down. He stood up thinking he had encountered this guy before. But whether Catherine liked this guy or not didn't matter to him. All he understood was that he should wait far away from him. And all because during the battle on Mars, this guy fought quite bravely as the captain of one of the squads. During an important battle, he could have retreated, but because all of his team members were killed, he did not want to do so. Therefore, having activated the self-destruct effect, he exploded along with the aliens. It was said that he loved Catherine very much. Meanwhile, Peter turned to him asking why he was just looking at him and not speaking. The guy thought that David's look expressed not even anger or cowardice, but rather sympathy, which infuriated him even more. Then Angela came to their aid, saying that the guy seemed to have gotten it all wrong, because David already had a girlfriend. She added that he was just good friends with Catherine, and if the girl didn't want a relationship, then she shouldn't be bothered with it. Then Peter asked her to tell him honestly if this David had used any of his tricks on her. He didn't have time to finish because, at that moment, William entered the dining room and said that they should behave more modestly. Seeing the elder's appearance, Peter Min clicked his lips in displeasure and turned away from David. Meanwhile, William turned to Angela, saying that there was no need for her game because communicating with this guy would lower her status. But Peter didn't like the way he treated the younger Angela, so he told him to watch his status better. William angrily compared him to a mad dog, but then Angela responded with the same. The girl said that she felt she shouldn't explain to him the relationship between her and David. David joined her, saying that he, William, was still a military man, so he shouldn't hang around women. From his past life, he remembered that this William Lee had fled during a major battle, leaving his comrades behind. He didn't know what methods were used then, but the guy never ended up before a military tribunal. Luckily, he didn't succeed with Angela either. Otherwise, David would have definitely lost his temper. Meanwhile, Peter liked the fact that this David allowed himself to speak like William Lee. Then he attacked David with claims, saying that he at least received the right to participate in the qualifying competition. However, at this point, Catherine entered the fray and told the older man not to cross the line. And David replied that he really wouldn't be taking part in the qualifying competition. And William liked that. However, the guy then added that he had bigger plans, because he would be participating in the final. William never expected to hear this. He was a little confused, not even knowing what to answer to this. Catherine also thought that David should choose his words better, because these were no longer jokes, but for some reason he looked confident. The next moment, William came to his senses and said that someone like David shouldn't even dream of the final. After all, he won't even get into the top 50 of the Earth rating, but the guy thought otherwise and suddenly took out his phone. He put it on the table and opened something, and then something amazing appeared in front of everyone present. It was a photo of the right to participate in the final of the competition, but no one thought it was possible. William especially didn't understand this because he had put in so much effort, but in the end he was only allowed to the selection round. So he didn't understand how such a scumbag like this guy could get straight to the finals, since he was clearly inferior to him. Meanwhile, David said that he had satisfied their curiosity, so now they could all leave here. For some time, everyone remained standing motionless, not believing what they had just seen. Then suddenly David felt someone step hard on his foot, causing pain. It turned out it was the headman, and he told Catherine that she could leave someone without a leg. But the girl didn't care. She asked if he had really been hiding the fact that he had immediately qualified for the finals all this time. But David hastened to justify himself, saying that he himself had only just received the notification where he learned about this. Angela wondered how he got into the finals and came to the conclusion that it was through an epic rank assessment. Then Fatso hesitantly raised his hand and said that he too had the right to participate in the qualifying competition. And although he was not sure that he would be able to reach the final, in essence, he had already completed his task. Hearing that even Magnus had made it to the qualifiers, the students went wild like bees. checking their notifications. And then suddenly the loudspeaker announced that David, Magnus, Angela, and Catherine were to report to the rector's office. There was also good news that some students had qualified directly for the finals. Among them was David Gaydon, and some watched all this from the sidelines and thought contentedly that everything was going according to plan. After some time, David, Angela, and Catherine, as well as William and Michael, arrived at the rector's office. The rector noted that he expected that they would have only 2 promising talents, but here a whole team had assembled. And the most important thing was that 2 students from their school immediately advanced directly to the finals. This was all they could dream of, so the rector said that David and Angela were the pride of their school. He added that he had heard people say before that David was doing poorly in school, but the current situation spoke for itself. The man also said that the guys should try to achieve the best results not only for themselves, but for all Earthlings. David reflected that during his studies in his past life, he had considered the rector an incompetent bureaucrat. However, with the outbreak of war, he instantly transformed into a military man, bravely carrying out his duties on the battlefield of Mars. It was sad that in the Battle of Sunny Lake, Rector Jang could not stand firm and died along with his army. The rector, meanwhile, did not understand why. Looking at David, it seemed to him that he was already accustomed to the battlefield. Apparently, he had already started to go crazy because he had been sitting in his office for too long, because the guy was still a student. He then addressed those who had made it to the qualifying competition, telling them not to relax. After all, this time all the major schools will crawl out of their holes in droves to teach as many of their students as possible. William thought the rector was just a useless old man, incapable of any clever plans. When the reception was over, they left the office and headed home, and the students were already discussing them as experts. Some thought that the guys had probably cheated, but David wasn't listening to them. His phone suddenly rang. He accepted the challenge. It was his sister Dina, who, as usual, screamed loudly right in his ear. She said she finally began to feel like he was her own, which made David a little angry. He asked if that was how one spoke to one's brother and why she even thought that he might not be her real brother. But Dina replied that she found out that he started changing after he got closer to Angela. She added that he should continue in the same spirit and that she would always cover his back. David thought warmly of his sister. He then turned to Fatso, telling him not to be a coward either and to go through the qualifying competitions. But Magnus replied that this was impossible, since just hitting them was already his limit. Then David said that his friend was able to get a 1+ rank for his shooting, so he had a chance. The guy added that from now on he will live for training, get up early, and ignore pain and suffering. At this point he finished, saying that he now needed to look into the library and left his surprised friend behind. And Magnus thought that he was able to achieve the rank of 1 thanks to the recording of that mysterious person. It seemed to him that it was a blessing from his Lulu that David eventually came to the Northern Library building. He knew that the first wave of strikes during the alien invasion was directed at the largest cities of the Moon and Earth. At that time, there was a version that the aliens chose humic-populated areas as attack points, which is quite logical. However, now David understood that there must have been reasons for this, which he would only be able to find out in the control center. After spending another evening in the library, he finally headed home, and someone was still watching him. After some time, the guy left the library building and headed towards the exit of the school through a small forest. However, as he walked there, it seemed to him that someone was watching him and sneaking behind him. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Some guy in a jacket with their school's chevron was sneaking right behind David. And then he suddenly heard a voice behind him asking if he was the one he was looking for. The voice belonged to David. And his pursuer turned out to be Michael, who tried to wriggle out of it by saying that he simply had to go to the toilet. But David noticed that lately he felt like someone was following him, and now he understood everything. So he then told the guy from the dragon letters to tell him why he was following him. David even threatened to beat him up, and Michael suggested that they avoid beating him up if they were from the same school. However, instead of answering, David kicked the tree near Michael's head, saying that, alas, he had a bad character. Then Michael, scared to death, asked uncertainly if David was the antonym. He didn't understand what the guy meant and asked if it was some kind of joke, so Michael had to explain. He said that he figured him out because an unknown student suddenly made it to the finals. This was only possible with the epic rank rating he had most likely received from his previous trials. However, David did not appreciate his observation, because he did not need anyone else to know his secret. Besides, he said that the guy was wrong, because although he did get such a rating, it was only for close combat. David then asked if that was the reason he had been following him all this time. And Michael thought that this guy was really incredibly strong, because he had long ago realized that he was being watched. So Michael said that as a journalist he had to check everything carefully, and that's what he came to the conclusion. That the anonymous expert was most likely a student from his school, and then the process of elimination took effect. After all, Angela is not gender appropriate, and William and Justin were far from modest enough to hide. Then the only option left was that this was a hidden expert from the school who suddenly decided to shine in the points. David thought that if the guy was referring to his much-talked-about confession to Angela, then he was just throwing crookedly, but he hit the target. Still, David decided to listen to him to the end and asked him to continue, saying that his story was interesting. Then Michael continued, saying that he really had a very strong feeling. He even thought that it was his talent. This was also enhanced by his high IQ, he said, and he singled out several people, including David. And when Michael saw him shoot at the range, he thought the style was almost the same as the one used in the test. David suddenly wondered if this meant that anyone could get to him that easily, or if this guy really was a genius. He turned to him, asking his name, and it was clear that Michael liked his interest in him. He introduced himself, saying that he was also a man who was destined to become famous throughout the entire Earth. Now all he had to do was wait for this expert to admit it, because what could be more pleasant for a journalist? The initial guess, which he confirmed step by step, finally led to the revelation of the mysterious man. The guy thought that at this rate he would soon be able to earn fame for himself, and David looked shocked. All because he found out the guy's name, because in the future, he became famous for his statements about the origin of the aliens. However, soon after this he disappeared without a trace, and rumors began to spread that he was simply crazy. At that moment, his chest was again pierced by a strong sensation of pain, which knocked David a little out of his stride. He bent over and told Michael that he really was incredibly smart, but now he had to be gotten rid of. Hearing this, Michael hastened to assure him that he could keep everything a secret and would not tell anyone about it. But David replied that, being from the journalism department, he should know that only dead people can keep secrets. David also thought that chest pain could be related to things that could affect the future. The guy didn't know why or how, but it seemed like Catherine and this Michael's team were somehow connected with detecting aliens. David asked Michael if he had any unfinished business, and Michael was scared to death. He asked that if David was ever exposed, he should tell everyone that he was the one who found out about it first. The guy added that even if he died here, he didn't want his efforts to be in vain, and David laughed out loud at this. And then he suddenly extended his hand to him, saying that he thought the truth was well hidden, but he was so easily exposed. He introduced himself, asking if Michael thought he was stupid enough to kill such a talented guy. When Michael heard that he would live, he asked why he said that then, and David replied that he was just a little annoyed by his showing off. Although he added that if there had been some cute girl instead of him, everything might have been different. And then Michael decided he could afford something and asked David to let him follow him. He said he was not bragging, but his premonition was as incomparable and accurate as a woman's intuition. Here he actually got a little confused, saying that the comparison was, of course, so-so, but that was not the point. He had always had a premonition of strange things since childhood, and his ability to collect data was also excellent. Besides, this way they will be connected, and whatever David says in the future, he will keep everything a top secret. Finally, Michael asked him not to doubt his words, seeing how David made it seem like he was thinking. He added that he could gather intelligence to locate enemies, and also wash, cook, and dry socks. In short, he was quite useful, and David was thinking about how to persuade him to help him, and look how it turned out. So he said he was glad of their shared secret, but he would ask the guy to hold on to it for a little while longer. Michael straightened up and said that from now on, he would always obey him, and if David told him to go east, he would never turn west. David nodded to him, and then with a smile ordered the guy to go back, because they still had a lot of important things to do behind them. As Michael ran to the dorm, David thought that perhaps God himself was sending him strangers. But whether it was good or bad, only time will tell. A little later, he was already in his room. There an unpleasant surprise awaited him in the form of Fatso, who put his pants back on and went to bed. Meanwhile, no one was sleeping in the women's dormitory. The girls were talking about various topics, one of whom was Angela's boyfriend. They asked if he and Angela were serious. But the girl replied that until today she really didn't know about his talent. But there was nothing between them. Her classmates lit up when they heard that their friend didn't need such a senior student, saying that they would take him themselves. Angela replied sheepishly that they could do whatever they wanted since nothing would happen to her. As the morning came, in another room of the girls' dormitory where Catherine lived, the girls were also discussing David and Magnus. They said that before these two were just idiots, but now one of them got to the qualifiers, and the other even made it to the finals. Catherine also thought that she had never thought that David and Magnus were completely hopeless. They just didn't try hard enough. And the fact that they are both talented cannot be denied, because she felt it already in her first year. Therefore, she too, as the leader of their group, must make more efforts to keep up. At this time, David stood in the restroom and looked at his scar. He noticed that in one place the texture of the skin was completely different. It was unlike anything he knew, but when he touched there, he felt something strange. After Michael joined, he became even more confident that the genetically modified soldiers had special genes. It was said that Earth had much better research in this area, but it had no practical effect. And since Michael could have been involved in the events with the strangers, his help could well become one of the turning points. Then David thought that in the past the top 8 consisted only of moon people, and that was a bit of a shame. And the abilities of the top 3 experts on the moon were simply indescribable. They were said to be super geniuses. 3 innovators who are capable of leading humanity. These 3 have proven themselves well on the battlefield. However, in his past life, even in the later stages of the war on Mars, David was unable to resist these 3. Only now he finally had the opportunity to test how good these 3 really were. David thought about this for a while, and then suddenly felt a strange cold. A second later, he realized that he was on Mars, and in his military gear. He even wondered if all this had really been just a dream, and he himself was still wounded on Mars. This was also supported by the fact that his body was real, and this was the exact place where he exploded. There was even a crater left from the explosion, but that didn't explain why the guy was still alive, even though he was wounded. Blood was streaming down his face, his armor was half broken, and he didn't understand what was happening. David even thought that this could be a manifestation of God, who first gave him hope and then took everything away. But when he thought about it, he suddenly noticed one significant difference that he had not had before. These were his 3 scars that remained with him from his time on Earth as a reincarnation. The guy looked around, seeing many aliens who still hadn't disappeared anywhere and were walking around Mars. However, this type of alien was a little different from the ones he fought. For some reason, they were cleaning up the battlefield. Suddenly, one of them noticed David, and it was clear how surprised he was because he did not expect to see a living person here. He then attacked the guy with some special echolocation skill that he used against him. When the wave reached David, he felt terrible pain. His whole body felt like it was under the influence of a magnetic storm. He felt himself being slowly torn apart, but then suddenly woke up and realized it was just a dream. The first thing he saw was Fatso, who looked awkwardly at his friend and said that his clothes were not dry yet. David replied that everything was fine, and he would wear something else so Magnus didn't have to worry. Then Fatso noticed that the guy had a slightly strange expression on his face and said that he didn't have to worry either. But David didn't listen to him. He thought it all looked too realistic, so he realized one thing. In a clash with strangers, he must give it his all. Otherwise, the past tragedy will simply repeat itself. So David turned to Magnus, saying that he needed him in the final, so he had to make it there. Of course, this puzzled Fatso a little, but literally immediately he smiled and said that he would do it. The next day, however, he regretted that he had agreed so readily, because he had not thought that he would have to receive blows to the head. They started the next morning with a training sparring session in which Magnus was still unable to even touch his friend. He even thought that he was being so cruel to him on purpose because he didn't give him his clothes back. However, David said that his friend could already take it, because now it would be his clothes as a reward. But Magnus was no longer able to train any further. He fell and said that his friend could hit, but he would not resist. Then David suggested another option, saying that if he could withstand 5 minutes of his attacks, he could consider them finished. But this didn't help either. Fatso said that his friend shouldn't even try to tell him anything. Finally, David stated that he had recently heard Magnus muttering in his sleep about liking Catherine. As soon as David added that he would tell the headman about this, Magnus immediately jumped up and said that he was ready to continue. He added that his friend must have heard wrong since he had only just warmed up. And David noticed that every time he talked to Magnus on Mars, he often asked about Catherine's affairs. The fat man was not well informed about the news from the front lines, but when he learned that Catherine was dead, he lost his motivation to live. Magnus, meanwhile, carefully asked if he really said such things in his sleep. Then David, to his surprise, answered negatively, adding that it didn't matter anymore because he had confessed anyway. Hearing this, Magnus shouted that he would beat his friend personally and rushed after him, and he thought contentedly that everything worked. So they trained for a week using David's special all-round training, which Magnus was forced to agree to. All the participants of the qualifying competition had already arrived at the special building where the selection was soon to begin. Magnus, Catherine, William and Justin took their seats, and David and Angela agreed to wait in the hallway. The qualifying round matches weren't being broadcast anyway. Angela thought she hadn't seen David this week, and the guy thought that this week that strange dream no longer appeared, and it was becoming more and more convenient to use this body. Angela even admired the fact that he knew how to prioritize correctly, because he must have been preparing hard all this time. At first glance, he hadn't changed at all, but in fact there were changes not in appearance but in character. Although the girl had heard that success makes a man shine, David's glow was somehow too intense. She turned to the boy, asking him what he thought. Did they want more? Talking about Magnus and Catherine? David replied that unless something unexpected happened, both Fatso and Catherine would definitely be able to make it to the final. In the past, Catherine did this without any problems, but this time there was a new variable: Fat Man. After half an hour of competition, Justin's capsule opened, and the guy was able to get out of it, which meant his defeat. He thought that in terms of pure strength, he was definitely not inferior to his opponent, but the latter turned out to be much better than him in the front line. An hour later, he also saw his friend William Lee, who also dropped out, only in the second round. William wondered why he had come across an opponent from South America, because he was as fierce as a barbarian. Then the guy saw that Justin's capsule was also empty, but Catherine and Magnus apparently had not yet been knocked out. He walked out of the capsule room and saw Angela and David sitting in the hallway, which only spoiled his mood. William thought that with this defeat, he had, so to speak, failed the last stage of his final year at college. There, by the time the third stage of the qualifying competition began, Angela and David stood up, watching their friends' capsules. The fat man didn't even notice how he found himself in the third round. He thought that compared to David, the first two opponents were nothing. The fighting style, taken from the anime, looked relatively tame, but his moves were quite effective. And although the guy initially planned to lose on purpose, David threatened him with the headman, so now he simply has to win. The system has reported that the virtual battlefield for the qualifying round has finished loading. The third round was declared to have begun, and Fatso saw his new opponent, who was quite famous. His name was Chris Thompson, a renowned expert at the Alpha Military School in North America. He was an expert in close combat and ranked top 59 in the world, so the fight promised to be difficult. Chris had already prepared his weapon. He was smart, so he immediately analyzed his new opponent. At first, he was even surprised that a person with just over 800 points was able to reach the third round of the qualifying round. He certainly couldn't have done this with luck alone, so even though the guy was fat, he looked pathetic, but apparently, he had some kind of special individual ability, and one had to be careful with him. Magnus, as if to confirm his thoughts, opened fire with his pistols, and the American began to dodge. The fat man made such a sharp maneuver because he understood that he could not let him get close to him. And Chris thought that such speed of hand movement and shooting accuracy are quite rare. If the situation hadn't been so convenient for him, this guy really could have finished him off right away. It was lucky that he didn't move fast enough, and the American also had the advantage of the layout of the map of their combat zone. Waiting for the right moment, Chris emerged from his hiding place for a moment and counterattacked Fatso. He launched a multitude of kunai towards Magnus, who didn't expect it and even panicked a little. He turned his back, dodging the attacks and protecting his head, but some of the knives hit the armor on his butt. Magnus thought that in such terrain it would be impossible to use complex burst fire techniques. Every move here is a convenient opportunity for his opponent, and if this continues, he will lose. So Magnus found a comfortable position from which he again opened aimed fire on the American. But Chris noticed that this was not the best position for the shooter, because the distance between them was almost 10 meters. He thought that if the fat man failed in his next attack, he would be able to finish him off. Magnus thought that there was no way back for him because he could not fight in close combat. Chris decided to use a feint to make him shoot and showed himself to Magnus for a moment. Then he immediately dropped back, seeing that his fat opponent had indeed opened fire on him. However, what happened next still made the American shudder at the name Magnus. His body was suddenly pierced by a bullet from a large caliber pistol, which hit him with a spin. A moment before, Magnus had been thinking to himself that he wished he could be as light, jumping and bounding as this guy. On the other hand, it infuriated him. Fatso wondered where the American was hiding among these slabs. He himself had nowhere to retreat because he had reached the edge of the competition zone. It was then that Magnus noticed his opponent's feint, which gave away his location. This was exactly what Fatso needed. He prepared to use the same technique as that mysterious expert. It was a sideways bullet, Magnus shouted, so the boy wouldn't even think he could hide behind the wall. He fired in the right trajectory, giving the bullet its own path, which it followed in an arced line. Everything happened exactly like that, and the heavy caliber bullet from his pistols hit the target right behind the wall. It was then that Chris was surprised that he was able to reach him from such a distance and even hit important organs. The American grabbed his stomach, not understanding how this had happened, and Magnus was already aiming for another attack. In the competition area, they experienced all the physical pain, but it was impossible to die here. So when Magnus fired again and blew Chris's head off, he simply returned to reality and walked out of his pod. The system announced that the winner of the third round of the qualifiers was Magnus from the Dragon Letters School. When Fatso left his capsule and headed into the corridor, all three friends were already waiting for him there. Catherine was the first to ask how it went, looking at him with some hope and even a little admiration. And Magnus awkwardly scratched his head, saying that he was lucky and made it to the final, which caused a storm of emotions among his friends. David even hugged him and lifted him up, saying that he knew his friend could handle it, and the girls thought the same. The students who watched all this said that now even pigs should learn to fly. Magnus meanwhile turned to David, telling him to let him go because he was not so easy. David did just that, saying that he really should lose weight, even though he knew it was impossible. Angela suggested that they all take a little rest and celebrate, and Fatso sheepishly said that he had done nothing of the sort. Then Catherine spoke up, saying that the party would actually be in her honor, and Magnus happily agreed. Meanwhile, their rector thought that for the first time in the history of the school, they had 4 finalists at once. Still, this new reform of selection based on the number of points turned out to be quite effective for them. The guys celebrated their successful passage to the finals in David and Magnus's dorm room. But there was one more person with him. David introduced Michael to his friends, saying that he would go to the moon with them. Michael was thrilled to have the opportunity to meet the finalists and politely wished each one good luck in their rounds. Then his throat suddenly went dry and he grabbed a glass of juice, drinking it all in a second. And Magnus was incredibly happy, because for the first time he was called a senior by students from another faculty. Then David hastened to draw Michael's attention to what they did not know, interrupting their greetings. He thought that although he had some pieces of information from his past life, he wanted to find out everything now. Michael replied that he need not worry and began reporting what he had learned about the current competition, namely, its special significance, because the fighters who become the top 4 will receive the right to complete a special task. It can even affect the future of all mankind. And although it could be just gossip, sometimes it is also true. Angela was surprised to think that this guy really knew a lot, even though he was an ordinary student. And David said that Michael intrigued them, and then asked what this special assignment was. He replied that he really didn't know, but he was a member of a hacker alliance whose specialty was creating fake news. However, some of them are very reliable. For example, this case obtained by a hacker from the moon. David thought, although in his past life there were no specifics in the news, the top 4 were never shown in public. He asked Michael to get to the point, and he continued, saying that this time they and the Lunar Federation were doing everything they could. According to the latest data, both sides are strengthening their strongest cards, and so far the overall level of the moon is much higher. Michael added that this year, due to the dominance of the 3 musketeers, the difference could become even greater. Magnus thought he heard the boy say 3 minors, and he mumbled something, but Catherine told Fatso to be quiet. She added that he watches too much anime, but luckily there were only people there who he knew well. The Artist by Alan Doyle, Holy Celestial by Chrissy Da Vinci, and Heavenly Light by Floyd Cooper. These 3 called themselves the 3 Musketeers, but in fact, little is known about them on Earth or even on the moon. At this point, Michael ended his story for a moment, and Angela became serious thinking about these guys. Michael then went on to characterize each member of the group, first being Alan Doyle. This guy had incredible ranged combat skills, and it was rumored that he was an evolutionary type. However, it was impossible not to talk about Floyd Cooper, who was considered the first expert on the moon and never lost. Then Fatso asked who would win between the two, but Angela replied that at this level it was a matter of probability. She added that a year ago she had already seen what he was capable of, and it was hard for her to believe it. David was no less surprised. Meanwhile, Michael continued, saying that another recognized beauty and Luna expert was Chrissy Da Vinci. She was the heiress of the greatest family and was known as the person with the most outstanding genes and blood. Suddenly, Magnus said that he didn't really believe it. He added that their Angela and the head girl were prettier than her. However, Catherine said that the people of the moon were naturally gifted, so Chrissy must really be a beauty. Then David said that there is no accounting for taste, and besides, in the eyes of every man who loves him, his beloved seems the most beautiful. After Fatso threatened him, David smiled quietly and asked Michael to continue. And he said that these three are essentially the strongest and are on a completely different level. The style of fighting on the moon is not like on Earth, because there they fight not for points, but for the sake of fighting. So when it comes to actual fighting, it becomes even more horrific, so the situation on Earth is not easy. As much as they would like to, it would be very difficult to achieve anything serious. And Catherine asked if they were doomed. Michael replied that although these words were unpleasant to hear, this was the reality, and the top 10 on Earth understood this too. To make things look better on the outside, the military even sends soldiers of the right age to participate. But, to be honest, extensive combat experience does not necessarily mean high power in one-on-one duels. David thought that Luna probably just didn't pay attention to it, because she was sure that she would win anyway. So he just asked Michael which of their people was more competitive for the competition. After all, he thought that although the general level of the Earth left much to be desired, they also had capable experts. In fact, during the battles on Mars, many powerful soldiers emerged from the Earth army, which was strange. After all, their troops lagged behind the moon for many years, but many more heroes appeared than from the lunar troops. Genetic warriors of the moon achieve results much more easily, and their training system is also better. Meanwhile, Michael answered his question by saying that Sister Angela should know better than he did. After all, she is very different from others in her social status, and it is not for nothing that she occupies the top 10. It must also be said that for this reason she always remains in this top 10 and does not give up her place to anyone. Angela finally responded that she felt there were a few people on their side who had a chance of making it into the top 8. She began to list all these people, naming the names of Iron Man Austin, Robotech, Sybil, and also the Blade Master Phoenix, the Shadow Jordan, and the Golden Lion Peter. They were their hope. Michael added that in fact there were other hidden experts on Earth who could also perform miracles. But Angela noted that this time the selection process had been streamlined, and those who specialized in one thing would not be able to pass. Luna's tactical system was much better. The girl had already seen how experts were crushed by tactics alone. The Luna fighters were indeed too good at tactical execution, and it was foolish to deny it. Then David turned to everyone, saying that they should not be sad, because this was not something they should worry about. He added that in their case they just have to enjoy the competition. Catherine supported her friend, saying that he had finally said something sensible and that he would not be afraid even to die. Angela, meanwhile, told Magnus to answer something too, because she thought he had more inner qualities. And he, hearing such a compliment, raised his glass of juice and said a rather beautiful toast, to which they all drank. So they spent the rest of the day not talking any more about the upcoming final of the competition on the moon. The next day, the officer made sure that the ship for landing the finalists on the moon was ready. He hastened to report this to the general. During the competition, all responsibility lay with him. He just nodded silently, giving the order to proceed according to plan, and his machine left the runway. David felt a little awkward when he saw his whole family seeing him off. It reminded him of the war. The family also asked him to bring them souvenirs in the form of tobacco and cosmetics, which puzzled the guy a little. He thought that since he was participating in a points competition for the first time, his parents would be worried. Only in the end, they will be even calmer than he is. And besides, Dina shouted for him to show everyone what he was capable of and remembered that the main thing was participation. His sister looked a little shaken, and David gave her one of his genuine smiles and gave her a thumbs up, as if to say that everything would be cool. It took another day to transport the finalists to the Earth-Moon space station. But soon David and Magnus were walking down the corridor, trying to find the number of the station on the moon that they needed. They noticed Angela and Catherine, who were already there, and waved hello to them. Angela arrived with her guards, whom the girl, however, ordered to go back. Her parents were too stressed out. She had never heard of Chrissy being accompanied by bodyguards. At that moment, David came up to her and said hello. The guy suggested that she go to the restroom for now. It turned out to be a spacious room inside the space transport vehicle itself. It was supposed to take them to the moon, but when the guys entered the lounge, Angela saw someone. It was a guy she had met before. She had forgotten his name, but she definitely remembered him. Dark-haired, green-eyed, and well-groomed, he also noticed the girl and looked straight at her. Catherine said with surprise that this man was the #1 in Asia, Blade Master Jordan Octavian. But Magnus was happy, rather because the video in front of him was not a celebrity, but a lot of free food. Whatever you say, the buffet here was truly huge, and David confirmed that his friend could eat as much as he wanted. But Fatso's joy was interrupted by someone's rough voice, and everyone saw another elite fighter. The guy with his hair up said he didn't know how Magnus got here, but he should remember his situation. He added that Fatso should not disgrace the Earthlings, and he just wanted to grab a few more buns with him. David, meanwhile, thought that this man must be a teacher at a military school in China. However, he answered him that whether it was a disgrace or not would only be decided on the battlefield. And besides, no one cared about that. Then Jordan put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that, although it was unpleasant to hear, David was telling the truth. Then he extended his hand to David and introduced himself, saying that he hoped for his help. They shook hands, but David thought the guy was being childish, which was a bit ridiculous. For this reason, it was not surprising that there had been no high ratings on Earth in the last few years. He turned away and joined Magnus, running around the room collecting food, and Jordan turned to Angela. They talked for a bit and ended up wishing each other good luck, and Angela asked the guy for advice. Magnus and David didn't hear any of this. They ate everything that was on the tables, as if all the food on Earth had run out. Catherine even wondered whether they had come to take part in the competition, or just to eat. Meanwhile, the ship's system reported that they were leaving for Casablanca on the moon in 10 minutes. Next came a request from all passengers to get ready, and the spaceship began its journey. This caused a slight shaking in the cabin, which Magnus suffered the most from, having eaten his fill. But even in this state, he thought about food and asked if they would have such an opportunity on the way back. 3 hours later, they finally arrived. Magnus even fell asleep, and David had to wake him up himself. However, he barely muttered that he couldn't do it anymore and that he would have to replace him at the competition. Then Catherine took charge of the situation, reminding him that they were in Casablanca, where Lulu was probably already waiting for him. The architecture and planning of buildings on the moon was impressive in its beauty and practicality. The finalists were taken to the city dock, where they were to be met and told the rules. And so it happened. A girl of extraordinary lunar appearance greeted them inside, telling them to follow her. Seeing such a beauty, Magnus said that Casablanca really has very high standards. Jordan noticed that this fat man might be strong, of course, but he didn't know how to control himself at all. His friend agreed. But in reality, he himself was not against taking the number of one of the girls here. The moon itself was a place created by man. It had long since ceased to be just a satellite of the Earth. People reorganized it into a whole planet, and the environment here was even better than on Earth. David felt it well, but suddenly he had another, already familiar, feeling. It was the same as he felt in his past life when he first flew to the moon. And this time he felt it again, so it definitely couldn't be a coincidence. The trip promised to be fruitful. He went out to breathe some fresh moon air, but he was already being called back to the ship, which had to fly a little further. The guy went back on board and took his seat. For some reason, it seemed to him that today would be a great day. In the dining room, the finalists continued to treat themselves to various delicacies, while some simply looked out the portholes. His friend also liked this place. Fatso said that he would like to attend Lulu's live concert here in autumn. Jordan quietly noted that it had nothing to do with the competition, but he didn't know that Magnus was a big fan of the idol. David stood there and thought that this is what Casablanca looks like in peacetime, because when he first arrived here, the war had already begun. The guy thought that if she was connected with the people of the moon, then who was that crazy woman who was ready to destroy this place? At this time, Catherine approached him, and it seemed to her that David simply could not cope with his excitement. She agreed that it felt distinctly different from how they lived on Earth. David said that the moon was still on another level. He added that it would be great if they were greeted noisily when they entered the arena. Catherine thought that now the guy was the same as always, which meant there was no need to worry. Jordan, sitting nearby and watching the scene, muttered something unintelligible under his breath, calling David a show-off. The system then announced for participants to pay attention that the ship would soon dock with the Milky Way Military School. This meant that everyone had to return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts, just like on an airplane. Their ship switched from normal speed to light speed and soon emerged into the tunnel of the military school's dock department. And after some time, landing was allowed and the guys slowly began to go outside. David went out with Angela, and a group of support for the finalists from Luna was already waiting for them on the street. A girl pointed to the sculpture, saying that it was made in honor of Dr. Da Vinci, who opened the New Age. He was also known as the Light Messenger of the Moon, and their dormitory was located near this statue. The girl from Luna added that all the places available for visiting are also marked on the map, and the children can take advantage of this. Finally, she wished them all a pleasant holiday and success in the competition, after which she left with her group. Jordan's friend waved goodbye, telling her sister mentor to call him when she had time. Catherine noted that it would be difficult to give it her all under that kind of pressure right from the start. Then Angela approached her, suggesting that they go shopping to relieve stress. Catherine was satisfied with this proposal and the girls left their luggage with Fatso, telling him to keep an eye on it for now. David did the same, saying that he also needed to leave to meet Michael, so he had to go. The boys went their separate ways, and Magnus declared that they were mocking an honest man in any way they could. David thought that in his past life he had spent 6 months in Casablanca, a month of which he had spent in the school's training center. Luna was indeed very open in this regard, which is why he found it difficult to believe that she was connected with strangers. From what he could see, Milky Way School was still the same, providing its graduates with a good future. Of course, it was always a special case, but coming back here again, he couldn't help but notice that 80% of all these students, they will become the main force in all layers of society, so that only 10% for some reason could become ordinary people. David thought that he had also made a few moon friends during his special training period back then. Now, he didn't even know what the place where he was going through training would look like. So he decided to check it out while there was still room and immediately noticed that it still looked familiar. However, although things remained the same, people did not, in other words. He arrived here earlier than he should have. Then David suddenly noticed something else that wasn't there in his past life when he came here. Namely, it turns out that there was now a gravity gym here, which was modified at that time. David didn't know if the password was the same here, but he entered the combination he remembered from his last visit. To his surprise, the password worked and the doors opened, and the guy thought that the people of the moon were too careless. Then he decided to stretch a little. After all, the environmental conditions of this hall were not comparable to the environmental conditions outside. For such a hall, it is necessary to constantly maintain a stable level of gravity, which is what was done here. And at the same time, it must be equipped with comprehensive security controls. This was much more difficult to provide, so some schools did not provide such halls at all. David took off his jacket and walked onto the training ground, immediately feeling his whole body come to life. This incomprehensible state usually only appeared in real combat, but it also awakened here. Under the pressure of this zone of tenfold gravity, he felt completely different. If there was a good opponent, then we could really go wild. But right now this is nothing more than just thoughts. At least that's what David thought. But the next moment he heard someone's voice. And then the guy saw a girl practicing on a punching bag and looking pretty strong. David didn't know her, but the girl had white hair, which is usually attributed to the characteristics of moon people. She was also incredibly strong physically, perhaps even stronger than Angela, which also said a lot. The girl continued to deliver blow after blow, focusing mainly on footwork. And then she suddenly kicked back, and David thought that even he wouldn't have had time to block such a blow. However, this also affected the punching bag that the girl was using. It suddenly broke loose from its chain, and the lunar student took aim and timed the moment when the inventory would come up to eye level. Then she used some special power that David could only dream of in his past life. He wondered if the level at Milky Way School had already reached such a level of strength. After all, if even the students here had such power, then the Earth really could immediately return home. At that moment, the girl finally felt someone's presence and turned to where David was standing. Seeing the guy, she smiled a little, and then pointed to him somewhere to the side, saying that he should go there. At the same time, she named him to her classmates, which surprised David, but he decided to go where she pointed. The two of them walked out of the training area and met in person. Now each could get a better look at the other. The girl asked if he was really lost, and David noted to himself that the beauty of the moon girls had not passed him by either. The student meanwhile realized that he was an earthling, although she didn't know where the guy came from. David then apologized for interrupting her training and asked where exactly they were now. The girl replied that this was a special training ground that was closed to students. Hearing this, David said that in that case he should leave, but he got the wrong side and went to the locker room. The girl told him about this, and to get out of it, the guy said that the doors here are completely indistinguishable. The girl then said that the open training room was in the day zone. She added that the campus LAN had navigation, and David said she had a great body. Then he actually realized that it sounded a little strange, and clarified that he was referring to her kick attack that she had just performed. The girl simply looked at him silently with her bright green eyes, in which David read nothing. He thought that after returning from the battlefield of Mars, he really had become a little arrogant. But in reality, apart from his combat experience, his horizons are very limited. But as long as you live, you can always meet charming people. 2 days later, they were already gathered in a large conference room, which was made in the shape of a star. Inside, all the finalists from Earth who were supposed to take part in the competition gathered. Among them were also famous Earthlings who represented their federation and their continent. Angela asked Catherine why she hadn't seen David and Magnus among the others, and she said that they were probably standing in the last row. And so it was. Fatso noticed that despite all this crowd, it was quite quiet here, which was a little surprising. Magnus also said that since arriving on the moon, his friend has been constantly using his girlfriend, and he was also interested in Michael. But David replied that he was simply keeping in touch with him, and that this time it was entirely up to him to provide them with intelligence. Right now, Michael was making inquiries about the new changes in the distribution of matches. This time it will be mixed. In other words, you can run into both your own and the people of the moon. Fatso liked this because he said that with the people of the moon, he had less chance of advancement. But David did not agree with him. Everyone will indeed most likely breathe a sigh of relief and even feel some sympathy for the moon. However, David knew that on the battlefield of Mars, many brave warriors of Earth were not afraid even of the terrible aliens. The current so-called elite was afraid of the people of the moon, which made one a little sad. But there was no point in thinking about it any further because everyone suddenly fell silent when General Hugo appeared. He saluted, and so did all the finalists present, including David and Magnus. Then the general cleared his throat and said that they could sit down, but he was to make the opening remarks. Seeing the candidates from Earth, he smiled faintly, which no one present noticed. He even stopped to look at Angela and Catherine for a moment because he actually knew these girls well. Finally, he noticed Magnus and David, who, like everyone else, were standing proudly and waiting to be told. And then suddenly the general turned to them, saying that last time they had lost shamefully, so now they would not stand on ceremony. He added that he was shown almost nothing at the previous and even the competitions before that. The general also said that he heard that some people were pleased with the way the matches were distributed. But, as their leader, he was ashamed of them, and he said this with a special exclamation. The fat man, who was among those who rejoiced, felt very awkward after these words. The other students also quietly said that they just wanted to get a higher place, and there was no need to make things so complicated. The general meanwhile continued, saying that perhaps their strength was not as good and was inferior to the current moon people. Then, he suddenly slammed his fist on the table behind which he stood, delivering his opening remarks. After that, he clenched his fist, and all the candidates understood that now the general was going to say something motivational. And so it happened. The man extended his hand and said a few more sentences that inspired everyone. After some time, the lecture came to an end and the finalists went on to do their own thing. Catherine noted that after the conference there were lines for exercise equipment, so the speech was very effective. Meanwhile, Andre thought that everyone who was able to fly here probably did so with some kind of dreams. And that is precisely why they are not going to lose just like that, which meant only one thing: the fights would be tough. In addition, hundreds of television and internet media from the Earth and the Moon have now gathered at the Milky Way School. So journalists crawling into every crack also provoked some worries. After all, their goal was to compare the combat effectiveness of the two stars at these competitions. Catherine noted that she didn't want to be one of those who would be written about in the media, so they decided to try their best. Meanwhile, David finally found Michael in the coffee shop where he had invited him for a cup of coffee an hour ago. When David saw his friend, he asked what was wrong with him, because he looked jointed and had bags under his eyes. And Michael replied that since his arrival here, he had started having nightmares, although before that he had always slept well. Then David told him to tell his nightmares, and he would help as much as he could. Michael liked that. She said that in her dream he was simply enveloped in a vast blanket of darkness and could not see anything in it. It was also strange that this could happen several times a night, after which the guy would wake up in fright. As he poured boiling water over his tea, he remarked that this competition looked like it would be quite a challenge. Michael added that he had received reliable information that this time the moon's powers would be at their highest. But David said he shouldn't dwell on it, because the only thing he came to know was the other purposes of all this. David knew that Michael and his group were very special and could be called the free hacker group of this era. So, looking at Michael's surprised face, he thought he could use them to get closer to the truth. The guy meanwhile said that he thought he would have to look for information about the competition participants. However, the hidden goals of all this were much more interesting, and Michael even became eager to get to work as soon as possible. David added that, apparently, this time it would not be just a competition, because there was some peculiarity with the quotas. Luna must have some grand plan, but Michael didn't quite understand it yet. He asked if they shouldn't worry about the upcoming knockout matches, since their goals didn't really matter to them. David thought that the current Michael seemed more concerned with the honor that stood before him than with gossip. He replied that materials on combat aspects are usually very limited, so they would not be of much use. He added that based on this, they would still have to rely only on their experience, so Michael could help with what he asked for earlier. The guy thought for a moment and then said that David could leave it to him, and he would try to find out something. Then he said that he had to go already, and David thought that all these days he had been thinking only about the connection between the aliens and the moon. Something has suddenly become a little more clear, namely the current situation on the moon, which is controlled by several families. For example, one of them is the Da Vinci family, that is, the moon, as a planet, cannot betray humanity. However, there was another option where the motive could have arisen in one or more of the families. Due to a confluence of several coincidences, it seemed inevitable that the Earth would be completely defeated. However, Luna had also suffered repeated defeats in battle and had not shown the necessary strength at all. That was the problem. Therefore, if there was a traitor, then he must be hiding on the moon. He received this enlightenment after meeting that girl. More precisely, it was the holy celestial Chrissy Da Vinci, although at that moment he did not recognize her. Perhaps the most obvious thing about this situation was that the problem could be precisely among these three clans: Alan Doyle of the Doyle family, Chrissy Da Vinci of the Da Vinci family, and Landers Walter of the Walter family. Three main clans influenced the military and political state of affairs on the moon. Perhaps something went wrong in one of these families. If we consider the character and policies of these three families, the Doyle family advocated the unification of the Earth and the moon. The Da Vinci family advocated the preservation of each other's distinctive features and the development of each other. And the Walter family believed that the people of the moon were better. It was a rather radical but reasonable position, and any increase in tariffs for Earth and policy of reducing aid always came from the Walter family. The ruling class of the moon was quite young, due to the fact that outstanding youths from the three families were trained from an early age to manage affairs. But now David thought he should concentrate on Chrissy, the performer Elaine, and the Prince of Darkness Landers. 3 days later, the knockout matches of the competition began, with a large crowd of spectators. The top 8 candidates from Earth waited patiently for their turn, all a little nervous. According to the rules, they were divided into 9 seeded players who would not meet each other in the first 3 rounds. Then the top 5 seeded players on Earth were announced, which included Austin, Sybil, Phoenix, Jordan, and Peter. The top 5 seeds for Luna were Chrissy Da Vinci, Floyd Cooper, Alan Doyle, Landers, and Olivia. David thought that these 10 people were the strongest representatives of the solar system. The rector of the Milky Way School, Tiffany Da Vinci, was invited to give the opening speech. Some contestants were randomly given serial numbers, and these people were asked to come on stage to draw out their opponent. The students said that getting a suitable opponent was definitely a sure way to move forward. Chrissy Da Vinci was the first to take to the stage, to universal cries of admiration and applause. Next up was Alan Doyle, who was also greeted with cheers from his fans. After a while, Angela appeared on the stage and approached the ball that selected opponents. She came across a person with an average Luna rating score, and the girl thought that she could save a little energy. Catherine came out right after her friend, and she encountered an opponent with almost the same level as Angela. Not far from Catherine stood Fatso, who was praying to God to select a weak opponent for him. However, Magnus also put his hand to the ball, and it gave out the result of his choice of an opponent for Fatso. He was simply shocked by whose name he saw there, because before his eyes were the initials of Irvin Doolin. This guy, although he was from the moon, loved to visit the combat areas of Earth to see the noobs. He was constantly carrying out one massacre after another, and therefore was on the list of the most undesirable on Earth. Whenever 2 regions merged, he was always there, and for his deeds the guy was nicknamed the Executioner. Magnus felt someone put a hand on his shoulder and wish him luck. It was Catherine. However, Magnus asked if it wouldn't be better to surrender right away, since he didn't want to disgrace himself in front of the entire cosmos. Then the headman warned him that in that case the general would send him to Mars to cultivate the land. She asked why Fatso was bothering, when he just needed to fight this bastard who was defaming their soldiers. But Magnus didn't understand how he was supposed to do this, adding that he knew he shouldn't have come here. At this point, the other students were surprised that 4 students had passed from the dragon letters this time. Only about David and Fatso they thought that they probably ended up here by pure chance. These students were spectators who also came from the dragon letters, and who were hoping for at least some place. At this time, David himself approached the ball. He thought that his friend had a good opponent and hoped for the same. When he looked at the name of his opponent, the reaction of those around him was mixed, but the guy himself was pleased. His opponent was practitioner Harry Lungberg, who was in the top 19, having managed to achieve this in his first year. He possessed the largest fighting style on the moon, formed by the fusion of ancient Earth martial arts and moon tactics. The ultimate goal of practicing this art was to turn every part of the body into a weapon, and also being able to use any object as a weapon. Meanwhile, Harry Lungberg took to the stage. He greeted the audience, but it was a clear disparagement from David, who said that character improves with age. Hearing this, the guy looked at him with a cold gaze, saying that tomorrow he would show him what real martial arts are. To his surprise, David reacted calmly. The guy did not feel fear from him, and this made him a little wary. And David thought that today's youth completely lacked manners, because now the guy was just pretending to leave. When the moon karate guy left the stage, David joined his friends. Fatso said he wanted to beat up that idiot. And Angela said that such are the customs in these competitions, ridicule and a heated atmosphere. But Catherine considered this not normal at all. Magus supported her, saying that such characters should be disqualified. And he suddenly realized that it was better to find such a way for himself than to disgrace himself in a duel. However, Catherine told him not to even think about it, because if he didn't fight somehow, she wouldn't even consider him a human being. Meanwhile, the completion of the pairings was announced. And then there was a short show on the program. This was to inspire the cadets a little and wish them good luck in tomorrow's competition. Lulu's performance turned out to be a small show, and when he saw her, Fatso immediately lost his head, and even David recognized her beauty. The boys started singing along to the famous idol, and Catherine noticed that they weren't worried at all anymore. Angela agreed and said that it was for the best, because it's better not to be nervous at competitions. In the evening, when all the events were over, the Earth candidates were relaxing in the dormitory of the Milky Way school. Some of them got information about their rivals from Michael, who worked on it all day long. Then the topic turned to the next Lulu show, to which Fatso was already gathering people willing to go so he could split the money for tickets. They chatted carefree all evening, and after a good night's sleep, they gathered for the knockout matches the next morning. Magnus noticed that the head girl didn't look very well, and Angela seemed a little nervous too. The friends looked at each other, saying that luckily their matches would start tomorrow, so they would just watch today. At this competition, the point system will be used until the quarterfinals, after which live fights will begin. The system's sensitivity here was higher than on Earth, so Angela and Catherine needed to tighten up the adjustments. The head woman thought about this very seriously, but was distracted by extraneous sounds, which were the boys smacking. Finally, she couldn't stand it any longer and pounced on them, asking how they could eat so happily at such a moment. But Magnus said that there was golden foie gras from the moon farm and that there was a special offer for breakfast here. David added that there were also beef and cheese sandwiches made from Cosmo Ranch cows. The girls looked at each other a little embarrassedly, not knowing what to answer to this, so they simply remained silent. The other Earth contenders noticed that the guys from the Dragon Letters were too relaxed, and Fatso suddenly felt that they all suddenly looked at them intently, as if they doubted their skills. Magnus awkwardly noted that the stares from the seated players were a bit of a strain, but fortunately he didn't have to be afraid to play today. Angela's junior match would be in the morning, his and Catherine's in the afternoon, and Dave's match would be in the evening. Fatso thought to himself that he would lose either way, so he didn't like that his match was dragged out so long. Jordan noticed that the two were too frivolous, and it never occurred to him that they were not. His English colleague said that a permanently serious face does not look better, clearly referring to Jordan. And he replied that a person who does not show his face even while eating has nothing to say at all. In other words, there were some disagreements and minor squabbles among the seated contenders. Peter said that since Jordan was the youngest there, he should tone it down a bit. The guy didn't like it much. He said that he would somehow figure out what to do himself, especially since the competition would show everything. After some time, the presenters greeted all the inhabitants of the Earth and the Moon again. The main presenter was Luna's girl Mila, who today had the honor of introducing two doctors of science of the Alliance. Men were present as commentators, one of them named Clemens Verdi, and the other doctor was the famous Rick Yankee, who, however, looked a little shy. The candidates clapped quietly to show their respect, but it didn't make much difference to them. David thought that this Mila was now 21 years old. She was the vice chairman of the student council. The men she introduced had their own clear position and would therefore confront each other. Rick Yankee didn't really want to come here at all, since the last time Earth failed to make the top four. The final and semi-final then became Kleeman's personal performances, and he sat on the edge of his seat. This time, Earth would do everything in its power to reach the semi-finals and even the finals. For some reason, he was sure of that. Rick himself proposed the method of selecting General Hugo, but it was not yet known whether this could change anything. Meanwhile, Dr. Clemens approached him and said that he really missed his colleague. It was clearly a joke on his part, especially when the man added that he wouldn't have to overwork himself again this time. To this, Dr. Rick replied that the wheel of fate was constantly turning, and soon there would be a holiday on their street too. Finally, Mila took the floor again and introduced the first finalist from the Earth School, Memphis. His name was Andrew Dickens, and his opponent was the beloved idol of the lunar audience, Alan Doyle. The Earth participants thought that this handsome guy was clearly in his element, so they could only hope that their student would not make a mistake. The situation did not yet foreshadow anything for either of the opponents, but many already understood whose victory it would all end with. Angela knew that Alan Doyle was the first commander of the moon and the chairman of the Milky Way Student Committee. David checked Michael's data and concluded that this guy surpasses his earthly opponent by 91%. The level of popularity of this Alan was simply amazing, and it especially affected Magnus. He didn't even pay attention to the threats of the headman, who said that they should definitely watch his fight. Then Magnus turned to Catherine hesitantly, as if he was hiding something behind his body. And he was. He suddenly took out a glass of juice, saying that the guys from Luna were really extravagant in terms of squeezing. The fat man added that a man had strength only when he was full, so he had every right to drink it. It is noteworthy that the Earth students spoke of Magnus and David as if they were some kind of idiots who would immediately be expelled. Everyone was happy only for Catherine and Angela, who got good opponents. But David said that this fight could not be watched. As if to confirm his words, Mila announced that the match was finished by Alan Doyle in just over a minute. The commentators took the opportunity to make fun of each other, or rather, Dr. Clemens. The top 5 Earth-seeded players also didn't expect to lose 5 games in a row, as their morale was waning under such a scenario. Dr. Clemens said that Dr. Rick should pay more attention to the mental training of his players, and he replied that the guys from the moon were on their own field, unlike them, the guests, who needed time to get ready. He added that Jordan was next on their side, which meant that Luna's winning streak had come to an end. Mila settled everything with her silky voice, saying that in that case they would wait and see. It was the start of the 6th match in which the seeded participant of the Jordan Earth was playing. As he was leaving, he heard a lot of support addressed to him, including requests to bring the Earth its first victory. However, the guy said that they didn't even need to talk about it, because he would definitely do it anyway. The fat man told David that they were being completely ignored, and his friend couldn't help but agree. Jordan, looking at them, thought that the sight of these two really irritated him, because everyone was seriously worried, unlike them. All these two did was eat and hang out at school all the time. They weren't even aware of what was going on. The guy also thought that he himself was completely different from these blockheads, because he had carefully prepared for everything. Therefore, for the sake of his team, for the sake of his guys and the glory of the Earth, he was ready to fight to the death. The girls thought that if it weren't for Jordan's reputation, they would have been even more isolated. David, looking at his friend, thought that his heart was actually very fragile, but the tension manifested itself differently in each person. To support his friend, David asked him to bring him 2 glasses of grape juice as well. He understood that now there was no point in trying to convince them with words. To prove it to everyone, therefore, all they had to do was show their strength. Meanwhile, Mila said that Jordan had a high chance of winning. His pre-fight approval rating had already reached as high as 80%, which was a fairly high indicator of popularity. His opponent, the top 18th ranked Luna, was clearly lacking in experience, as he was facing a Blade Master. The lunar representative took the initiative to fight in close combat, although he used a pistol. Mila noted that it seemed like Dr. Rick Yankee was right. They really had reached a turning point. Dr. Clemens asked Mila, puzzled, which side she was on, to which the girl replied that she was on the side of humanity. Rick Yankee thought that in some way this victory would be good for the morale of the Earth. But the problem was that the representative of the Milky Way was surprisingly not particularly smart and arrogant. Meanwhile, Catherine yelled at the boys to watch the fight carefully. After all, this was not just a competition. Many of these people would become the foundation of the Earth, its ruling class, in the future. However, David noticed that Jordan was in big trouble now, so he didn't see anything else to look at. Hearing this, Catherine, as always, was shocked, because she had never expected anything like this about one of the seeded players. On top of everything else, Tolstyak also said that she was following the match, and so far it seemed to him that something was wrong. Jordan's opponent was the moon boy Antonio Balao, who smiled and noted that his mentor from Earth was too cruel. However, Jordan seriously told him to stop talking nonsense. He still didn't understand his tactics. But this guy also dared to smile, so Jordan thought that now he would make the people of the moon pay. He rushed to attack. The trajectory of his movements was very unpredictable, but Antonio managed to block everything. It was even a little strange because Jordan's speed was quite high, but with all that, the representative of the moon managed to avoid a collision with his blade in time, deftly dodging. But he miscalculated and didn't notice how Jordan swung his leg, sending the guy flying. The Earthling thought that this was a good chance to end everything, so he prepared for the final attack. His sword glowed an unusual turquoise hue, indicating the concentration of quite a lot of power. But then something happened that no one expected to see, especially not with Jordan. Catherine, who had been watching the fight closely, was delighted when Jordan kicked his opponent. But David thought that the Luna fighter, who was ranked in the top 18 in the points rankings, simply couldn't lose so easily. Dr. Rick was also surprised by this. The bad feeling did not leave him, although everything was going smoothly so far. This Antonio put himself in a disadvantageous position throughout the entire match, which is not at all like his level. However, everyone soon saw why he did it, because when Jordan pounced on him with the final attack, the guy smiled again, saying that he had fallen into his trap, which he had planned from the very beginning. When Jordan was almost near him, Antonio suddenly turned around in midair and pulled out a gun. He aimed it straight at the Earthling, saying that perhaps this was where they would say goodbye, and then pulled the trigger. The shot from his gun was quite unusual. It was some kind of ball shape that absorbed Jordan. Although he put out his blade to block it, it was all in vain. Antonio smiled at him one last time, saying that Earth hadn't produced any good players in all that time. Then came an explosion that left Jordan with no chance to continue the fight or dodge. Dr. Rick thought with annoyance that what they feared most had happened. The people of the moon were well prepared. Jordan's teammates, the other 4 seeded players, looked on in amazement, shocked that the boy had lost. Phoenix thought that his opponent was deliberately pretending to be weak, making Jordan believe that he would win easily. Angela also thought that the power of the moon people was never limited to hard power. They were also expert tacticians. When it was all over, the winner Antonio waved to his new fans, and Jordan, annoyed, did not even dare to stand up. Dr. Clemens noted that they had won the fight, even though it was very awkward for Earth. He thought to himself that such tactics could still be useful, since Earthlings had a vice in the form of complacency. Dr. Rick thought that this Antonio was not so simple because to achieve such a victory is an art. But then he suddenly smiled, and Dr. Clemens, seeing his smile, turned to him. He added that it seemed like Earth was still behind them, but Rick replied that it was too early to relax, since Asia was their weakest continent. Clemens, however, did not want to listen to such confidence in his colleague's words, so he started the quarrel again. He added that he was ready to conclude that the top 8 in this goal would be completely monopolized by Luna. Mila, who was forced to listen to all this, hoped that there would be no problems during the broadcast. She finally decided to end the argument, saying that she would witness their bet while they moved on to the next fight. Dr. Rick thought that his colleague was deliberately angrying the Earth participants, so that there would be more blood. Meanwhile, Jordan, who had returned back to his comrades, was given a different address. The guy himself thought that he had trained hard for this day, but in the end he not only lost, but also became a bad example for others. Emotions of despair overwhelmed him, and Jordan began to hit the floor, wanting to throw his bitterness out. However, Peter addressed him, saying that the boy should control his emotions. Jordan, however, thought that he shouldn't have wasted his seeded participants' quota on the Asian region. But the real test for the guy was David, who also said that he had become a disgrace to Asia. This made the guy completely angry. He told David to shut up, because the situation was not better without him. He also told the fat man that he could continue playing with his idol toy and eat all day long. However, David replied that the guy should not run away from responsibility, because if he had been a little more prudent, he would not have lost. To this, Jordan said that even though he lost, David and Magnus were still more hopeless. David noted with a smile that it seemed to him that the 2 of them would be the ones who would bring 2 victories to Earth. Peter said the guys from the Asian region were actually quite funny, referring to Jordan. Then Angela intervened in the conflict, telling them all to calm down, because they were all inhabitants of Earth. The girl thought that the situation was out of control, and if it continued, big problems could arise. Jordan told her that it had nothing to do with her, so she could consider the conflict resolved. Catherine noticed that in the current situation, Jordan wanted to vent his anger, but who would have thought that David would respond to him? The head woman thought that now the boys would probably have to rely only on themselves and their own strength. Meanwhile, one of the main leaders in Luna was raising the morale of his players even more. In the 7th and 6th fights, the moon won again, and only in the 8th round did the Earth finally win. By the end of the day, 32 battles had been fought, of which Earth had only managed to win 3. In the comments under the live broadcast, people ridiculed the Earthlings, saying that tomorrow they would not get a single victory. Catherine grabbed David by the sleeve, telling him that they had to go and that the boy shouldn't pay attention to this news. And David thought that this Marco was really a professional, because he got hold of recordings from the training grounds of his opponents. Humanity was slowly sinking into darkness, and the students of the moon were a vivid example of this. And the guy Walter was still one of the most likely traitors. The family must have already recognized him as the head. David smiled, and Catherine, watching him, wondered in surprise if he could still smile in such a situation. She was now unsure whether this was really the David Gaydon she knew, because it seemed less and less like that to her now. The night in the dorm was different for everyone, but none of the Earthlings could boast of a good night's sleep. Angela was looking at Michael's information about Luna's enemies on her phone, and Catherine just couldn't sleep. One of the few who succeeded was David, but his dream was similar to the previous ones. The boy was lying all in sweat from what he had experienced in his dream because he was again in his adult soldier body. This time his armor was intact, but that didn't make it any easier because there were many aliens lined up right in front of him. They were doing something, but David couldn't understand what exactly. He only saw a large sphere in front of him. The guy thought with annoyance that he had to fight tomorrow, but he was having this dream right now. Besides, he didn't understand anything from this dream because he had never been so close to strangers without them attacking him. Apparently, this was an unusual type of alien because they even, one might say, looked at him with surprise. Then, David decided to get closer to the mysterious sphere, which became even larger and now resembled a portal. Only then did a silhouette appear from this portal, and this made David very surprised. After all, the silhouette was not only human but also resembled his friend Magnus, who was supposed to be dead. David was more than sure that this disaster really happened due to the fault of some people. So seeing Magnus in front of him, David suddenly thought that his friend might have been the traitor. He pounced on him, or rather on the silhouette, asking who he was and why it was necessary to arrange all this. David really wanted to know why all this happened, because he should have prevented it. His hand was about to touch the silhouette's throat when it suddenly changed and took on the appearance of his living friend. However, at that moment, David froze in place because his whole body was suddenly seized by severe pain. He almost screamed at her, but at that very moment he woke up. He was covered in sweat and breathing heavily. It was night outside, but the dream was ruined and David understood that now it was unlikely that he would be able to fall asleep again. He looked at his hands and noticed that they were scratched by something, as if he had actually been wearing his armor. The guy couldn't explain it, but one thing remained clear to him. These dreams were definitely not just happening. Deciding that he wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, David got out of bed and headed to the shower, wanting to wash these memories away. In fact, these dreams meant that he was getting closer and closer to the truth, and the guy understood this. Moreover, now he no longer simply felt hatred, because the events he had experienced in his dream seemed too real. This feature must definitely be connected to his travel into the past, and the disaster must definitely be connected to people. There was a traitor among humanity. One can come to this conclusion simply by seeing the calmness of that silhouette in the circle of strangers. It seemed that the position of this traitor among them was quite high. David would even say dominant. It can also be concluded from this that the alien attacks on the largest cities on Earth and the Moon were clearly not accidental. It had all been decided long before the war began, and David thought he had been right in thinking that some organization was involved. Some other structures would simply not have had the resources to organize such a large conspiracy. And now he had the most suspicions about the Walter family, but first he needed to get closer to their leader. Now, in the eyes of the ruling elite, David was like dirt under their feet, so the guy didn't know how to do it. At this point, all he could do was prove himself in competitions to rise in their eyes. It was said that the competition was organized in order to determine 4 winners who would go on a space expedition. And David understood that if he wanted to know the truth, he had to become one of these people. He finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom. However, to his surprise, David saw Magnus on his way. He noticed that it seemed that he too had not been able to get a good night's sleep, and he even felt sorry for his friend. And Fatso thought that running around naked was too humiliating, because he would be disgraced in front of the entire school. Still, his worries were not in vain, because his opponent loved to make fun of Earthlings. The next morning, the boys met the girls, who noticed that they also seemed to have slept poorly. Angela thought that David already had good skills, but his psychological and mental state were also important. She just hoped that this bet would not affect his inner confidence in any way. Then Catherine interrupted them, saying that she wanted the guys to temporarily forget about their argument. She added that now they just need to show the best they can. Meanwhile, The audience discussed that dark days had come for the Earth, since the score was currently 10-3 in favor of the Moon. People said that these losers should be sent to Mars, where they could be of some use. The second stage of the competition began, and by the middle of it, Earth had lost 3 more fights. David thought that the defeat in this tournament was only a prelude to the beginning of the Moon's dominance in the solar system. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in thunderous applause as Chrissy Da Vinci brought Luna her 6th consecutive win. David, by the way, noted that he actually met Chrissy at the training ground back then. But then Mila announced the beginning of the next duel, in which Earth was represented by Angela. The girl was a little nervous. She felt like there was a mountain pressing on her, but she had to go on stage. Moreover, David also encouraged her to do this, saying that it was a great chance for her. He added that she should hurry up and show everyone what the Earth Federation was capable of, and Angela took up his ardor, telling them to just watch as her power was recognized not only by the people of the Moon, but by all of humanity. The fight began. Both participants were girls, but Angela immediately assessed her opponent and understood his plan. The girls fought at a long distance, not getting close to the lunar student. For this, she used many weapons. However, this arrangement completely suited Angela because she wanted to win with the help of her tactics. Moon Girl also seemed to notice that she wasn't fighting up close, and even told her Earth sister not to be afraid. She asked if her close combat skills were so poor that she didn't dare use them. With these words, she rushed at Angela, telling her to show her all her skills. This time the attack came from the lunar challenger, who was going to finish everything at once. The girl said contentedly that the moment of death had come for Angela and used some technique. She was quite skilled at throwing her knives, which ordinary rank 1 students would not be able to dodge. But Angela succeeded. She was even happy, because everything turned out exactly as she planned. After all, this crazy girl from the Moon really decided to use such a hackneyed trick against her. Angela couldn't stand this. She was ready to defend herself, so she used laser pistols. Thanks to this, each of her opponent's attacks was broken, and then the girl went on the counterattack. The Moon player was unable to react in time, shocked that none of her attacks dealt damage. Meanwhile, Angela was already near her opponent's face and kicked him with all her might. The blow was really incredibly strong. Her opponent didn't even believe that she was an Earthling. Angela asked if she still had enough strength to open her mouth, intending to finish her off completely. The next step was 100 cuts of the acrylic spiral, which the girl could not help but use. A second later, Mila congratulated Angela on winning the match, which also marked Earth's first victory of the day. Dr. Rick was also happy about this, and the girl herself returned from the stage completely pleased with herself. Coming to her guys in the waiting room, she smiled, and everyone again congratulated her on such an important victory. Catherine said it was absolutely amazing, and she was amazed at how beautifully her friend was able to finish the fight. Peter also added that he hopes that some Earth players can learn something from her. Meanwhile, Mila announced the start of the 16th battle, saying that the Earth would be represented this time by the school's head boy. Dr. Clemens noted that, on paper at least, her performance left much to be desired. However, Dr. Rick advised him not to jump to conclusions based solely on a person's performance. He added that a real fight was always more difficult than any test, and the men glared at each other again. Angela wished Catherine good luck, telling her friend not to care about other people's prejudices against her. Magnus also wished her luck, saying that he was confident of her flawless victory in this duel. And Catherine was a little surprised that the guys could still smile, even though there was such a big stake at stake. As the girl passed by David, he beckoned to her and whispered something in her ear that no one else heard. Catherine looked at him in surprise, as if asking if he was sure, but the guy calmly asked her to trust him. The location of the battlefield was the same for everyone, but inside, everything felt completely different. So far, Catherine was not in the best position. She was defending herself, but she was doing it quite successfully. Her opponent said that the girl's end was inevitable, and she could just keep running around like a rat. Catherine thought he was pushing too hard, and she couldn't even find the right moment to respond. She had watched the footage of this guy from the Moon's battles dozens of times, and yet it was all useless. After all, the enemy was head and shoulders above her, and now he was simply overwhelming her with his technique. Suddenly, the guy fired a powerful blast towards Catherine, saying that he had finally driven her where he planned. Everyone, including Catherine herself, was very surprised, because this guy just used zigzag shooting. To do this, he used the arena's terrain to make the projectiles ricochet, which was quite clever. It seemed to the girl that with each bounce, the final striking power of the projectile would only increase. Moreover, this moon jelly was even able to break through the wall of her shelter, and Catherine was sure that she was safely hidden. The guy didn't stop firing. He fired a burst of shells, and his weapon itself looked like a hunting weapon. The girl felt her cover crumbling. Just a little more, and the bullets would start to reach her too. This could not be allowed to happen, but her colleagues from Earth already thought that they were likely to suffer another defeat. It seemed that only her friends were sincerely rooting for Catherine. Angela was very worried about her friend, but David thought he had given Catherine a full report on her opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, victory or defeat in this duel depended only on her. But the head woman herself understood this. She remembered David whispering to her that the man's shooting skills were dependent on inertia, so he sometimes has to lower his gun, and it was this window between using his skill that was Catherine's chance. The guy meanwhile said that he had almost destroyed her shelter and his next shot would destroy the girl. He was completely sure of this, but he did not calculate that the enemy knew more about him than even he did. The guy used the zigzag shooting again, and this time his threat seemed very real to everyone. Angela, Magnus, David, and even Catherine herself realized that if she had a chance to win, it was now. The girl waited for the shell to hit her shelter, but at the last minute she jumped up. Peter noticed that this was extremely unreasonable, because the girl just flew out of her barricade. Seeing this, her lunar opponent was glad that they were working together again, and added that he would definitely finish her off now. As if to confirm his words, he changed the charge of the laser, and the power, on the contrary, increased. He said that this time the bullets would be smaller, and there would be more of them, so the girl should prepare. The guy even compared their situation to the movie The Matrix, where the main character faced the same problem. Only in the movie he did it in slow motion, otherwise no human could have done it. And Catherine understood this. She caught the moment when the guy lowered the weapon and used it for her attack. Everyone who was in the Earth's waiting room was surprised and envied by such dexterity in the moment. The doctors and Mila were also shocked by the skill of both participants, but Dr. Clemens only looked at Catherine's injury. The girl really couldn't dodge one bullet, and it hit her stomach, but her attack took off her opponent's head. Catherine leveled out in flight and landed safely. She immediately looked at the moon boy, but he did not move, and soon the system reported confirmation of the death of the representative of the moon, which indicated Catherine's victory. The girl was glad that the victory was again awarded to Earth, although she still got a little injured in the process. The three representatives of the ruling families of the moon looked surprised for the first time in all the fights at the competition. They didn't understand how something like this could happen, but the Earth team was very happy. From that moment on, more and more viewers in the audience began to support the Earth thanks to these two girls. Alan Doyle, meanwhile, even contacted his subordinate, telling her to find information about this Catherine. Alan analyzed the girl and noticed that she needed to open up completely in order to counterattack, and her way of avoiding a lot of damage from her opponent's shot is very inventive. But no matter how she dodged, it would be impossible to avoid fatal damage from the next shot. So there was only one way to explain the reason for her victory in this fight, and the guy brought the picture closer to the girl's ear. There was also a small scratch visible there, which indicated that Catherine had been analyzing her opponent all this time. This is what helped her win. Alan noticed that, on the way, there were still experienced soldiers on the Earth side. But when Chrissy asked him if he really thought that Catherine was the only one to win this fight, the guy was interested in her words. Then the girl continued, saying that she thought that few people would be able to notice such a small habit of the enemy. Harry Lungberg, who sat next to them, said he could only hope their judgment would be borne out. However, Alain said that they were still ahead in the score, so now the fights became more interesting to watch. Three representatives from the ruling families of the moon realized that Earth also had guys who were capable of giving their students a fight. Meanwhile, Catherine screamed with joy as she returned to the waiting area with her friends. The remaining seated players also congratulated her on such an unforgettable and brilliant victory for the Earth. And Catherine, looking at David, thought that this guy was really amazing, because it was he who helped her. The fat man turned to his friend, begging him to tell him the same thing he had told the headman, if it would help him win. But instead, David suddenly put his hands on his shoulders and asked if Magnus knew that he was the best marksman in history. But Fatso didn't understand what his friend was trying to tell him. He thought he was hypnotizing him, but he knew that would be strange. David was also saying that all Magnus needed to win was to motivate him to defeat the hidden power, when suddenly his phone rang. Magnus was distracted by him and ran into the corridor, saying that he urgently needed to answer an important call. And David thought that it wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was just that Catherine's situation was completely different. Magnus was now on the verge of awakening his genes and taking the final step. And to know his strength, he must rely only on himself, even if in this situation he will only partially awaken. It turned out that Magnus had received calls from his friends from the shelter, all of whom were supporting him and wishing him good luck. He even saw his teacher, who said that she asked the children to do everything beautifully. But as always, she failed. But Magnus replied that right now he simply hoped that she would not allow the little ones to watch his fight. Then the woman said that he shouldn't downplay his achievements, because all the liars were very proud of him. She added that Magnus had already become an idol for his little friends, who now considered him a brother. Then they all wished him luck again and said goodbye, because Magnus also had to prepare. Hearing the kids call you the best was one of the most enjoyable things in Fatso's life, and he made his decision. Returning back, he was immediately caught by the headman, telling Fatso to get ready because his fight was next. Jordan didn't miss a chance to mock him, saying that he thought their cowardly chicken had escaped. He added that he only hoped that they wouldn't have to watch a guy run around the arena naked. What he heard confused Magnus a little, and Catherine was angry that Jordan said this right before the duel. She wanted to go up to Magnus and cheer him up, but David suddenly stopped her, making it clear that he would do it himself. He walked up to his friend and smiled, then leaned over a little and whispered the cherished decree. Hearing it, Magnus was very surprised, just like Catherine was last time, because he definitely didn't expect such a decision. After that, Fatso immediately ran off to get ready, and Catherine asked what he told him, to which David only smiled. He then simply replied that he had told his friend that he would receive 100,000 yen from the military council for winning. Angela and Catherine thought it was even kind of abnormal that such a person was allowed to compete. The remaining seated players were of the same opinion, because for them such a reward was not worth being humiliated. But Magnus simply had a different vision of it all, and he was looking forward to getting his money. Dr. Clemens asked Dr. Rick if the Earth really had such a significant difference in regions. However, he added that, be that as it may, they on the moon have long since surpassed all regions of humanity in development. Dr. Rick replied that even if one ignores his colleague's ignorance, modern science is still developing, and with it, humanity. Now he added that it was useless to crucify himself before someone who would not listen to his wise words. The next match was scheduled to take place just before lunch, and many hoped that the fight would be over quickly. The guys from the Dragon Letters School were also watching the broadcast, especially now that Magnus was supposed to speak. People said different things about him, but all the comments were mostly criticism, so it's good that Magnus didn't see them. His opponent also looked at him mockingly, anticipating a quick victory, but Magnus was not going to give it up without a fight either. He had been analyzing his opponent all night, which was why he couldn't sleep, and now he knew how to act. Angela and Catherine were surprised by the fact that Magnus's opponent was armed with a heavy sniper rifle. Peter noted that if Fatso fought at medium or close range, he would suffer a humiliating defeat. Phoenix agreed, saying that on a narrow path, the brave man wins, so if you act correctly, you can win. But Jordan was having fun. He said that he had already placed a bet that Maneus would lose in the first minutes of the match, and it seemed that only David was the one who smiled and believed in his friend, because he saw him only as a winner. This didn't please Catherine a little. The girl asked how he could even smile in such a situation. Meanwhile, the renowned lunar expert aimed his weapon at Magnus, waiting for the fight to begin. The fat man, unlike his opponent, was armed with a less cool rifle and he only had one. Both opponents opened fire on each other, and shells flew in all directions, but so far none of them hit the players. The boy from the moon dodged a rather well-aimed charge from Magnus, asking if that was all he could do. He added that Fatso didn't need to be so nervous because he wouldn't be able to hit him at all. Finally, he told him to just freeze and wait for his death because he was going to lose either way. But Magnus shouted back that he was completely relaxed, although it was more of a self-hypnosis. The fat man's system characteristics left much to be desired, and the most unpleasant thing was that they were also broadcast. The guys from the Dragon Letters School couldn't believe that their classmate had made it to the competition. After all, with such data, it looked simply ridiculous, and now they all wanted to know how he managed it. All the guys agreed that it would have been easier for Magnus to give up right away, and he wouldn't be hiding from the enemy now. In fact, Magnus was just waiting. He mentally calmed himself down, saying that if he gets nervous, then all his money would simply burn up, but it would be enough to provide the shelter with food for 6 months. So he simply had to win, for the sake of all the kids in the orphanage and for the sake of 100,000 yuan. With this thought, Magnus suddenly appeared from his hiding place and opened return fire on the enemy. He fired another powerful projectile, saying it was the result of his special training. The blonde didn't see anything remarkable in this attack, intending to dodge it, as he did all the others. The only thing Fatso emphasized was the speed of his attack, but this was no obstacle for his opponent. The boy suddenly used his special technique of perfect dodge, which allowed him to dodge almost any attack. Angela, Catherine, and David were surprised to see this in practice, as it was rare that they had the opportunity. Seeing someone who had such a technique, Magnus thought the same thing. He panicked again. Meanwhile, Mila decided to tell a little more about the opponent who represented Luna in this fight. His name was Buster da Vinci. In modern warfare, the physical performance of marksmen must be at its best. This was done so that they would have enough reaction time to instantly dodge their opponent's shots. And when a person reached such a level, he received an absolute advantage on the battlefield. To achieve this, all 5 senses must be maximally developed. But Alain thought that Mila was being a bit dramatic. Harry called out behind him, saying that apparently the regular lower-class spectators were enjoying it. Meanwhile, Buster spread his arms, telling mages to feel free to shoot at him as much as he wanted. The Earthlings, of course, didn't like this. They all wanted to go out and shoot this impudent fellow from the moon. But the lunar audience was delighted with their representative, awarding him a quick victory in the match. Magnus himself thought that he had never heard of such a skill as perfect evasion. But it didn't matter. After all, no matter what skills his opponent adopted, he had to die for the 100,000 wen that Fatty fought for. With this thought, he gripped the rifle tighter and continued shooting, trying to hit the enemy. And Buster thought that he had to admit that this fat boy turned out to be better than he thought. But he lacked composure, which was a prerequisite for a good sniper. In an instant, the boy was behind Magnus, saying that it was time for him to embarrass himself in front of everyone. This was the first time the lunar expert had encountered such an opponent. But now it was all over. At least that's what he thought, as did all the spectators, saying that the difference between them was really too great. Peter said it would be better if this farce ended sooner, because right now they were losing their reputation again. The fat man, meanwhile, was able to hide behind another barricade, gathering his strength to continue the battle. He ran around, using the arena map in his head as his guide, since he remembered it well from the very beginning. However, Buster followed him relentlessly, telling Fatso to continue running in fear. He added that the boy shouldn't have stirred up the anthill, and Magnus was only thinking about how to avoid getting a fatal wound. David's endurance training really did come in handy, otherwise he would have been hit by the barrage of shells long ago. But one of them did touch Fatso, and he realized with great surprise that he was feeling quite a lot of pain. He fell down in surprise, thinking hard about what to do next, because his situation was only getting worse. Magnus took a breath to get more air, because breathing had become much more difficult and even painful. He quickly discovered the reason for this. He had been shot in the stomach, most likely damaging vital organs. However, his opponent did not stop there. A new projectile was already flying towards Magnus. This time the guy barely managed to move his head away, but he was still slightly hurt, and this injury was much more serious. He actually almost lost his right eye, as it was filled with blood, which greatly impaired his overall visibility. And Buster said mockingly that Fatso shouldn't have turned his head like that, because he didn't mean to shoot him in the eyes. He advised Magnus not to delay the inevitable, since he himself probably understood what awaited him. Magnus himself thought that this was not what he wanted to achieve at all, and he felt sick from his own uselessness. Catherine screamed at the boy to cheer up, because now was not the time to give up, even though he couldn't hear her. Buster added meanwhile that in the final fights, this would happen to every insignificant earthling. Finally, he said that it was time for Magnus to go back to his miserable orphanage. But that was a mistake. Hearing the mention of the shelter, Magnus immediately changed his thinking. He told Buster that he could say whatever he wanted about him, but he would never allow him to insult the orphanage. After these words, he looked at his opponent, and now he was a completely different person. The children from the orphanage also watched the broadcast of the fight. They said that Brother Magnus should quickly get up and beat up this moon fool. The teacher closed the eyes of the youngest of the girls, because the match was held virtually. But the injuries there were not at all toy-like. The woman was very worried about Magnus, and sadness was visible in her eyes. The fat man, meanwhile, was encouraged by the thought that from now on, he was fighting for his younger brothers. Rising from his knees and standing firmly on his feet again, he reloaded his rifle and prepared to go out. Now it was his turn to attack. The first thing Magnus did was go behind the wall, forcing the enemy to think that he was trying to escape again. And Buster noticed that the guy seemed to have finally given up and decided to accept his death. He was so sure of it that he didn't see the spark of hatred that appeared in Magnus's eyes. In fact, Fatso was waiting for the enemy to appear in front of him in order to shoot him. He already had his rifle ready, and Buster, completely unsuspecting, rushed after him. He opened fire on the wall behind which he had observed the fat guy to be hiding. The children from the orphanage thought so too, and could not calmly watch as bullets pierced the wall and everything behind it. However, one girl happily noticed that everything was fine with Brother Magnus, and she pointed this out to the others. And soon Buster felt it too, and in an instant he stopped understanding what was happening around him. What was happening was that for some reason he could no longer hit this earthling with a single shot. The fat man was getting closer and closer, and Buster thought that this simply couldn't be happening, because just a couple of minutes ago he had hit him. Peter asked, as if to himself, if this guy could really awaken his dormant powers at a moment like this. Jordan was also watching the situation, surprised that Magnus had such an ace up his sleeve, and only David understood that his friend had finally awakened his genes, which in his past life were revealed in two stages. The first was when Magnus encountered aliens on Mars, and the second was when he learned of Catherine's death. Now Magnus had fully unlocked his primal gene potential and could easily cross his opponent's fire. After all, he saw all his attacks in full, and David also thought that this was the first time in 2 lives that he saw his friend awaken. Buster was no longer so confident, he was silent, and Magnus said that he had no time to play with him. The lunar expert couldn't contain himself and shouted at the Earthling to stop acting tough. However, he still couldn't touch Magnus anymore, which also amazed all the spectators. The initiative of the battle has shifted dramatically to the side of Fatso, who has already gotten very close to the enemy. He drove right under the overhang Buster was shooting from and fired his powerful single shot into it. The fat man thought it all out so that even if the enemy could detect his attack in front of him in time, he still wouldn't have enough time to react, because there was very little space on that canopy. And so it happened. His projectile hit the target straight on, and Buster remained imprisoned in the place from which he was going to finish off the Earthling. Only now did everyone see how the representative of the moon screamed from the pain piercing his body from the powerful projectile. Angela and David were delighted because it meant that Magnus had won, and Catherine was the happiest of all. The system confirmed the death of Buster Da Vinci and announced the victory of the student of the Dragon Letters School. Thanks to Magnus's victory, the score difference between Luna and Earth was reduced and now stood at 10-6 in favor of Luna. The fat man came out of his capsule, not believing his eyes that he had won, but it made him very happy. He was especially struck by the thought that now 100,000 yen were his, and he would be able to provide for the children in the orphanage. However, he shouldn't be too happy because only the finalists will receive the prize, and there will be very few of them left. Dr. Clemens was surprised by the Earthling's reaction, and Dr. Rick explained that the winners of the first round. The ministry will reward him with 100,000 yen, so although it's a bit ridiculous, Fatso won. The inhabitants of the Earth were happy and surprised at the same time, but the lunar viewers did not believe that such a thing was even possible. Buster Da Vinci, meanwhile, also emerged from his capsule, but he was ashamed to show himself in public. And in this situation, the pain was transmitted at 100%, and it seemed to him that his body was about to fall apart. But Magnus was incredibly pleased. He happily ran to his friends in the waiting room. The first thing he asked David was if he could already get his reward and if it would be taken away from him if he lost. And David thought that with his strength, Fatso could easily become the commander of an entire corps. But now he was so careless. The guys also saw Jordan standing next to them, looking very stern and serious, as always. Magnus awkwardly said that he shouldn't be like that because they were just joking. He thought the guy would attack him. But Jordan just grabbed him by the jacket, saying that Fatso hadn't even buttoned all his buttons. He said that he shouldn't forget about his image because, after all, he is a representative of Earthlings. He added that if they continue to win like this, it won't be difficult for him to run naked at least 100 times. Meanwhile, it was David's turn to show himself in the fight. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment. General Hugo watched the students from Dragon Letters through a camera in the waiting room. He thought that they were truly amazing, and whatever the outcome, the spirit of the Earthlings must be reborn again. Jordan, meanwhile, said that a man is obliged to keep his promises, and therefore he, too, will not go back on his words. The guy started to undress, and the general was very surprised, asking what this Asian was even allowing himself to do. Buster finally returned to the Luna waiting room, standing in the corner, not daring to look his comrades in the eyes. One of the older students approached Harry Lungberg, telling him that he should return Luna's good score. And the guy assured him that he would return everything 100-fold, but Chrissy suddenly warned him. She advised him not to underestimate his opponent, but Harry replied that he had carefully studied the information about him. The guy knew that David was a close combat fighter, but they would only be able to experience each other's true strength in a duel. Both participants took to the stage, and the audience immediately burst into thunderous applause, shouting Harry's name. The boys met eyes again. Harry was sure he could crush this boy from Earth. David seemed surprisingly calm. He was even a little amused by his opponent's attitude. Angela thought that this Harry Lungberg had become famous for his skills as soon as he entered the school. They said that over time this guy would become as great a fighter as the Three Musketeers of the Moon. All this only made things worse for David, and Angela began to worry when Mila announced the start of the match. Since students did not indicate a preferred standard battlefield, a random one was selected. The location was called Mountain Peak, and the arena itself was located at the very top, making maneuverability difficult. The guys from the ranks of the Earth's spectators began to be indignant at such a selection, because this arena was created for close combat. Also, David's opponent had a 100% win rate at this location, which played into his hands. Harry Lungberg turned to David, saying that he would allow him to do something, but he did not finish and froze in place. Dr. Clemens asked his colleague if this was Earth's secret weapon, because it seemed like the guy thought he was already a champion. Dr. Rick hoped that David Gaydon knew what he was doing. Otherwise, the morale that had been raised with such difficulty would quickly fall. Mila explained all the circumstances, saying that the participant from Earth took a close combat stance and, apparently, did not select any weapons. At this time, many of his relatives were watching the live broadcast, including Dina Gaydon. Her friend, who was standing behind the girl, asked if everything would be okay with her brother David. But, seeing Dina's look, the guy quickly remembered that he still had homework to do. But Dina still couldn't stand it, and asked how he could say such things about her brother. The girl added that even if there were 6 of the best moon fighters there, David would have destroyed them all in less than a minute. She was not the only one who thought so and watched the matches. Michael also watched the live broadcast. He noticed that David's aura looked completely different during the fight, which was very different from his calm temperament. Catherine thought that David was indeed an amazing fighter, but she didn't know if his skills could match Harry's. Still, you can't compare the selection on Earth with the fights of the final stage of the competition. The level was too different. Meanwhile, David asked the surprised Harry Lungberg what else he expected from him in such a situation. And Harry thought that he had never seen anyone treat a practitioner of the lunar martial art with such disdain. He also thought that today he must definitely teach this impudent fellow from Earth a lesson. With this thought, the guy attacked David, his weapon being a special sword from his lunar combat art, a sharoon. Harry held out the blade, which suddenly produced many smaller blades of similar shape. He used some technique and spun them around himself, then launched something that looked like ancient spears at David. David managed to dodge the attack, but noted that the guy's speed was quite highly developed and his techniques were honed. Moreover, his lunar opponent had a good intellect, since his spears turned out to be explosives. The rock behind David, where the attack hit, split from the explosion, but the debris did not reach the guys. Meanwhile, Harry attacked him now himself. He was very angry and wanted to finish off the Earthling as soon as possible. But he still had to admit that he had good close combat skills, particularly defense. Harry jumped back a few feet, quickly assessing what attack to use next. This time he used aura. The ground beneath his feet cracked from the power that filled his body. David simply prepared himself for another attack from the enemy. He was well acquainted with the character of this guy. After all, when analyzing an opponent, it is important to understand not only his strengths and weaknesses, but also the psychological aspect. And David understood this well in Harry, because all the attacks of the Moon Karateka were quite predictable for him. The only thing that could have spoiled the picture a little was the power of the attacks, because, whatever you say, Harry Lungberg was an ace of his craft. But the same could be said about David. The guy realized that the best thing to do in this situation would be to take the hit. So he covered his head and prepared to hold back the onslaught of the attack Harry had already directed at him. And so it happened. And although the lunar representative put all his strength into her, David was able to stand still. In fact, the power of this attack also showed how high the level of gene awakening was in Harry. Dina thought that if we add to this the most professional training and education in the entire solar system, there was only one way out. Her brother was in a complete trap, from which she saw no way out for him. Meanwhile, David was still unable to completely hold back the onslaught of the enemy's attack and flew back a little. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he said that perhaps they had played enough and should finish quickly. And Harry replied that if the guy wanted to anger him, then he succeeded, but now he would bear the consequences. Lungberg kicked his foot so hard that the ground shook again. He pushed off and flew upward like a bird. David noticed that his aura was still there, which was a little strange, but he decided not to let his guard down. Harry, meanwhile, froze in midair with another kick, about to bring it down on him and saying that the Earthling would finally know his death. The Moon audience seemed to think the same thing, because they shouted Harry's name with increasing enthusiasm. Mila. seeing the situation that had unfolded on the battlefield, raised her hand and happily congratulated Harry on his victory. But she didn't finish saying the name of the lunar representative, because suddenly another picture appeared before her eyes. Mila corrected her mistake by saying that the victory was despised by the representative of the dragon letters. Even the Earthlings themselves did not believe this, asking what kind of nonsense the commentator was talking about, because this could not have happened. Dr. Clemens slammed his fist on the table, asking the same thing, as Harry had dominated the entire fight. He added that their boyfriend was a master of lunar martial arts, so he felt like David had cheated somewhere. The doctor then demanded a replay of the final confrontation, convinced that the verdict had been incorrect. At his request, they showed him a recording of the last fight, when Harry attacked the still calm David. The lunar expert then swung his leg with a murderous aura, so it seemed like victory was truly his. However, David even allowed himself to close his eyes, because he was completely confident in his plan. The guy ducked. He moved only a short distance away from his opponent's leg, but it was enough to counterattack. David found himself face to face with Harry Lungberg, who was at a loss to understand how he had managed to dodge his attack. But David didn't give him time to think and assess his situation, because he had already swung for the decisive blow. It hit the lunar expert square in the jaw, and David poured all of his current genetic power into it. This was felt by all the spectators as they watched the fight in slow motion. But the worst was for Harry himself. David seriously said that the guy moved too slowly, which is why he lost, unable to defend himself from the blow. The death of the moon representative was confirmed, so the victory was rightfully awarded to David Gaydon. The public of Earth and beyond joyfully began to shout the name of this guy from the dragon letters. After all, he managed to defeat Harry Lungberg, who was an ace in martial arts, and David's friends were also happy. But the boys noticed that their friend was quite calm despite his great victory and achievement. Dr. Rick thought it was no wonder there was so little information about this guy, since he really was their secret weapon. Dr. Clemens thought that if it were just a lesion, there would be no problem. However, to suffer such a humiliating defeat was much worse. Both doctors looked at each other. Dr. Clemens was forced to admit that it seemed that the Earth was indeed well prepared for this year's competition. But Dr. Rick responded that his colleagues should stop joking, because luck is luck, but he doesn't need to explain their merits. He added that now they can only pray that the rest of the soldiers can learn from all these battles. Dr. Clemens replied that he was glad that his colleague understood this himself, because getting into the top 64, which is what Earth achieved, does not mean much. And then he added that the brutal part of the competition is actually just beginning. And he was right, because there were still a few seeded players who didn't play. And then the second stage began. Dina's classmates said that everyone online was discussing her brother's victory, and their team even acquired nicknames. Dina really liked what she heard. She said it was quite good and nodded approvingly. Now David and his friends were spoken of as the 4 dragons who would rule wherever they went. Meanwhile, in the canteen, which was also offered on the list of services for finalists and applicants, Michael sat with David, asking why that shot looked so good. The young journalist added that if he were a woman, he would have married him long ago. David looked a little puzzled. He didn't really like hearing so much praise addressed to him. He replied that if Michael really were a girl, he would beat him to death for such a desire. David asked him not to say such nonsense anymore, because it would be better if he told them whether they had made any progress. Then Michael replied that his research had been very fruitful and he had managed to find out that in recent years the 3 families had been working together on some kind of common project, and it seemed to be related to space exploration. But David said that the guy was teasing him again, because this fact was already known to the whole world. Then Mike reminded him of his great intuition, saying that he could always rely on it. So he asked David if he knew how many ships had been sent out to explore space in the last 10 years. David, of course, did not know the answer to this question, but he already understood that the 3 families had allocated much more. Michael decided not to keep him in suspense and told him that we were talking about tens of thousands. Some had returned, but some had gone missing, and Michael was sure that it was connected with something that they didn't even know about yet. And perhaps only 3 families had this data. David figured that 9 times out of 10 these ships hit something, but they didn't want it to be known. But Michael said that if you look at the situation from that point of view, then everything began to even lose its meaning. Then David asked if he knew anything else, but the guy shook his head, because who among the 3 families would share information with him? He added that if he continued digging in this direction, then very soon the security service would knock on his door. David thought that this data was already of great value, since most likely, the lunar families managed to discover something. It also turned out that when the fourth places in the competition were taken by lunar players, Earthlings would definitely lose control over the situation in space. This time, David had no right to make a mistake, and although he did not know what awaited him, if he failed, the fate of humanity would repeat itself. He told Michael that he had to be careful, because this was a case that 3 families were so involved in. It should be a huge moneymaker, but Michael replied that he and all his friends knew what they were getting into. At that time, David simply said that he had simply warned them, but he also greatly appreciated their work. Meanwhile, Magnus was sitting in his dorm room, looking at his computer monitor. There was a video call activated with his younger siblings at the orphanage, who were waiting for him to win the next round. The fat man replied that he would try not to disappoint them, and when he returned, he would definitely treat them to a delicious dinner. At the same time, General Hugo listened to complaints from the leadership that only 10 Earthlings made it into the top 64. They told him that they did not expect to see such disappointing results under his leadership, and the general wondered whether the representatives of the moon were really so superior to Earthlings in development and strength. But this George, the chief admiral, doubted the correctness of the Earth's gene policy. For a very long time, the development of the moon took place in the shadows, but if you look at the political side of the issue, then its representatives. They had always tried to be on the same level as the Earth. Now the moon had an overwhelming advantage. Speculation by ordinary people or the opinion of the inhabitants of the moon about their superiority looks too childish. Then the general thought about the expedition that had been planned for several years, which the lunar representatives were aiming to get to. It turns out that their real goal is to show Earth the futility of investing in their soldiers. Looking at it from this point of view, the general thought that there could be no doubt. The representatives of the moon were hiding something. And now everything depended only on whether the Earthlings could get at least one of the expedition places provided. Meanwhile, Mila welcomed everyone back to the competition after a short commercial break. She added that Dr. Clemens and Dr. Rick Yankee will be commentating the matches with her again today. The latter thought that, fortunately, Earth had 10 more participants, and if it weren't for that, he would have completely lost his face. Mila announced that the main fight of today could be considered the confrontation between Sybil and Chrissy. Dr. Clemens suggested also considering the situation of Catherine, who also moved forward, but only due to her speed of reaction. Dr. Rick thought about Magnus. He was at a turning point, because his new opponent was one of the top 5 shooters on the moon. Things were even more interesting with David, who was to face his older brother Harry in battle today. His name was Paul, and he had already experienced many battles in his 4th year, so the fight promised to be interesting. Dr. Rick thought that David had shown some serious lunar martial arts skills in his last fight. That's why this Paul wanted to return his honor, because for a representative of martial arts this was very important. And if we look at everything from the position of a master of the martial school, then he must have given Paul an order. Meanwhile, David and Magnus were called over by their friends, who said that they had already prepared snacks and could watch the game together. Phoenix noted that although the situation was not going well for them, Dr. Rick was doing a good job. And all because the first 5 fights took place between representatives of the moon, and his predictions turned out to be quite accurate. But now the time had come for the fight that everyone had been waiting for. Dr. Rick was a little nervous, because this was the first fight on Earth today. It was also the highlight of the day, because it featured one of the 3 families of the moon fighting in it. Chrissy Da Vinci thought that if they defeated the robot Sybil, Luna's morale would definitely increase. This is also the first confrontation between pre-seeded participants. This fight will be able to show the level of each. The fight began. Chrissy immediately activated her aura with genetic power to suppress the enemy with power. She understood that the weakness of the Earth contenders was that they lacked fighting power. As a result, the robotic Sybil dropped her guard when Chrissy appeared right in front of her eyes. Now she had a perfect angle to attack, and the girl planned to take full advantage of it. Magnus was showered with unexpected compliments in the waiting room where he was told that he had to try the same techniques as Chrissy Da Vinci, and Fatso was pleased with such a comparison. David noticed that there were more and more people trying to please Fatso, and his friends seemed to like it. David also analyzed the fight between Sybil and Chrissy, noting that the former made defense her priority. But after a few blows, Sybil apparently discovered that her opponent was stronger than her. So, David felt like victory was already decided and he yawned as he headed for the exit, and Catherine asked if he was leaving already. Then the guy replied that he still had some unfinished business, so he had to step away. To reassure the headman, he added that if Chrissy was his opponent, his charm would be enough. Meanwhile, Chrissy seemed to have her sights set on victory, and the robotic Sybil began to retreat. Magnus said that his friend suddenly gained confidence, which is why he was saying such words. David, who was already heading for the exit, stopped and said that Fatso was talking too much and rushed after him. His friend managed to escape, so David returned to the corridor, deciding to go to the smoking area. In fact, he had not smoked for a long time, but this habit was integral to his time on duty on Mars. David took out an electronic cigarette and took a drag, with a sign behind him that encouraged smoking. The guy thought that it would be quite difficult to do everything alone, because he was just an ordinary soldier. Besides, who would believe him if he told the truth and asked for help with his plan? And can victory in this competition be compared with the safety of all mankind? These were the thoughts he had now. But suddenly they were interrupted by someone's stern voice, saying that smoking was prohibited here. David was even scared and almost dropped his cigarette. In front of him stood Alan Doyle, the very same representative of one of the three families. At first, David even thought that Catherine had addressed him. Alain had conveyed her tone so similarly. The guy meanwhile said that it looked like someone was lost in their pleasant memories from the fight. And David replied that it seemed that one of the main seams of the moon had plenty of free time before his battles. Suddenly, he reached out and asked David for a cigarette, saying that he had always wondered why people smoked. David gave him a new flavor, which appeared on Earth quite recently, although the circulation was limited for now. Alain took this specially made product, examining the item from all sides and bringing it to his lips. Then he took a drag, closing his eyes, but after a moment he began to cough violently. However, this was understandable, considering that the lunar representative had never encountered nicotine before. David patted him on the shoulder, saying that it was because he was unaccustomed to it, but advised him not to develop this habit. Alain exhaled the rest of the nicotine, and David took the cigarette, asking what brought one of the strongest of the moon here. However, before Alain could answer anything, Catherine, who had been looking for David all this time, approached them. David panicked and wondered what she had forgotten, but the girl's expression did not bode well. Suddenly, David shook his head, saying that he had nothing to do with it, and Alain himself approached him, offering him a cigarette. At first, Catherine was skeptical about whether he really thought she would believe him, but then she realized what he said. After all, it was Alan Doyle who stood before her, one of the representatives of the three great families of the moon. Catherine finally realized that she might be facing a potential enemy, so she apologized and ran away. Even though the girl said she needed to go to the toilet, the guys understood everything anyway, and David thought that even the headman could feel awkward. Finally, Alain turned to him, saying that he had heard about David from Chrissy, and then asked, "Is David interested in moving to the moon after the competition is over?" And David thought that this guy was famous throughout the solar system, both in the past and in the present. But Alan Doyle also didn't yet radiate that aura and power of superiority, so David found something to answer him. He waved his hand in farewell, saying that if he ever missed his leader, he could always turn to him. Alan looked at David in surprise, because he clearly didn't expect to hear something like this from this representative of Earth. The guy thought that he seemed confident in his abilities, so it would be worth taking a closer look at him. Meanwhile, David had already called Catherine, saying that the headman also had a weak spot, and she threatened to finish him off. But David only joked in response, saying that he was also not a bad guy, but Catherine did not appreciate such humor. By then, he had already returned back to the waiting room for the Earth challengers, who were still watching the fight. Peter didn't understand why Sybil had so shamefully missed so many of Chrissy's attacks. Victory, of course, was Luna's. Phoenix said that they shouldn't be so categorical because Sybil tried her best. Upon returning to her comrades, she sat down in the corner. It was clear that the girl was in a depressed mood. She noticed that Chrissy wasn't even the strongest of the four lunar monsters, and Catherine heard this too. Dr. Rick thought that there were only two pre-seeded contestants left, but this was not a very pleasant situation. After all, at this rate, he doubted whether they would even be able to reach the quarterfinals of the competition. Harry Lundberg's older brother was adopted by the Lunar Martial Arts School, and it became his home, so to speak. So Paul Lundberg wasn't going to let anyone disgrace his home. He wanted to get revenge on David. When it was time for them to fight, he mentally addressed him, saying that today he would lose. Viewers shared information that although Paul was not so popular, the representatives of the moon had heard about his strength. Peter also noticed that it was clear from the very beginning that revenge would overtake David. But now the most interesting thing remained. Meanwhile, Catherine was analyzing her opponent. Paul was a fighter with no weak points. Angela thought about his ability to super-adapt, because in the army they made super soldiers out of people like him. They also found out that this guy was not accepted into the first corps of the Lunar Space Marines. And Catherine added that she even heard that he already has real combat experience. He took part in the destruction of a pirate lair. However, David, it seems, was not at all worried about such significant achievements of his opponent. Catherine even told him to stop smiling, telling him to be more serious every now and then. And David didn't miss the opportunity to tease her and asked if the headman really wanted him to look like Alan Doyle. This, understandably, angered Catherine, and she said that he had better win now, otherwise he would die by her hand. She told him all this through the earpiece that David put on, as the rules allowed. However, in reality, he was more serious than ever, because he himself understood what kind of enemy he would be fighting. The first thing Paul Lundberg did was salute him, which slightly surprised some of the spectators who were far from the army. But David understood everything perfectly well, because it was a gesture of respect, so he appreciated it and did the same. This somewhat surprised even General Hugo, who watched every duel, like everyone else. But for some reason, these two guys who were about to fight in a duel inspired respect in him. Meanwhile, the competition battlefield simulator launched, and this time, the location was the depths of the forest thicket. Dr. Clemens began to talk quite a bit about Paul, saying that he had a sniper rifle that was very suitable for such a place. And as a mature warrior and soldier, he is able to remain cool in almost any situation. Dr. Rick replied that he had to agree with his colleague because, in essence, this battle was between a cadet and a soldier. However, only time will tell which of them will win, so soon the spectators happily awaited the start of the fight. However, the next moment, both doctors of science and Mila asked in surprise what was going on here. After all, the challenger from Earth, David Gaydon, decided to fight without weapons, as evidenced by his empty hands. Such frivolity did not please Catherine at all. She threatened that one day she would definitely finish off the guy. The fat man, oddly enough, supported her radical position, saying that it wouldn't hurt to put David in his place. And Catherine added that Magnus should remember well that he shouldn't repeat what he says. Everyone else in the Earth waiting room thought David was some kind of crazy person, and only he knew what he was doing. Dina's classmate said that this time he was almost 100% sure that her brother would lose, but Dina didn't like it. She attacked the guy, saying that she had already told him not to speak badly about her brother. Meanwhile, in the arena, David seemed to have completely forgotten that he was on a battlefield because he acted as if he was taking a stroll. In fact, he already knew where his opponent was hiding because it wasn't that difficult to guess in such arenas. David also thought that if they did not engage in combat within 5 minutes, their locations would be displayed on the map. And suddenly everyone present in the waiting room was surprised to notice that David began to actively approach Paul. The lunar representative himself noticed this too, his rifle aimed at the silhouette of the man approaching him. But the guy didn't understand what this earthling was even thinking about, approaching him without a weapon. Some of the lunar viewers said they had never seen this kind of error before. One of them even shouted that he would give up his last name if David managed to win, but Alain and Chrissy thought otherwise. Alain remembered how the girl had already warned him that this man was very strong and needed to be given more attention. And if he treated his opponent so carelessly, that already said a lot, especially for Paul too. Yet his lunar opponent didn't expect this guy's self-confidence to be beyond imagination. Deciding that he would finish him off now, Paul aimed his rifle at David, setting the sights directly on his head. He fired a shot. It was clearly seen by all the spectators and many thought that the fight was over. However, when Paul lowered his rifle, he was surprised to notice that his opponent remained unharmed and invisible. The other participants saw the same thing and were no less surprised, amazed by David's skills. It turned out that at the last second he managed to dodge and the bullet hit the tree, as if the guy expected it. Paul didn't understand then how he managed to do it, so he decided to quickly continue the attack, turning it into shelling. His rifle shook from the volley of shots, all flying straight in David's direction. However, he dodged all the projectiles with extraordinary dexterity, not allowing them to hit him. As he did so, he also continued to get closer to the enemy, so the enemy was forced to change his location. Paul moved to the branch of another tree and prepared to continue his line of attacks on David. He fired his rifle quite accurately, so every projectile was bound to reach its target. But the target was constantly moving and very dexterously, so the guys were on equal terms no matter how strange it might seem. But David had already caught up with Paul to such an extent that it became unprofitable for him to shoot, and he used another weapon. They were steel blades that the boy was using at close range when David approached. And he actually expected just that. He blocked Paul's first attack and prepared to dodge the second. Paul had already pointed his other blade at him, intending to pierce his opponent in the side, which would have been a serious wound. However, David of course understood this, so he carefully watched his every move and was able to dodge in time. In Paul's eyes, he was moving too fast, to the point that he couldn't even keep up with him. However, the lunar representative was no slouch either. He had well-honed hand-to-hand combat skills. At one point, it seemed to everyone that he was about to hit David with his knife, but he kept dodging. Paul then moved on to his secret fighting tactics, the first of which was the 7 deadly steps scheme. David tensed and braced himself as he saw his opponent suddenly change stance and become more focused. Now he had a special aura about him that looked quite impressive and powerful, so much so that David even became worried. His worries were heightened by the fact that Paul's speed had also increased noticeably, making it increasingly difficult to dodge. However, while he was still able to do this, David thought it was time to end his show. First, he had to dodge his opponent's blows because he was delivering attack after attack without stopping. So David used different backward jumps which allowed him to get some distance away. But Paul didn't want to let him do that and threw one of his knives at quite a high speed. Luckily, David noticed this and was able to avoid the collision after he landed, even though he had a head start. However, just as the boy thought about this, he was suddenly hit by an attack with another blade from Paul. The guy was not ready for this. He was knocked down and grabbed his stomach, and all the spectators gasped at this moment. The Moon audience cheered, saying that at last their representative had shown this scoundrel that he was not vulnerable. But Paul thought that he hadn't heard the knife enter the flesh, so he felt like something had gone wrong. With this thought, he turned to David, telling him to stop pretending already because the attack had not affected him. At first, the Earthling did not answer him, but this was for a slightly different reason than Paul thought. The thing is, David caught his blade with his teeth, which was the height of hand-to-hand combat. He took it in his hands and said that Paolo shouldn't have put so much pressure on him, because now he had a weapon too. The audience, meanwhile, appreciated how he caught the knife with his teeth, because courage alone was not enough to do this. Catherine wondered why she hadn't noticed before that this guy had such excellent abilities. But the girl immediately thought that she didn't yet know how he would decide to use the blade, so it was too early to rejoice. But Angela replied that David would have no problem with this. She remembered how skillfully he cut the apple. Meanwhile, Paul agreed that now his opponent also had a weapon. But would he be able to use it? And David thought that this representative of the moon was not one to give up easily, so the fight would not be easy. However, this feeling was exactly what he was missing, and a man who had already put his life on the line more than once would understand him. With this thought, David looked Paolo straight in the eyes, and Paolo had the feeling that another person was standing in front of him. To be more precise, now he reminded him more of a monster that had crawled out of the darkness and blood. David was prepared for the attack. He had already mentally created a picture of the battle and was ready to begin practice. The guy took a stance, and the spectators and Paul himself noted with surprise that this was a special formation. Paul wondered if it was meant for the 7 deadly steps, but it was too late. They rushed at each other. This time David was the first to attack, and he did it with extraordinary speed. It seemed that he was fighting to the death, because in the movements of the Zuparnia, there was no sense of fear of being wounded in return. So far, Paul has managed to avoid all the blows. He was also not bad at catching, but still lagged a little behind. David's attacks landed right next to the opponent's body, and the latter managed to jump back at the last second. However, David did not slow down. He continued to deliver attack after attack, not giving his opponent a chance to rest. But this was a rather important aspect after all. Almost all combat principles were based on endurance. The only thing David didn't like was that his opponent was quite experienced and skilled. Because of this, the guy was unable to hurt him in any way, because he constantly managed to block the blows. So David decided to take the initiative and found a way to end the battle to his advantage. He suddenly began to move the way Paul himself had done before, although he did not understand why the Earthling needed this. Besides, David used the same trick as Magnus himself, namely, first throw the blade and then finish off. As if to confirm his words, a blade twisted by David flew towards Paul. It wasn't that it was unexpected, but Paul had to admit that this guy had good strength and speed. After all, he was able to repeat his movements so similarly. The representative of the moon did not have time to finish this thought. In an instant, he suddenly felt something hard and sharp hit his armor, breaking it. But it turned out not to be a blade, as many thought, but a real branch that David threw at his opponent. The effect of such a wound was perhaps even more severe than if David had fired a pistol. Meanwhile, the audience, both Earthlings and lunar viewers, were delighted with what he had just done. Harry Lungberg thought with surprise that he did not believe in such a scenario, where his strong older brother lost. And Chrissy told Alan that everything went exactly as she expected, and this guy Daftum is not to be neglected. Mila realized that she had no choice but to announce the winner of this match, David Gaydon. Alan, Chrissy, and Landers realized that this man could become a problem for them in the future, albeit a minor one. When Paul returned to the Luna waiting room, Landers snorted that he and his brother were nothing but trash. Hearing this, Harry jumped up from his seat to answer the guy, but Paul calmed him down, saying that they shouldn't pay attention. He added that David really does have a lot of power, so one should be more careful when dealing with him. Meanwhile, David returned to the Earth's waiting room, still showing no particular emotion. The headman immediately pounced on him, asking when he had become so cool. And David asked if the girl could stop pressing on his head, even though he still had a wonderful view of her chest. However, it was still hard to breathe like that, so Catherine, of course, let go of him and stood next to him. The other participants approached him, congratulating him on his victory and saying that the fight was magnificent. Angela, in turn, wondered if this was really the same guy who had once confessed his love to her. Or maybe it was only the battles in the arena that could show off all his amazing masculine charm. The girl extended her hand, joining in the general congratulations, and David smiled and hugged her. He said that the congratulations should look more sincere, which embarrassed Angela a little. The fat man noticed that, apparently, his friend's skills in picking up girls were as good as his abilities in combat, and Angela thought that after all, David was playing the role of her boyfriend, so maybe it was meant to be that way. They finished hugging and looked at each other. David took the girl by the shoulders and smiled again. He thanked her and Angela smiled back. Then David turned to his friend. He told Magnus to come to him quickly, because he noticed that he also wanted to hug, but did not dare. But Fatso replied that he didn't want anything, and perhaps David's eyes were beginning to fail him. Then David outplayed his friend, saying that he was actually addressing the headman, with whom he found it more pleasant to hug. Hearing this, Magnus didn't quite understand at first, but then he pounced on him, chasing him around the entire hall. He asked if David really thought of laughing at him, but he would catch up with him anyway. Phoenix smiled as he watched this scene, but then his fight was announced and the guy went to prepare for it. A few minutes later, Mila greeted Earth with another victory, which was delivered to them by Shadow. Dr. Clemens said he still felt it would be increasingly difficult for the Earthlings to win, and Dr. Rick replied that if a soldier's eyes are blinded by pride, he can easily lose. So another day of competition passed. In the evening in the dorm, David and Magnus discussed the lunar representatives, but then the topic unexpectedly turned to Angela. Magnus was sure that she was already interested in her friend, and David, in turn, noted that Catherine was no less happy when she congratulated Magnus on his victory. As for him and Angela, David said that it was just a friendly hug and nothing more. However, Magnus did not believe him, saying that there was no point in trying to deceive him, since he already knew everything. The friend added that David had been braver before, because even though he had failed once, he should not have given up. David thought that in some ways he was right, because when he gets his second chance, he should change his destiny. The fat man also said that he would support him because he was obliged to get a goddess like Angela. But David replied that, unfortunately, even if she had a sister, there was no chance for a friend to have anything to do with her. Magnus decided to change the subject, saying that it was better for them to rest already, and they would think about it later. With these words, he went to bed. But very soon, David fell into the dream he had already seen earlier. It was the same atmosphere he felt in his past life when he lived on Mars. But right now, there was something familiar standing in front of him, something he hadn't seen very often. It was the interplanetary aircraft carrier Ares, but the guy didn't understand what he was doing there. Then he suddenly wondered why the human Air Force could not defeat the aliens. This is because the Ares aircraft carriers, nicknamed Invincible, played no role in the battles. David was also curious if she would be able to see the same silhouette of a person as last time. Meanwhile, the door to the aircraft carrier opened and, judging by the rhythm, it was definitely a person and not an alien. And besides, the strangers didn't open the doors at all, they just knocked them down. So there was definitely someone inside. However, when David approached the aircraft carrier to look at the man, he froze in surprise. After all, what he saw was simply impossible, and the guy refused to believe it, which is why he even screamed. At that moment, he woke up sweating, breathing heavily and clutching his shirt in the chest area, where he felt pain again. When he stood up and went to the wash basin, he was in a very depressed mood, which made him feel unwell. In the reflection of the mirror, he saw that his scar had changed even more and now resembled the shape of half a flower. David asked himself if he had gone mad, or if the world had gone mad and turned against him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he screamed, waking Magnus, who realized that something had happened. David thought it was all his imagination, a manifestation of his madness, so he smashed the sink. His eye and hands were covered in blood, and the guy himself was shouting that there was no Mars or aliens. At that moment, Fatso knocked on his door, but without waiting for an answer, he went inside himself and saw David. He was very surprised and even frightened by his friend's appearance, because he looked like he had just sparred with someone stronger than him. And David looked at him with distant eyes, asking Magnus to tell him if he was crazy. It all ended with David almost losing consciousness, and his friend having to carry him on his back into the room. Magnus thought that if David continued like this, they would have to sell themselves into slavery to pay for everything. The fat man put him on the bed, asking what had happened to him since he went to bed normally. Then he remembered that last time he had a hard time dealing with Angela's rejection, and if that was the reason, it was stupid. Magnus continued by saying that of course if you like something you should own it, but with girls that doesn't always work. And David lay on the bed and slowly came to his senses, feeling that it was better not to talk now. Besides, he still couldn't get over the shock, because the man he saw in his dream was near the aircraft carrier. He looked exactly like Angela, and David couldn't even ask her anything then, even though there were a ton of questions. Then David thought that in his past life the fleet to which she belonged had died heroically in battle. But this explained to me why he saw the girl alive, and moreover, in an enemy combat zone. The fat man saw a different picture. David was tossing and turning and muttering something unintelligible about Angela. That's why Magnus said that what you see is not always reality, and you should always listen to your heart. He added that in this aspect, unlike himself, David was not as experienced, but the guy did not care. He kept thinking about what to do next based on the data he had received, but it was difficult. In particular because Fatso kept talking, so David couldn't stand it and told him to shut up. And Magnus thought that it seemed he was right, and that David must have been too proud of himself for having performed well in battle. Most likely, he ended up going to confess his love to Angela again and was rejected a second time. David thought there was some truth in his friend's words. What you see is not necessarily reality. With this approach, it was much more likely to assume that Angela had not become a traitor, but was under the control of strangers. Then the dream could mean the opposite, because if the problems were with Earthlings, then perhaps humanity has not rotted at all. There was another point. Angela was only the ship's commander, and she did not have such outstanding opportunities. Although, on the other hand, Angela's group was the largest shipping company on the planet. David thought he should pay attention to this. Every time his guess was correct, a scar appeared on his body. And even if Angela was under control, it can be assumed that enemies were around her. Meanwhile, his thoughts were interrupted again by the fat man, who continued to say that there were still many fish swimming in the sea. Many people wrote that they became fans of David, calling him the hope of the earth, so everything will be fine. Magnus added that he should communicate with the fans, and in the future, even if he loses, he can get a good position. Seeing that his friend was gradually beginning to understand him, Magnus wondered what he would do without him. But David quickly put him down by asking if he was ready for his next match, which didn't make him very happy. Magnus was in no hurry to answer, but David wasn't expecting an answer. He just needed his friend to be silent. He thought that if one could not avoid fate, one had to face it. Then he looked at his friend, and Magnus guessed that he was now using the same method that he once used. It was a threat. David held out his hand, saying that if Fatso lost, then he would immediately tell the headman that he liked her. And Magnus replied that he could not continue to threaten him with this, because then their friendship would come to an end. But David understood perfectly well that Magnus simply had nothing to say, and he was trying to threaten him with something in response. The next day they were walking together with a tray full of food, and David reminded his friend about his fight. He added that in fact his opponent was not that strong, but Magnus did not answer. He was offended. Then David handed him his steak, saying it was as an apology, and Fatso couldn't help but take it. He took a bite, and David told him not to forget now. Once he ate the steak, he was obliged to win. The fat man thought that this was probably not up for discussion, but he told David that one steak was not enough for an apology. And although he didn't want to be the center of attention, winning this match now seemed entirely possible to him. Besides, everyone would be happy about this, and the headman would also be pleased. He liked this idea. Meanwhile, some spectators noticed them on the observation deck, recognizing two of the dragons. Everyone thought that David Gaydon was the real dark horse of the earth in the current competition. A few minutes later, Mila welcomed everyone back to the arena of their new trials. She added that this time they would be very harsh for the representatives of Earth, and David was thinking about his own. He was interested in whether Angela could really become the transmitter of humanity, so he decided for himself that this girl should be known better in order to get at least some new leads in the research. Meanwhile, Angela noticed that he was looking at her and, turning around, asked if she had something on her face. David shook his head a little sheepishly, saying that he simply wanted to ask if she had studied her opponent yet. The girl answered positively. but added that she did not think she had a high chance of winning. Then David suggested something to her, namely that when her opponent makes a serious move, her right eyebrow rises. He had just finished when Mila announced the first match of the day, Angela versus Simi. Dr. Clemens said that this Angela represents the impressive school of dragon letters, and Dr. Rick added that this fight is a big test for her, because her opponent's rating is much higher. This battle was definitely going to be tough. Both girls were already standing face to face, like in the ring. Simi had 2,810 moon rating points, and Angela had 2,650 earth rating points, so it seemed like there was nothing to talk about. Dr. Clemens said that if you look at the approval ratings, you can see that Simi is 60% ahead of Angela. But Dr. Rick reminded that David had already brought one victory to the Earthlings, so the girl also had every chance. In any case, this confrontation will still attract enough publicity. After all, two beauties will be fighting. The fight began. Angela thought that everything was as David said. She really couldn't make any kind of plan. Meanwhile, Simi noticed her and took aim. Angela didn't see it, but she felt it. The next second, fire opened on the girl, and she barely managed to hide her head behind the barricade. Without wasting any time, Angela waited out the line of fire and came out of cover to counterattack. Now Simi had to defend herself. She clearly didn't expect the girl to fight back. Both contenders had good skills, and watching their fight became increasingly interesting. But Simi soon got tired of this, called Angela an annoying dugout, and changed the projectile. This time it was a cartridge similar to a sniper caliber, and the girl fired it straight at Angela. And she, seeing the projectile approaching, could not figure out how to avoid a collision with it therefore. She found no other way out but to run to the edge of the skyscraper. This was the location of their fight. The girl then jumped off the building, surprising all the spectators, but Angela had a plan, and it worked. There was a fairly large explosion, which meant that the projectile had stopped pursuing her and had crashed into something. And so it was. Angela was flying down, and she was very lucky that she did such a thing, because that way she also avoided the debris. But Simi had no intention of letting her go like that. She rushed after Angela, activating a special power. Wings appeared on the girl's back, and some powerful pillars grew on her legs, allowing her to fly. However, not only to fly but also to attack, she opened aimed fire at the fleeing Angela. Meanwhile, several more explosions occurred at the top of the skyscraper, which created a chain reaction. This time, debris rained down in all directions, and Angela had to defend herself while firing back. For a while, everything was filled with smoke and shots, which were heard occasionally in this large cloud of dust. This was also the only thing the audience could see, and everyone realized that the girls were fighting to the death. Dr. Rick thought that Angela was a rare and outstanding warrior girl, of which there were very few on Earth. Her skill level was quite high, but even so, Simi was head and shoulders above her. That was clear right away. The audience also realized that, most likely, this fight would not be any different from the previous ones, where the moon defeated the Earth. David thought about Angela, and for some reason he remembered a moment from his past life. He sat with Magnus over a cup of punch, and they talked about good memories from their time on Mars. As for Angela, information about her was constantly coming in. She became one of the main soldiers of the younger generation. But when he returned to the War Office to report on the situation, David met Angela again. At that time, she was already a major general, and the guy really didn't want to believe that she decided to go against humanity. But then David thought that this was unlikely, because if the aliens had the ability to control people, the war would not have dragged on. Meanwhile, Mila happily announced that participant Angela had reappeared. It seemed like she had managed to avoid all of Simi's attacks, and was now ready to strike back at her opponent. Angela looked confident. She tightened her grip on her weapon and prepared to carry out her plan. Simi, meanwhile, said that she was even a little interesting to her as an opponent, and quite strong. However, she was strong for an Earthling, and she still could not stand up to the strength of a real moon person. With these words, the girl opened fire on Angela, saying that this was the end for her, but the first one did not think so. She noticed that everything was just as the elder had said. An opportunity had arisen to draw her into close combat. After thinking it over a bit, the girl made a plan and Paula threw a couple of pieces of debris towards Simi flying towards her. Two boulders wouldn't have done her any harm, but Simi couldn't ignore them and not fight back. She activated her laser, which she used to shred both fragments into even smaller ones. However, this was just what Angela needed. The girl took advantage of the smoke screen. Then Simi saw a salmon appear out of nowhere and grabbed the weapon in her hand. It was so unexpected that the representative of Lun did not have time to react in time and paid the price. And when she felt the weapon fall from her hand, she saw the one who controlled the salmon from the shadow of the smoke. Angela was already running towards her and pounced, intending to crush her opponent with a decisive blow. Simi quickly assessed that it would be difficult for her to repel this attack, but she still had one free hand. She held it out to block, and when Angela reached for the blade, she grabbed her dark knife too. They clashed weapons again, but this time the battle situation was on Angela's side, as she had the advantage. It was her last burst of despair, which was accompanied by the girl stepping on the gas and the installations on her feet. At that moment, Simi made a powerful acceleration towards her opponent, but Angela held on. She understood that she had to endure, otherwise all efforts would be useless, so she did not back down. One of her hands was still holding Simi's weapon with a tightly pulled shad, while the other was protecting itself from the blade. But then Angela hit her opponent on the hands that were holding the firearm, and it fell out of Simi's hands. The moon representative could only sigh heavily as she felt the bullets pierce her body. It turns out that Angela was able to take the weapon for herself and opened fire directly at Simi, who was flying in front of her. This caused many more explosions on the skyscraper, but soon it was all over. Both girls were lying on the roof. Debris was scattered everywhere, but then the girls noticed each other, which indicated the beginning of a new battle. Both Angela and Simi were serious about each other. Their desire to win was incredibly high. Harry Lungberg, in the Luna waiting room, said he was surprised by the behavior of a girl he knew. Landers, hearing this, snorted in displeasure, thinking that the guy himself was in fact a nobody, even though he was from the moon. Meanwhile, in the Earth's waiting room, Magnus and Catherine were arguing, urging Angela to win quickly. Dr. Rick thought that the fight had moved into the close combat stage, where she had much more opportunities. Simi screamed and prepared to use all her remaining strength to defeat the annoying Earthling. She, too, gripped the blade tighter and loomed over Angela, who already knew what she should do. Each of the girls was confident of their victory. Simi swung and struck the blade at the place where Angela was. However, the latter managed to avoid fatal damage. She jumped back and realized that the time had come. Time to use the 100 cuts of the acrylic spiral. First, she threw daggers at Simi. Although she was able to fight back, she still spent a lot of energy on it in order to not allow a single attack to touch her. But Angela was already waiting for this moment and was running towards her to pounce from close range, as David advised. This was the very moment when her technique of hundreds of cuts in the acrylic coil worked like a charm. The enemy was disoriented, not understanding how the girl had suddenly become so fast. Simi retreated. Angela saw this, but she was not going to let her go so easily. She knew it would all end now. For some reason, Simi thought the same. This was exactly the moment she was waiting for. But the girl simply overestimated her strength. She knew that when Angela used this skill, a hole would appear in her defense that could be punched through. Simi was sure that she had timed it right, but to her great surprise, it didn't hit Angela. Everything happened exactly the opposite, and the girl felt a blade on her neck. It was Angela. She was ready for such antics, so she did not allow her opponent to do such a thing. Meanwhile, Simi quickly turned around and also extended her blade. They touched, but the outcome was already clear. The last thing the lunar representative managed to think was that this Earthling turned out to be better than her, and Angela proved it by swinging her sword to give it more force and overpowering the resistance of her opponent's blade. It cracked, but so did her weapon, so Angela decided to just squeeze the rest tighter. It turned into something like a blade, which she aimed and then struck straight at Simi's throat. It goes without saying that the Moon Girl was unable to block the blow and felt incredible pain, which is why she couldn't even scream. Mila confirmed the kill, declaring the Dragon Letters school student the winner. Fatso and Catherine shouted their friend's name, supporting her and congratulating her on her victory. But David remained calm. Dr. Clemens looked dejected. This was already Luna's second loss that day, and he said there wouldn't be any more. And Dr. Rick seemed to be on cloud nine, saying that the Dragon Letter School was wonderful. Angela, meanwhile, was already hurrying to the waiting room. She really wanted to see Devt and say thank you again. After all, what he said really worked, and it couldn't help but make the girl happy. She wanted to pass this joy on to him. However, when she finally saw the guy, she noticed that he looked somehow strange. This was also evident in the way he responded to her greeting, which was rather dry and reserved. Meanwhile, people watching the broadcast saw who the real aristocrat was. In the comments, Angela was called a goddess, saying that she was 100 times better than the moon-smart people. In short, the girl had many fans who were now happy to see her in matches. They applauded and shouted her name, saying they would give everything if she could study with them. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Letter School, the students created their own fan club of student candidates. They especially liked Angela, who they were sure would be the one to win the competition. The rector thought that at the very beginning he only dreamed of her passing the first round, but in the end, all of them passed it. At the meeting, he was told that this would help their advertising campaign for the month and attract the attention of applicants. William, meanwhile, grabbed his head. He was irritated that everyone was talking only about the team from their school. Initially, he gnashed his teeth and waited for David and his company to return back. But now these four were fighting against the triple elite fighters of the moon, who were considered the strongest. At this time, Sammy came to Landers, said that she was very sorry and tried to justify herself. But the guy interrupted her, saying that they were not right for each other, because his girlfriend would never lose to an earthling. Hearing this, Simi looked at the boy she had actually loved since her early years in confusion. Then, Alain asked his friend whether, compared to real life, victories and defeats here mattered so much. He added that no one could be held personally responsible for the moon's glory, but Landers merely snorted. He told Alain to mind his own business, and Sammy burst into tears, and Chrissy rushed to calm her down. The girl thought that this defeat should not have happened, but still she could not help but acknowledge Angela's strength. By that time, she had already returned to the waiting room to her friends, but only Catherine and Magnus greeted her joyfully. Then the girl asked the head woman where David was now, and she replied that he was just here. Hearing this, Angela turned her head from side to side and finally saw a guy walking into the corridor. It was David, and Angela ran after him shouting for him to wait for her, but he didn't stop. When the girl finally caught up with him, she said that the tactics he came up with really helped her a lot. David didn't say a word, so Angela added that she thanked him very much for his help. Then he turned around and dryly replied that he congratulated her on her victory, then smiled faintly. Hearing this, Angela was a little confused. She did not understand why the guy suddenly changed his mood. He looked very sad, and the girl suddenly felt her heart squeeze at the sight of him. And then David finished her off by saying that he still had some things to do, so he should go and they would see each other soon. Tears appeared in Angela's eyes. She did not understand why he was behaving this way and where this distance came from. Meanwhile, Dr. Clemens tried to justify Luna's honor after the loss, saying that she had no shortage of fortitude. He also said that losing one battle would not make them fall apart, and that they would return the victory 100-fold. Peter noted that it was not easy to resist their morale with such claims from the doctor. Phoenix agreed with his friend, saying that nothing could be done about it, since they had not had many surprises. Landers, meanwhile, walked along the rows where the moon audience sat, encouraging them and telling them that they were doing well. He called them brothers and sisters and even kissed one girl's hand, which made her embarrassed. Her name was Selby, and Landers said the fight she had just had was truly elegant. He added that he was happy watching him, and after that the guy went out onto a small platform. From there he addressed all the Luna fans, saying that no matter what forces their enemy applied, Luna's superiority was inevitable. She added that she hoped that in future battles there would be no mercy in the hearts of each of them. After all, they have to give 100%, and empathy will only hinder this. So, in order to crush their opponents, they should go and show themselves in the arena. At this point, he paused. Then, after thinking for a moment, Landers added that each person who made it into the top 32 would receive an award from the Walter family. This would be an additional reward of 100,000, and although he knew that this reward was a mere trifle, but the main purpose of this gesture will be that they are much better off with them than this scum from Earth. Chrissy turned to Ellen, asking if he could stop him already since Landers only listened to him. But Ellen Doyle replied that everything was fine, and Landers could afford to play around a little at this stage. Now Alain himself was interested in only one thing, namely, whether this David Gaydon would be able to continue to perform miracles. The next fight for a place in the top 32 was supposed to be a fight with Catherine, who was, in fact, the weakest fighter. In the past, David helped students at his school by creating combat tactics for them, and they always worked. But the question was whether she could help his headman this time, who had to fight against Albert. The guy knew perfectly well that the Earthlings analyzed their opponents in advance on the internet. But unfortunately for Catherine, he had no flaws that she could use to win. The guy was absolutely sure that he could win, and he didn't care at all what Landers said. However, Aliona's words, which he said to him when he asked him to come over for a minute, made him think. Mila announced the start of the next match. The location was now the forest. Both opponents were ready. Albert thought he was lucky, because this forest thicket was made for super powerful sniper rifles. Catherine spent all of last night watching footage of her opponent's fights. He even had his own channel on social networks, where he taught how to shoot with sniper rifles and even had several courses. In them, he shared knowledge that helped snipers of any level learn to shoot more accurately. Now, however, Catherine thought that she simply had to use the method she had learned yesterday. After all, even if she can imitate at least half of what she saw, she will achieve incredible success. In fact, Albert was her idol, and she was very grateful to him for all the advice and lessons in his videos. But what the girl didn't expect was that her next opponent would be him. Albert smiled sweetly and said that he heard from Alain that he was her idol, which made Catherine blush a little. But the girl responded positively, adding that his educational videos on the channel helped her a lot. But Albert said that even if he was her idol, the girl should not expect him to be merciful to her. However, he allowed Catherine to choose the arena for their match, and the headman in turn said that their opinions coincided. She said that they both used all their powers, but Albert thought that he would have no reason to do so. Dr. Rick and Dr. Clemens agreed that the dense forest arena was ideal for two snipers. Mila added that, in simple terms, this arena was created to equalize the chances of all fighters as much as possible. Angela thought that Albert was very strong and perhaps had the best sniper skills among humans. He was certainly not to be underestimated, and Fatso asked David what secret plan he had developed this time. But he replied that this time he simply promised the headman to reveal one secret if she won. Hearing that his Catherine would fight without prior advice on winning, Fatso became worried. If we evaluate only sniper shooting skills, then Albert surpassed her by 60 to 70%. David thought that this was the first duel where the chances of winning were negligible for Earth. Meanwhile, Catherine thought that she hadn't seen Albert take the disguise with him. The girl even wondered if Albert was really so sure that she wouldn't be able to find him. The Forest Thicket is an arena for ultra-long-range combat, with duels reaching epic difficulty. And if you add to this some means of camouflage, it will be impossible to remain calm. Catherine understood that very soon she would have to see Albert and his rifle. She entered an optimal combat state and had already used her camouflage skills looking for a comfortable position. Dr. Clemens thought that both competitors were using the best sniper rifles, which had one peculiarity. They had a counterintelligence device built into them. But Mila interrupted his train of thought. She said she thought the two snipers were feeling like they were on a knife edge right now, and Dr. Rick agreed. So they decided to see what would happen next. But to their great surprise, no one saw Albert. There was no trace of the guy anywhere in the place where he had just been, and Dr. Rick knew who would be the winner in this round. Meanwhile, Albert was already standing in a completely different place. In fact, he had an idea where Catherine was hiding. The skill that allowed him to move to a new place so quickly was called perfect mimicry. Now all that was left was to do something small. The guy also began to look for a suitable place for himself. The Earth's audience slowly began to become less and less supportive of Catherine, saying that she would not win here. And Phoenix said that the mimicry skill does not make a person completely invisible, but it is still very confusing. Albert finally found Catherine's position and prepared to take a shot, hoping to end everything in one blow. Catherine, in turn, pointed her rifle at the guy, whom she also managed to spot, although she could not see him well. The girl's sensors didn't react in any way, but she knew that the guy couldn't just fall through the ground. And David already understood everything, as did the three elite families of the moon. They all already saw the winner. Albert Weather was a fairly well-known sniper on the Mars battlefield and could even be transferred to a special team. But instead, he chose to remain an ordinary soldier, and he himself said that he enjoyed shooting at heads. This man was a sniper during the battles on Mars. The ability of mimicry for an ordinary warrior would be laughable. However, for a sniper, this ability was simply irreplaceable. But then the question of the moon remained open. Meanwhile, Albert had already found his first target. He still managed to get around the girl's position from behind. He held her at gunpoint. Not looking away, the guy prepared to click the trigger, which, however, turned out very well. Catherine felt supported by her friends, who were perhaps the only ones who scandalized her name. However, in an instant, the girl felt another feeling, which was even a little painful. Catherine didn't understand what was happening, but for some reason her body suddenly changed, and these changes occurred on her face. She still didn't know what it meant, or why she had this problem now, but most importantly, why she felt something like this. Catherine gripped her rifle tighter, realizing that the enemy was close. She could feel his presence, but it was difficult to notice the exact location. The girl was spinning in all directions, trying to find Albert. But it was all in vain. She didn't see where he was hiding, although she understood that he had probably already found her. Dr. Clemens noted with satisfaction that Catherine seemed to be in confusion because she could not see her opponent. Dr. Rick didn't answer his colleague. He was mentally telling Catherine that she needed to calm down. Otherwise, there was no point in continuing. Chrissy Da Vinci asked Alain if he wasn't happy, because in the current situation it was absolutely clear that the victory would be for Luna. But Alain thought that after people learned to influence genes for their development, this method was transferred to soldiers. Catherine never showed any signs that her genes were close to awakening, even after all this. There was only one question. Would anything change under such high pressure, or would everything remain as before? The answer to this question was revealed to them a few seconds later, when Catherine suddenly stopped shaking with nerves. The girl suddenly swung her rifle, intending to prove to herself that she was not weak. With that thought in mind, she knelt down, taking up a special top-level sniper stance. A sniper has reached the highest level only when all that remains of him is his eyes. These were the words David had told her before the fight, but Catherine didn't understand what it meant or how it was supposed to help her. Suddenly, the girl felt very stuffy, and this was reflected on the panel of participants' indicators at the doctor's. Dr. Clemens asked if she was that nervous, and Mila reported that her body temperature was rising. Magnus was no less nervous, and even David was wary of such a sudden change on the battlefield. But if Catherine doesn't do something about her composure, she will become an easy target for Albert. However, it wasn't only Alain who thought so, but also Albert himself, who had already set his sights on the girl. He thought that he didn't even expect that his abilities could scare someone so much. Deciding that there was no point in delaying any longer, the guy adjusted the sight one last time and pulled the trigger. He said that this shot was a hello from Alain, who advised him not to underestimate Catherine. However, in the end, everything turned out as Albert did. The battle turned out to be rather boring and short. At least that's what it seemed to him at first, because Catherine, to her surprise, felt and saw the bullet. As if in slow motion, she turned around, seeing the bullet flying at breakneck speed straight towards her head. Another moment and it would have passed through her skull, but the girl was able to avoid it thanks to her new skill. She herself did not understand where it came from, but it seemed that now she could see not only from the front, but also from behind. In addition, she developed a unique genetic ability to see through objects. She directed her gaze to the rock and immediately figured out where Albert had been hiding all this time. This discovery was something incredible. Without wasting time, Catherine aimed her rifle at the right place. She used the most powerful caliber available to her and fired. Albert was in shock. He certainly didn't expect such a turn of events and, understandably, he couldn't defend himself. There was a huge explosion, which also caused a rock collapse, so the guy would not have survived under any conditions. Dr. Clemens even opened his mouth in surprise. He was sure that this round would definitely bring victory to Luna. David and Magnus were equally shocked, especially Magnus, who was worried about the head boy. Chrissy was also surprised because, like everyone else, she was confident in Albert's victory, and only Alain did not express emotions. Mila hastened to calm everyone down, saying that the result of the match was being checked right now, since it was hard to see anything because of the smoke. Dr. Clemens tensed up. He wanted the result of the duel to be a victory for the brilliant shooter from the moon, and Dr. Rick thought that this was Catherine's last shot, so there was no doubt that the enemy was dead. However, the doctor did not understand how the girl managed to detect it, especially considering her crazy indicators. Having analyzed everything in more detail, the doctor said with great surprise that this could not be. But it seemed that this was exactly what had happened. And Chrissy turned to Alain, asking if this was what he had expected. Mila called for emergency medical attention, saying that both fighters' capsule sensors were out of order. This was especially true for Catherine, because her genes were truly awakened in real confrontation. The medical team was already rushing to the capsules with the soldiers who had suffered an overload on the battlefield. 3 of them took Catherine's capsule and took it straight to the department, while Albert's capsule could be examined on the spot. Patient Catherine had an abnormally high temperature, but the sensors also recorded abnormal brain signals. All this indicated that she had to endure a strong load. The moon doctor did not understand how this could happen in the capsule, thinking that the physiology of Earthlings was indeed different. Meanwhile, Albert had already left his capsule, and Mila reported that the doctors were now trying to bring Catherine to her senses. She was currently in need of urgent medical attention, so the results of the fight will remain temporarily unconfirmed. Albert thought about how she could have discovered him. He even went through the options of physiological deviations and deception. Meanwhile, Dr. Rick was quick to defend Catherine, saying there was no reason to believe she had taken anything illegal. However, the audience didn't think so, especially the lunar audience, who began to blame Catherine. It was hard for Magnus to listen to this because they were saying that the Earthlings could not afford to lose. That's why they resorted to cheating, but Fatso wasn't going to just endure and listen to this nonsense. He said that Catherine would never use anything to win, while Angela was thinking about the reason. In short, It seemed to her that her friend's genes were unlocked, and she received amazing abilities. Therefore, the fact that the headman saw through Albert's mimicry was truly amazing and could only be explained in this way. Then Peter added that usually the awakening of genes occurs at 15 to 16 years old, and this is the same for all people. Phoenix added that awakenings are quite rare, but David said he was confident in Catherine's case. The Moon people are still researching this phenomenon. They have found that humans adapt well to new genes. The awakening of recessive genes occurs extremely rarely, but in such cases side effects appear. In fact, the best way to get genes to awaken is to be in a life-threatening situation. And everything that was happening now with Catherine reminded him of awakening, because he had seen this more than once in the army. Then Peter said that if this is really so, then another strong warrior will appear on the side of Earth. For some reason, it began to seem to him that these competitions were organized specifically for their school. But David said that it was not that simple, because after awakening there is a period of weakness in a person. In other words, it is likely that Catherine will not be able to participate in the next round of the competition. Besides, even if she does awaken some skill, it will most likely only be auxiliary. Meanwhile, Mila reported that the results of the medical examination revealed that Catherine did not use anything illegal, but due to the heavy load her body was exhausted. Now she needs to stay in the hospital, but the girl was confirmed to have won the fight. Dr. Clemens said that, in short, what happened to Catherine was an incredibly rare phenomenon. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Letters School, the students couldn't get enough of the news of Catherine's victory. Many said that from that moment on she became their goddess, and others boasted that she was their headmistress. The senior students couldn't believe that another representative from their school had made it into the top 32. Meanwhile, Mila reported that it seemed that after Catherine's victory, the luck of the Earthlings had run out. Dr. Clemens happily picked up on this, saying that before the power of the moon, any participant could only surrender. After all, it was time for the last fight in the top 32 qualifiers, in which Magnus fought. His opponent was a guy named Fabio, who had a rating of 2,600, and Phoenix had already fought him once. Magnus's friends in the Earth waiting room encouraged him before the fight, telling him to give it his all. Davey TD also said that everything depends only on him, and he believes that his friend will definitely cope. Suddenly, Fatso's gaze fell on the stands, where he saw how an expert from Asia was also supporting him. This made a big impression on the guy, because just recently he said that they would lose after the first round. But everything turned out completely differently. So now Fatso was full of confidence and headed towards his capsule. In the arena, they met Fabio, who outwardly reminded him of a hero from a famous manga. However, the guy behaved a little differently. He shook his hand, but said that this was the end of his luck. He then added that today, Fatso would understand on his own skin why he was given the nickname by which he is known. Hearing this, Magnus became a little worried, because he knew very well what this lunar expert was talking about. The fat man even took his hand back, and it was a little abrupt, which showed his anxiety. The lunar audience started screaming for Fabio to smash the fat guy into the wall and send him flying back to Earth. Dr. Clemens asked his colleague if this guy was really afraid or if he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Fabio thought that according to the data about this Tolsiak, he was absolutely hopeless in a fight against him. And even if he had some ranged combat skills, that was the extent of his arsenal. Both participants took their places in the capsules and were soon transported to the battle arena in full gear. It was a 5-level flying saucer destruction battle. The rules of this arena were quite simple. The first one to destroy all 100 flying saucers will be able to attack the opponent openly. Dr. Rick noticed that the opponents were standing 5 meters apart from each other, and the target in front of them was the same. But the winner will be the one who is faster and more accurate. At the same time, they should keep an eye on each other. But Dr. Clemens said that was just the basis, and the real argument was the speed of the reaction. It can be said that, unlike Catherine's duel, there will be no mysteries here. No luck, only the one with the greatest psychological fortitude and the best aim can win. The Polar Star was a standard lunar precision pistol that had a high rate of fire. It has low recoil. Its accuracy at close range is amazing, and there is almost no delay between its shots. Peter said that in an arena like this, such a pistol was the standard choice, even the all-rounder. That's why the guy said that Magnus should also choose something similar. At least his weapon would be good. Phoenix agreed with his friend, but the next second he cried out in surprise, amazed at Fatso's choice. After all, he chose a high-type weapon, Tiger's Det, which was generally not bad, but was clearly inferior to the Star. Dr. Clemens noted that this weapon was developed on Earth, and although it had good performance, but it had too much recoil to fire, requiring almost constant trigger pulls. Dr. Rick thought it was still a weapon that required ammunition, so he hoped Magnus knew what he was doing. Meanwhile, Mila announced the countdown, after which the participants could begin shooting. The Earth viewers were also disappointed that he did not change weapons, saying that this would definitely mean Fabio would win. Angela wondered if Magnus had used the weapon on David's advice, which would have been quite logical. David himself sat next to the girl and thought about how his friend fought during the war on the battlefield of Mars. In addition to the heavy sniper rifle, Magnus always carried the Tiger Duty with him, which he continued to use. But David never videotaped him using it while studying at the academy. Considering Catherine's recent awakening, it seemed like he had some influence on events. Now it was difficult for David to even imagine how many points Magnus could score. It was obvious that the friend had not really calculated his strength, because it was already difficult for him to stay on his feet. Fabio, of course, noticed this too. He said that it seemed like it wouldn't hurt for some people to visit the gym from time to time. He added that Fatso's knees were shaking and he couldn't even say that he was so scared. Still, he said that if Fatso could win this confrontation, he would take his last name. Magnus remained silent. He did not answer and did not succumb to the enemy's tricks, although they did not pass without a trace. Mila announced the start of the duel, and Fabio finally thought that it was hard for people like that to control themselves. It seemed to the guy that victory was already within his grasp, but neither he nor anyone else even suspected how it would all end. Dr. Clemens, as always, was confident that Luna would win, the smile never leaving his face, unlike Dr. Rick. Both contenders opened fire at targets that looked somewhat like a training test. After all, the targets here were also moving. But the problem was that Fabio was faster and had already destroyed 10 targets. All this was accompanied by explosions, and Peter shouted for Fatso to move and start shooting too. I was leading him while he was just standing in place, but even David was worried, because the main thing here is speed. And while Magnus was clearly inferior to his opponent in this, Dr. Clemens laughed contentedly. He said it was the first time he had seen a competitor so intimidated at a shooting competition. The targets kept falling in all directions, and Fabio managed to shoot them all down. So far, his skills have been expressed in the fact that he has not missed a single target, but he has not yet revealed his main trump card for victory. Peter said that if he continued to do nothing, he would very soon lose and be left in even greater shame. Phoenix and the others echoed this sentiment, with David seeming to be the only one who remained calm. Meanwhile, Fabio realized that his opponent would not do anything and decided to pick up the pace. He continued firing his pistol, by which time he had already knocked down about 30 targets, almost reaching half of them. But Magnus still stood motionless, as if waiting for some opportune moment. Toggled Fabio turned to him, saying that if he didn't want to move so much, then he would take over his plates too. As if to confirm his words, the guy aimed at Fatso's targets, intending to destroy them too. Suddenly, everyone saw and heard a big explosion, as if someone had fired a powerful weapon. It turned out it was Magnus. At some point, Fabio's words made him act, and he fired one shot. However, this was enough to completely seize the initiative, because everyone was surprised at what he did. This gave Magnus a chance, and he took it, firing his machine guns in all directions, hitting the targets. And he did it quite quickly. Despite the weight of the chosen weapon, he had already shot down no less than 20 targets. It all ended with the Earth audience cheering and shouting the name of the winner of this round. It's not hard to guess that it was Magnus who became the winner, and Dr. Rick was especially happy about this. Mila announced another victory for the Earthlings. Even the girl showed that she was announcing it without much enthusiasm. Even taking into account the generally unfavorable situation for the Earthlings, the 4 dragons still made it into the top 32. The students of the Dragon Letters Academy, who appeared out of nowhere, almost single-handedly defended the honor of the Earth. Reporters were already pestering General Hugo with questions, asking if they could interview the students. But the man apologized, saying that at the moment the team is not ready to give any interviews. He explained this by saying that their matches were quite tough, so now they all need rest. The general kept glancing at David out of the corner of his eye, since the guy had really interested him with his fights. The man did not even expect that he and the people around him would be able to create such an incredible miracle. Meanwhile, the lunar representatives listened as Landers said he wanted only one thing, and that was a crushing victory. But in the end, he couldn't believe that 6 Earthlings had made it to the next stage. But Chrissy answered him that the guy shouldn't underestimate David Gaydon's strength, to which Landers just chuckled, saying that everything was just beginning. Doctors said that Catherine was physically and mentally exhausted. However, her current condition is not dangerous. Awakening the genes will definitely cause some changes in the girl, but they should not be life-threatening. The doctor said that now her body is constantly receiving nutrients, so her long sleep will soon end. He said this to David, Magnus, and Angela, who came to visit their friend, but she was still unconscious. David was the first to head for the exit, telling the boys that the doctors would take better care of Catherine here. Finally, he said with playful sarcasm that the headman should get well soon, since he was able to get into the top 32. Meanwhile, General Hugo returned to his room and opened the door, stepping inside. The first thing he did was throw his sweater down. Then he sat down on the bed and started looking for the TV remote. At that time, they were different, like all pieces of technology. But soon the man found the remote control and was able to select the right channel. The remote control resembled a slightly enlarged telephone, and if compared with the best models, it looked like a telephone. The general listened to the report about the 4 students in the top 32 and thought that if they were to be judged, they all had their shortcomings. When you're playing as a dark horse, your morale is sky high, but it has its downsides too. After all, it's easier to crush dark horses than the rest, the general thought until the next stage. Meanwhile, David thought he still cherished the hope that he would be able to take Fatso to a special training session. But contrary to his expectations, he was unable to wake up his friend. Perhaps this was a reaction to the awakening of genes. Now it seemed to David that Magnus was no different from his future self on Mars, although something like that would only please his friend. Suddenly, David's bracelet with a built-in phone vibrated. It was a message from Michael. He wrote him briefly that something bad had happened, and they needed to meet urgently, so David went to see him. After some time, the guy arrived at the place, wondering why Michael had called him to such a deserted semblance of an alley. Suddenly, Michael himself appeared from around the corner of the building, and to David's surprise, he looked tired. The young journalist even had bags under his eyes, which indicated sleepless nights in recent days. When he saw David, he told him to follow him faster, so he decided to act rather than analyze. Then Michael whispered in his ear that something was wrong with them because there were several friends with whom Marco constantly communicates. They suddenly stopped communicating for completely incomprehensible reasons. David asked if they had discovered anything recently, and Michael replied that there had been some progress. Some of his friends also became very interested in their research subject and helped him. In particular, one of Michael's friends worked at Walters Corporation, thanks to which Michael received the password this morning. Hearing what the password was for, David's face even twisted a little because they were getting closer to solving it. So, to avoid prying eyes and ears, David grabbed Michael by the collar of his sweater and dragged him along. They headed to the dining room, which David considered an excellent place for various kinds of meetings and the transfer of information. He treated Michael to some juice and then asked him to tell everything slowly and clearly, in all the details. Then Michael told him about his friend, whose name was Sid, and his nickname on the internet was Stalker. No one knew where he came from. However, he was among the top 10 hackers, but he and Michael were not close friends. The guy then went on to say that they immediately started working on his requests about the Walters, but before they could blink, people started disappearing. Then David asked the guy himself if they would figure him out, but he replied that it was unlikely. After all, none of them will reveal their identity even if some danger arises. They will immediately try to eliminate it, even though there was a huge population on the moon, which is why Michael's hands initially dropped. And in fact, everything would have continued like this, but this stalker sent him that PIN code. He left it only to convey one single message: Doomsday. Michael looked at David with an excited look, and David responded in kind because he himself did not understand what it meant. Michael asked him what they should expect in the future, and if David knew anything about this day. And he thought that he could now be almost sure that the alien invasion was not an accident. Already now, he could form several theories on this matter. The first is that the people of the moon managed to establish contact with the aliens. It is possible that they were planning something right now. And the second is that the aliens were created by lunar scientists. They could have been created as biological weapons because, if you analyze everything, they had tactics similar to humans. All these thoughts only created new questions. What if the moon really intended to destroy the Earth? Then if the moon, with the support of aliens, attacks the Earth, then Earthlings with their current forces will not be able to stop them. But then David realized that he had been thinking in the wrong direction because both federations were attacking at the same time. Finally, David answered Michael that this did not look like a war for territory or resources. Most likely, something was being prepared to destroy all of humanity, something like total genocide. However, David still did not understand the reason for this, because even world wars were fought over territories and resources. And so a war arises, the goal of which was only total destruction. It seemed illogical. Most likely, this war had its own reasons, but now they lay far beyond the scope of the knowledge that he had. He didn't have much time, and first of all, he needed to get into the top 4 in the competition. David was already wondering what could have made such an elite group do this when Michael started to get scared of him. Then David finally came to his senses. He told Michael that this mystery was still too confusing for them. He added that if they tried to get even deeper into this matter, only death would await them. So he suggested to his friend to just tie up all loose ends and enjoy life. But Michael didn't really believe him. He thought David knew something, but he replied that he was just an ordinary student at an ordinary school. But Michael immediately interrupted him, saying that David was not an ordinary student at all. After all, everything he did could be described as incredible, and his theories didn't seem so ridiculous. Then David patted him on the shoulder, saying that the guy was thinking too much because they couldn't know the answers to everything. He added that if this hacker decides to hack into the network of this financial group again, Michael should sue him. This would be a normal act of a good citizen, and he could have sent this pin to other people as well. After listening to him, Michael reluctantly agreed that there was sense in his words. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard behind them. It was Fatso, who came out of the bathroom. Noticing the guys, he asked if they had brought anything tasty. As they ended their conversation, David told Magnus that if he hurried, he could still make it to lunch. Fatso didn't like this arrangement very much because he still hadn't had breakfast, claiming that he was undernourished. And Michael asked in surprise if Fatso hadn't been knocked out of the tournament yesterday, and David realized that he hadn't watched his friends fight. He then explained that Magnus had advanced to the 3rd round, and Magnus himself looked at Michael with displeasure. He, in turn, was quite surprised to hear such news, because he did not expect that Fatso would succeed in this. Michael quickly took out his phone and started searching for the broadcast of yesterday's competition, wanting to find this fight. He said that he had not watched the fights for 2 days, but it turns out that during this time all the students managed to pass the 2nd stage. Angela had incredible adaptability during combat, making her a special fighter. Catherine, who was the first to awaken her genes during her own fight and thus defeat her idol. Magnus, who didn't have any special ability, but he fought his opponents by breaking their will. A couple of hours later, David, Magnus, and Angela were gathered together again in the Earth's waiting room. The boys yawned because they had just woken up, but now they couldn't go to bed. A few minutes later, they were joined by Peter and Phoenix, who also advanced to the next stage. Then they all heard a message from Mila, who said that Catherine would not be able to continue the competition. After all, the girl still hasn't been able to come to her senses, but this won't prevent the rest of the fights from taking place. Next up will be Shadow Phoenix versus Chrissy, Peter versus Sky Blue, Floyd. Also David versus Prince of Darkness, Landers, Magnus versus Anthony, and Angela versus Alan Doyle. Angela said it was like winning the lottery because she got Alan Doyle himself. Phoenix reminded that this guy was known as the first fighter of the moon, so he was probably very strong. Besides, he hadn't given it his all yet, so it was hard to say anything about his real strength right now. Peter said he got Floyd, who was a master of close combat, but it was still better than the moon art. The guy turned to David, asking if he could give him any useful advice, since he had already encountered something similar. Magnus stated that Anthony had as many as 3,000 points, and if they had met in real life, he would have given up at once. Hearing this, Peter laughed loudly and banged his fist on the table at which they were sitting. He said that he really admired Magnus's composure because even in a situation like this he could joke. Then Peter broke into a motivational speech and said that they had come too far to give up. After some time, the stands were filled with spectators again, and Mila was already greeting everyone. She said that the 3rd stage of the competition would begin any minute, and Dr. Rick was thinking about the survey. It was held by the competition organizers, and based on its results, 60% of viewers believed that not a single Earthling would make it into the top 16, and only 1 person in 100 believed that all 5 candidates from Earth would make it to the next stage. Given all this data, Dr. Rick thought there was an 80 to 90% chance he would become the most humiliated commentator in history. Dr. Clemens meanwhile turned to him, mockingly asking how many Earthlings, in his opinion, would go further. To this, Dr. Rick responded that quantity will never trump quality. After all, even if only 1 Earthling got ahead, he could still become the champion. Dr. Clemens fell silent, though he thought they would still see who would have the last laugh. Both men exchanged angry glances, each considering his own nation to be the best. Mila, who had already learned to understand these two at a glance, saw that a new quarrel was about to brew, and so it happened. A moment later, the doctors were already arguing again about whose fighters were better and who would win in the end. Meanwhile, in the arena, a battle was taking place between the moon's contenders, of whom there were many more left. Peter noted that they still had 2 more Luna fights ahead of them, which was quite tiring. And David said that victory in such battles allowed only the pride of an individual warrior of the moon to be defended. They didn't even have much of a fighting spirit. And then Peter turned to Phoenix, saying that he would soon be beaten by a goddess. The guy replied that he would pretend that he hadn't heard anything, and in the meantime the last 3 fights had finished in the arena. Dr. Rick concluded that they had ended quite well, but the most interesting part was yet to come. And Dr. Clemens quietly said that the old man could boast as much as he wanted, because soon he would have 5 disappointments in a row. He added that he could already foresee his colleagues' excuses beginning, but Dr. Rick said nothing. Now it's time for the 4th match, in which Phoenix and Chrissy will face off for a place in the top 16. Phoenix looked a little unsure, but that was understandable when facing such an opponent. If we compare their approval ratings, it is 36% versus 64% respectively, but the numbers are not always true. The contenders had already entered the arena, and soon a location was chosen, to which they were immediately transported. This time the arena looked especially grand, as it was located in the air at a great height. Any mistake or wrong step could be their last, and each of them understood this well. The opponents took up their battle positions and prepared to begin the competition, awaiting the command. Soon she entered, and both students forgot about everything except winning the current round for themselves and their country. Phoenix was the first to attack. He remembered what David had told him, so he kept his eyes on Chrissy. The guy had 2 crescent blades as weapons, which he wielded very well. It was one of the best melee weapons. Chrissy was wielding her sword, and when the tip of Phoenix's knife reached her eyes, she too began to act. The girl jumped up and did a somersault over the guy, who cut the air where her head had been a second ago. And the girl was already flying towards him, holding out her sword to attack. Now she had the advantage of speed. After all, she had struck from above, which meant it was much more difficult to block, and Phoenix felt it. However, the guy was able to throw the representative of the moon away, and he himself also jumped to the side. Thanks to this attack, he realized who he was dealing with, because Chrissy Da Vinci was unusually strong. So Phoenix decided that he should at least use all of his techniques and rushed at the girl with a new attack. This time he activated his genetic power, but to his surprise, Chrissy was able to hold back the onslaught. What was also striking was that she only had to put out one hand for Phoenix to realize how powerful he was. Chrissy's genetic abilities were amazing, her aura was so strong that it began to crowd out the guy. And then the representative of Duna put forward her blade, which Phoenix could not see due to his own attack. This turned out to be his fatal mistake, because a second later the sword passed through his body. Phoenix was killed in the virtual world. At least that's what all the viewers thought, but everything turned out a little differently. The first to notice was Chrissy, who realized that the guy had simply disappeared, although she couldn't explain how he had managed to do it. The body she had punched dissipated into a dark cloud that began to envelop the entire arena. Visibility soon became almost zero, but Chrissy knew that the enemy was somewhere close. Her fears turned out to be correct. Soon the girl felt someone approaching her at high speed. Chrissy couldn't react quickly, so she became nervous when the guy suddenly knocked the gun out of her hands. At this point, the audience excitedly shouted that the Earthling could win, and even the lunar audience thought so. Peter praised his friend, saying that he had performed a good move, and Magnus even stopped chewing from delight. But Chrissy wasn't going to give up so easily. She prepared herself for Phoenix's second attack and tensed up. Now her genetic abilities, namely increased sensitivity, came into play. From that moment on, the girl could sense every attack directed towards her, so she was able to dodge. Even though she couldn't see her opponent, that didn't stop Chrissy from getting hit by his attacks anymore. Phoenix used his special gene ability effect to make himself invisible. Suddenly, the girl noticed something flying behind her, but it wasn't an attack, so she didn't pay any attention to it. It turned out that it was the Phoenix blade, which for some reason the guy threw in a certain direction. Chrissy's ignoring this moment was a fatal mistake, because Phoenix created a ring of lightning. It was his special lightning element attack that he used to force Chrissy into a circle where her body was pierced by lightning. Phoenix himself was already rushing towards her to finish the job and win this fight. He still had one more knife left. The guy threw the gun right at the girl, and everyone thought that this was the end for Chrissy Da Vinci. Phoenix himself thought so, but just in case he decided not to weaken his defenses or remove the invisibility effect. All eyes were on Chrissy, who had to somehow free herself from this ring, or else she would be defeated. However, Chrissy would be Chrissy Da Vinci if she couldn't get out of a situation like this. She even smiled a little and seemed to calmly wait for Phoenix to approach her. However, instead of the guy, she saw his blade. So Chrissy began to act seriously and activated her technique. It turned out to be a shield that she made using the lightning that had pierced her body a second ago. But now they became her protection. Moreover, this barrier stopped Phoenix's knife and turned it against him. Then a huge electrical wave followed, which touched the guy, and he realized that his effect was disappearing. This happened because he was attacked by his own power, so his invisibility stopped working. Seeing his special ability cancelled, Phoenix panicked, as this meant that the initiative had passed to Chrissy. And so it was. The girl unexpectedly easily knocked away his ring and appeared in front of him on some kind of wings. Now it was her turn to attack, and she smiled contentedly, anticipating a quick victory. Phoenix discovered with horror that he couldn't move. It seemed that the girl's ability also included paralysis. That must have been the reason she sent a wave of lightning at him, because she needed to find him. The lunar audience immediately picked up on this change in the fight, shouting the name of their goddess and telling her to destroy the guy. David thought that the girl was using compressed air control to suppress her enemy. Her next move would likely be to kill Phoenix, and right now Chrissy was pouncing on him. Phoenix desperately thought that he had to resist with all his might. After all, it was just a little trick. The main thing is that he still had a chance to win, and as long as that remained the case, he had something to fight for. But then Chrissy swung her leg, creating a whirlwind of her special pink aura, which she directed at the guy. A huge wave of the girl's power fell on the almost defenseless Phoenix, who did not know how to dodge it. A moment later, there was a big explosion, and all the spectators waited impatiently for the smoke to clear. After a few more minutes, the arena became visible again, and everyone saw who had emerged victorious. It was Chrissy Da Vinci, who brought another victory to the moon in its confrontation with the Earth. The Earth audience was very upset to see their representative lose, because he was so close to winning. Dr. Rick swallowed nervously, sweat breaking out on his forehead from what he saw, because Luna had just shown her level. Chrissy Da Vinci just defended her family name. Her strength exceeded all expectations. Mila had no choice but to joyfully tell the student from Luna about the victory, and Chrissy closed her eyes in satisfaction. Landers laughed slightly, saying that it was an incredible ability both Chrissy and Phoenix had. The girl's attack, enhanced by her ability to control air, resembles a volley from a jet weapon. The guy added that only a madman would fight her in close combat, and then he turned to Alain. Landers added that, as his friend could see, the Earthlings somehow knew the weaknesses of their fighters. But Alain replied that they would discuss this after the end of the competition, since there was no point in going into it now. However, Landers was not satisfied with this answer, and then Alain assured him that he had thought about it, that the source of their problem was on the side of the Earthlings. Upon hearing this, Landers boiled over, saying that he could not say that. After all, you can't turn a blind eye to such an obvious problem if it will cause even bigger problems later. But Alain just looked calmly at his friend. He saw that he did not understand the whole essence of the situation. He reminded them that he was responsible for all his decisions, so they should end this topic. Besides, right now he was more concerned with their unity than with finding the truth in this matter. After listening to him, Landers agreed, saying that he had nothing more to say. In any case, they both do everything for the glory of the moon. But the guy also thought that if something went wrong again, it would hit Aiden hard as a leader. Now he still retained his authority because he was considered the strongest fighter on the moon. But when his fall from the top of the leadership occurs, he, Landers, will have a chance to take that place. Meanwhile, the viewers of the moon and even some Earthlings joyfully greeted their celestial being. Everyone wanted to be like Chrissy Da Vinci because her wind control skills were simply incredible. They said about Phoenix that he turned out to be so fragile, and the guy himself had already left the stage and returned to the waiting room. Peter said that the unconscious mental calculation coupled with the special ability of invisibility were useless against her. He spoke about Phoenix's techniques, and David added that Chrissy seemed to be able to control even air pressure. Angela even began to despair a little because Alan Doyle was an even more amazing person. The girl couldn't even imagine what kind of abilities he would eventually have, and this made her nervous. David noticed this. He thought that Alain and Floyd were about equal in strength to Chrissy, so you can already imagine how difficult the next matches would be. But Peter noticed that Magnus had an unseeded player. After all, there were only 5 candidates among the seeded players of the moon, and Fatso was lucky not to end up in the arena with one of them. Although Magnus himself did not understand it, soon his fight would become the cause of either joy or grief for his team. Meanwhile, Mila announced the start of the first afternoon match, in which Peter represented Earth. He faced his next opponent, who looked too confident. General Hugo continued to watch the suffering in which the Earthlings were taking part. There weren't many of them left, but Peter's opponent was now recognized as the strongest participant. This opinion was shared by the Earth's military ministry, and it was they who had the best chance of breaking into the top 8. However, in the list of the most terrifying opponents of the Earthlings, Floyd occupied the first place, surpassing even Alan Doyle in this. It was very strange, but both contenders found themselves in an arena that was somewhat similar to the previous one, where Chrissy and Phoenix fought. Now, both opponents were close combat specialists. Floyd held his weapon forward. It looked like a simplified version of a halberd. Peter also decided to show his blade and pulled out a rather large steel sword that looked majestic. Now they were only waiting for a signal from Mila, and the girl soon sent it for the command to begin. Floyd quickly assessed his opponent's capabilities and weaknesses and thought he would attack first. And Peter did the same. Only his sword turned out to be much larger than it seemed at first glance. Its blade was 30 centimeters thick and its length was almost 2 meters. Drawing his sword back, the boy prepared to deliver just one crushing blow to his opponent and cut off his head. As expected, his sword was the first to reach his opponent's weapon and fell upon him with all its weight. Floyd immediately felt the pressure with which this strong man was pressing, because Peter's dimensions were truly impressive. He could easily overwhelm his opponent with his weight, but in competitions this was not enough, and the big guy understood this. Still, he decided to try all the techniques using Phoenix's tactics and activated the first technique. First, he swung his sword with great force, causing a hurricane, and then used the heavy sword technique. Peter was known for his skill with a heavy sword, and students like him were hard to find. Floyd was now one of those who felt the full power of this golden boy. It was extremely difficult to hold back his onslaught. The moon representative realized that he couldn't last long like this, and if he didn't come up with something, he would lose this round. Meanwhile, Peter prepared for the next blow, which was supposed to pierce the guy. He swung his sword again and brought it down on his opponent, but this time Floyd used tactics. He stopped the huge sword with his blade, which amazed most of the spectators in both audiences. But Peter was already hovering over him for another fatal blow, intending to break the guy in half. He put all his strength into this maneuver, hoping that it would be the last one in this battle. But it was not so. His sword, quite fast for its size, rushed towards Floyd's head, who understood what he should do. But then, Peter changed the trajectory of his sword and pointed it upward, intending to attack again. This time, Floyd realized that he couldn't avoid the collision and prepared to block. It was becoming increasingly difficult to withstand Peter's heavy blows, and Floyd realized that he was starting to give in to him. Therefore, the representative of the moon decided to play his trump card. He used the aura, which was red in color. With her help, the guy managed to throw back the enemy's sword and gain some time to maneuver. Peter was pleased to notice that even though his attack hadn't gone completely through, blood still appeared on the guy's face. And yet the Earthling prepared to attack again, taking up a new position that only the swordsman understood. Floyd, in turn, adopted a similar stance. Although the dimensions of his weapon were much smaller, the boys rushed at each other again. This time, Floyd had no intention of defending himself and was going to go on the attack. His thin blade was actually incredibly strong, allowing him to maneuver around Peter's large sword. The next moment, the guy found himself in a good position to strike, and he took advantage of it. To defend himself, Peter had to either dodge the guy's swing or block it with his sword. But the problem was that he wouldn't be able to raise the sword in such a short time, so only the first one remained. The big guy dodged, but he had to sacrifice his weapon, which he let go of. In addition, Floyd's attack slightly grazed his body, which was evidence of the guy's good skills. Peter even liked his excitement. Being without a sword, he decided that he would continue to fight at any cost. He lunged at Floyd and spread his arms, intending to grab him, but Floyd did not immediately realize it. As a result, Peter grabbed the guy by the waist as if hugging him, only this hug was suffocating. Floyd's blade also fell out of his hands, but he decided to act preemptively and began to press hard on Peter's hand. The big guy didn't really feel any resistance yet, but he never underestimated his opponents. The Earth audience watched in horror and delight as Peter firmly twisted his opponent's neck. However, Luna's audience noticed what their representative was trying to do and were surprised that he knew jujitsu. David also saw that instead of freeing himself, Floyd was trying to crush Peter's hand. He soon succeeded, because suddenly Peter's wrist turned red. But what was most striking was not this. The big guy felt severe pain in his hand, due to which he simply could not maintain his grip. This is exactly what Floyd was hoping for, thinking that the Earthling would now let him go. But Peter did otherwise. Through the pain in his arm, he only squeezed the lunar representative's neck tighter, leaning on his elbow this time. In fact, right now, Peter was using his trump card, a special move that made him superhuman. Floyd felt it too, realizing that in a little while the Earthling would crush his trachea, and he couldn't do anything about it. Watching him, General Hugo noticed that this technique was called burning blood, but it had consequences. The effect gave the user incredible strength, but if he remained like this for 2 minutes, his heart would not withstand it. But in these 2 minutes his strength will double, the pain will disappear, and his flesh and bones will be significantly strengthened. The general thought that in the current situation this would be enough. All that remained was to wait for some time. Peter himself suddenly remembered how David said that his opponent's special ability was flame. And then Floyd finally took action and used his fire control ability for the first time. It was an incredibly powerful flame that swirled in the shape of a tornado right around Peter. Of course, he got hit by it, and even in the burning blood mode, he felt quite a lot of pain. It was comparable to the fire from hell. At least at that second, Peter thought that was where he found himself. His body began to burn alive, and even the special state and its effects did not help to free himself. Floyd didn't even have to wait 2 minutes, as the flames acted on their own and dealt with everything faster. All that was left for the lunar representative to do was to straighten up to show that he could still fight, unlike Peter. Of course, this meant victory for him, and Mila didn't think twice when she announced the outcome of the battle in Floyd's favor. Moreover, Peter was found to be in an abnormal physical condition in the capsule, so the order was given. Prepare a medical team immediately, because a shock of this level is quite capable of causing considerable damage to the soul. Dr. Rick thought with annoyance that it was only the first day of the fight for the top 16, and all of their fighters had already been routed. The doctors who analyzed Peter's condition concluded that he lost without showing an ounce of self-control. After all, burning blood was such a minor ability compared to Floyd's super flame. Looking at the reaction, Dr. Rick realized that Floyd had deliberately allowed himself to be caught in order to use the flames more effectively. He picked the right opportunity at such an exciting moment, and it was the right move to win. Meanwhile, the spectators on the balcony said that there was nothing else to see here, so they would come tomorrow. David was a little upset to hear this. He knew that Floyd had everything under control from the start. Whatever you say, Floyd is one step ahead of Peter in the development of his genetic abilities. And although the Earth also began to develop its genes with the start of the competition, it lags far behind the Moon in all aspects. And whether he would be able to join the leadership group and gain access to secrets depended only on his battles. The current situation was not very good, but not bad for David. He just had to avoid making a mistake. The guy thought that by tomorrow, only 3 of the Earth candidates from their school remained. On the second day, the same jury team gathered and the first fight was supposed to be between Alan and Angela. When Mila announced this game, she felt a little embarrassed. It was clear that she also liked Alan Doyle. All the girls chanted his name, which slightly irritated Fatso, who did not want to listen to these screams. Meanwhile, Alan and Angela had already met on stage. The guy looked into Angela's eyes for a long time. The girl couldn't help but think that she didn't think she could count on winning this match. She could only do her best to knock out Alan's aces because he always knew more. The duel began, and this time the rental was a spacious map in the form of a labyrinth, where it was convenient to hide. However, the opponent specialized in both long-range and close combat, and Angela was the first to attack. But Alan Doyle had no problems defending himself, and managed to escape unnoticed from under the hail of shells. And then, when Angela was sure that at least one bullet had hit him, Alan appeared behind her. He said that time was up and perhaps they should end things, so he would make her death quick. Before Angela could understand the situation and put up some kind of defense, Alan's powerful attack struck her down. The girl didn't even understand where it came from, but a powerful laser column swallowed her up with no chance to escape. Mila merely stated the outcome of the battle, in which the representative of the Moon, Alan Doyle, undoubtedly won. The fat man said that he dealt with their Angela so easily, but David reminded that the guy still scored more than 3,000 points. Therefore, there was nothing to say here, and among the participants of the Earth, only the 2 of them remained. And this meant that soon one of them would be invited to the arena. Meanwhile, the finalists had gathered at the gathering place for the final competition. Upon entering the break room, David and Magnus were immediately besieged by reporters trying to interview them. David was asked what he thought about the current situation and whether it was possible that Earth's educational system was outdated. Among other questions, he was also asked if he planned to join the Lunar Federation, and the boy raised his hand. He was about to answer them all, while General Hugo's assistant was rushing to him with a report. However, when he entered the general, he reported the problem that had arisen, which was now unfolding in the restroom. Namely, it consisted of David Gaydon giving an interview and reporters completely surrounded him. They won't have time to stop them. So now David's words will have great weight, because he represented all the warriors of the earth. Of course, this was not a favorable situation for them at all, but it seemed that they really couldn't do anything about it. David, meanwhile, said that he didn't understand why everyone was so excited, because it wasn't that important who got into which top. After all, their goal at these competitions was only one: first place, for which there are no tops. What they heard shocked all the reporters, as well as the other participants who were watching it live. After this, David was bombarded with more questions, asking if he had any secret to winning. General Hugo, who arrived in the restroom with his assistant, froze in surprise. Reporters, meanwhile, said that it seemed like the questions here should have been about his IQ rather than his strength. The next day, new publications appeared in the magazine and newspapers, which spoke about David's sensational statement. 2 people were going to storm the first place in the competition, and David was aiming for the final. However, not all people were excited about this news. Angela, although happy for her friends, had her own problems. Besides, in addition to David's courage, he has now put himself under fire with this statement. When David re-entered the break room, his own associates met his statements with mixed feelings. Peter said he had better keep his word and do what he promised reporters. Phoenix added that they had already embarrassed themselves enough, and David should not have made things worse. Angela also addressed him, saying that he should have waited with this statement until the final part of the competition. However, David replied that the Earthlings had almost no fighting spirit left, so why should he just sit back and watch? Angela then wanted to remind him about his next opponent, but David interrupted her again. He said that for him there was no difference between them, and very soon the girl would see this for herself. Phoenix thought that anyone could brag in words, of course, but it seemed that everything was already over. He sighed with annoyance, thinking that it had always seemed to him that David was calmer than all of them put together. And Magnus thought that whether they lost or won, the idea of having a little fun was not bad. Meanwhile, David's phone rang and the guy wondered what kind of message he could have received. It was a message from his sister, Dina, saying that he needed to be taught the art of showing off. But she also had good news. The girl added that she gives his pride 99 points out of 100. She also said that his parents also watched the interview, so if he loses, he will have nowhere else to return to. For a moment, there was silence in the break room, as everyone turned their attention to the replay of David's interview. It was broadcast on all channels, both on the moon and on Earth, and everyone heard again about the guy's goal to take first place. Anyone who had not yet seen this statement stopped taking any action in surprise. One person, who was also a student at the Dragon Letters Academy, was especially happy about this. It was William. The guy thought that the most accurate definition of David's actions would be death. After all, initially he could have simply finished the competition modestly and already received his share of privileges. William even doubted whether he even knew who Landers was. Because did David really think that this man? He would simply ignore the provocations of such scum. Fortunately, their fight was about to begin. He would put everything in its place. David and Landers were already preparing to go on stage, waiting for the announcement of their fight. The lunar inhabitants did not like David's character at all. They wholeheartedly rooted for Landers, wanting to see David's downfall. Dr. Rick also thought with annoyance that this child did not know that one must always leave oneself some room to retreat. Throughout the tournament, he kept showing more and more surprises, but now it seems his tricks are over. The guys had already met on stage. Landers was the first to extend his hand, saying that today he would feel what real power was. David didn't respond to this. He just smiled at the lunar representative, showing that he was not afraid of him. The guy then shook his hand, and the audience thought it would be interesting to watch this David get put in his place. Some said it wouldn't take Landers a minute to finish the fight. A few more seconds passed before the opponents moved into the arena of their battle. Landers was known as the Prince of Darkness. He had an unusual black cloak, and his weapon was a sharp sword. As for David, he again entered the fight completely unarmed, which again surprised all the spectators. Landers was even a little offended by this, because in this way he seemed to be mocking the lunar fighters. On top of everything else, David added that they should finish everything quickly, since he still planned to make it to dinner. Dr. Clemens angrily remarked that the Earth student was truly crazy to go out unarmed against Landers himself. And Dr. Rick almost cried, because after this battle, his professional career would certainly be over. The Moon audience was also angry about David's outburst, shouting for Landers to crush him. And he said that in order to be one of the seeded players, a person must have level 3 abilities. Among the Earthlings, their Phoenix could be singled out, but its invisibility ability could be rated at a maximum of level 2. But Floyd's ability, Volcano, is a level 3 ability, the same as his own. Landers held out his hands, saying that he would let David die from his ability as a judge because he was the last hope of the Earthlings. Even though his ability was also level 3, it had simply incredible potential and effectiveness. David felt as if someone had covered his eyes with their hands. He could not see anything at all. In other words, David realized that he had completely lost his sight. But that was not all the effect of the technique. Then he lost his hearing, and now the guy was no stronger than an ordinary deaf and blind person. This was the effect of Landers' special judge ability. But David thought that he was now the Prince of Darkness. Dina, who was watching the fight on Earth in the public viewing room, asked her friend, why was her brother standing there motionless? To which her friend replied that he was under the influence of Landers' special technique. David had lost both his sight and hearing. Not to mention Landers. Anyone could beat her brother now? Then Dina realized that anyone who came under the influence of such a skill would be shocked. She was very worried about David, but then was very surprised when she saw that for some reason he was smiling. And so it was. David suddenly smiled and did not change the stance he had taken from the very beginning. He then began to reason out loud, saying that he felt that physical contact was needed to activate this technique. Landers grimaced in displeasure, and David asked if he should be disqualified for that. After all, the guy definitely used it on him before the match, although he still did everything he could. Namely, he gave him an unforgettable unique atmosphere, but Landers interrupted him. He screamed that David had lost his sight and hearing, but for some reason his mouth continued to work just as well. With these words, the representative of the moon pounced on him, intending to finish off the guy. His blade almost pierced David's chest, but to everyone's surprise, he blocked his attack. Or rather, David managed to predict when the opponent's hand would be near him and was able to intercept it, after which he pressed hard, and the weapon fell out of Landers' hand, who was unable to do anything due to the pain shock. However, David didn't plan to stop there. He used some kind of blind strike. It turned out to be a kind of improvised counterattack, but what was striking was that one of them saw and heard absolutely nothing. For David, the battle was purely a matter of feeling and intuition, which allowed him to anticipate Landers' actions. But the lunar challenger didn't like this at all, because he was already planning to deal with this Earthling. To break free from his hold, the boy kicked David, pushing off of him and flying some distance away. He planned to pounce on David with another counterattack, but there was something he didn't understand. Landers couldn't help but think that the strength of this David Gaydon was quite unusual, because when he grabbed him, he lost the feeling in his hand, even though he had trained with more experienced fighters in hand-to-hand combat before this. This made Landers feel insecure in a way that he never usually did. After all, David had lost both his sight and hearing, but he could still somehow see him. The guy wasn't even sure that something like that was possible. But when Landers' gaze fell again on the smile that never left David's face, everything became clear. The lunar expert judged that the Earthling had definitely used his senses of smell and touch. It was sad to admit, but David's skills were truly impressive. But that didn't change the fact that he had already lost. Suddenly, Landers grabbed the hem of his plan and began waving it like a propeller in front of David. The fat man asked, taken aback, what trick the moon boy had decided to use this time. Peter replied that he was trying to confuse David's charm and came up with these countermeasures very quickly. Angela, meanwhile, became even more worried about the guy, because with all her heart she wanted him to win. David was indeed a little confused. He stopped smiling and wrinkled his face, trying to track the enemy's actions. And Landers, seeing that he did not understand when to expect the attack, realized that now was the right moment. Suddenly he grabbed the hem of his cloak, intending to throw his blade between it. Landers took aim and threw the knife immediately after swinging his cloak near David's eyes once more. The blade's tip had almost reached the guy, although he didn't see it, but David managed to get out of it this time too. At some point, he again felt that something was approaching him right in the eyes, so he had to protect himself. Then the Earthling inhaled air, which for some reason became a bright bloody color, as if he was inhaling blood itself. Suddenly, David's hand intercepted the weapon flying at him and grabbed the hand of the one who threw it. This is because Landers had rushed into the attack after throwing the blade to finish off David, but he had not expected this turn of events. He froze in surprise, which quickly turned to horror when Landers saw what the boy was about to do. And David, still without emotion, raised the blade that he had just obtained and swung it at his opponent's hand. It was unclear how he guessed the trajectory because he could have just as easily cut off his own hand, but this did not happen. The next second, viewers saw Landers' hand fly away from its owner, as if Dave had chopped off part of the sculpture. Meanwhile, everyone who was not too lazy was watching the fight, and these onlookers included Catherine, who was in the hospital. She recently came to and immediately asked for a TV to be provided to her in the room. So the girl wanted to be aware of all the events at the competition, but right now she jumped up from her seat. All because right now the broadcast of the fight between Devil and Catherine was on, and I saw the moment when the hand was cut off. Magnus, who had also been watching the entire fight attentively, opened his mouth in surprise. Landers screamed in unbearable pain, looking at the place where his hand had been just a second ago. Dr. Clemens was extremely unhappy with this turn of events, and Mila and Dr. Rick were very surprised. But David didn't finish there. He swung his right hand, still being blind and deaf. Then came a hard slap, which should have knocked Landers out of his stupor. He couldn't believe that he was being beaten. But the most amazing thing was that everyone suddenly realized that this was the end of their fight. Vez David hit his opponent on the head with such force that it flew off just like his hand before. When this happened, David's eyes suddenly opened and he spoke quietly so that only Landers could hear him. He said that a green kid like him couldn't know anything about real power. Alan Doyle and Chrissy, who were watching all this, thought that their friend had lost his life in a rather strange way. They were not the only ones who thought so, because the entire audience also shouted that this could not be. David Gaydon, like Catherine before him, was suspected of fraud, so an investigation was announced. Dr. Rick himself didn't understand what had just happened because he had never seen such techniques. Both participants had meanwhile left their capsules. Landers wanted to tell David one last thing. He approached him, and he was already waiting for the Prince of Darkness, smiling slyly as he came closer. Landers screamed that he would kill him, and David's tables did not think that he had won, because he could consider that he was already dead. And David couldn't even answer anything because the guards who were putting the guy down ran up to Landers. They dragged him to safety, while Dr. Rick smiled contentedly at his colleague. After all, he had always been an eloquent speaker, but now it was curious to see what he would say this time. And Dr. Clemens said it was truly one of the most bizarre victories he had ever seen. He didn't understand how David Gaydon could move and navigate so well under Landers' technique. But the main question was not even that, because the fact that David hit Landers with his palm and not his fist spoke in no way about his kind heart. Then Dr. Rick turned to his colleague, saying that the strangest thing about this fight was his unprofessionalism. After all, Landers was the face of the moon, and it was impossible to say exactly how strong he was, but he should learn manners. Dr. Rick thought he had felt like he was in a prison these last few days, but now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. And Dr. Clemens had no choice but to admit that their player had lost his mind during the match. But this little provocateur David Gaydon was actually a nobody to him. After all, Landers would be more merciful if it weren't for his daily sermons to journalists. Meanwhile, the spectators were still recovering from the shock that the Earthling had managed to achieve such a beautiful victory. Finally, Mila announced that after a thorough investigation, David's victory was confirmed. The audience burst into loud cheers, everyone greeting the guy and wishing him luck. Some girls have already completely turned into his ardent fans, saying that they want children from him. General Hugo was also watching all this, and he never dreamed that they would be able to go so far. The decision to give David Gaydon the opportunity to fight in this match turned out to be the right one. After all, just 5 minutes before the start of the match, the Earth's military council decided to severely punish the guy. They sent orders to arrest him, citing the damage his actions had caused. A serious blow to the Earth? However, now he showed his talent and wiped everyone's nose, achieving victory. This guy just wanted to shake that jar of spiders after all. He had the blood of Earth's military running through him. Now all the plans of the representatives of the moon have been disrupted by David. He will become a real thorn in their side. David himself thought that he expected something a little different from Landers, hoping that in his anger he would reveal interesting abilities. But in any case, this lunar egoist remained his main suspect, and Angela was following him. Dev and Dee were heading to their break room when they suddenly stopped because of a sharp pain in their chest. He leaned against the wall and grabbed his heart area, squeezing it and wondering if it had started again. However, he did not find any new marks. This time, the sensations came straight from within his heart. And this time, it only stung once, so the guy didn't understand how this damn skill even worked. Deciding that he should return to his room anyway, he continued walking and soon entered the hall. There he was a little surprised because he saw all his friends in front of him, who surrounded him from all sides. Their faces expressed respect, delight, and concern at the same time, and David realized that the boys wanted to tell him something. At first, they were a little confused and looked at each other, waiting to see who would speak first. And David, who did not yet understand what to expect, looked at them in surprise. His gaze fell on Angela, who for some reason did not dare to look him in the eyes and constantly hid them. Then, David himself asked why they were all looking at him like that, because he had said those words in the interview on purpose. After all, the last few fights had been completely one-sided, and if he had lost two, it would have meant ruin. Therefore, the guys had to understand that their strength was in unity, and if even his friends did not support him, then he could definitely give up. The boys and girls looked at each other. They understood what David was talking about, but they had difficulty obeying him. Peter suddenly laughed, saying that he was glad that David was able to avenge him. He added that if he really has enough skills to become a champion, then he should do it. Phoenix added that they are not such petty people either and understand everything perfectly well. But Peter clarified that, of course, no one will be able to name the winner until the end of the final battle. It's easy to talk about it, but when you meet these monsters in battle, Luna becomes invincible. Even their Asian friend said that they were all members of the same team and that David would have a tough time ahead. Therefore, they must support him in any endeavor. After all, he is their last hope. Listening to all this, David even felt a little awkward and said that the guys were doing well so far. Then Phoenix turned to Magnus, saying that it was his turn to go on stage. And Fatso thought that if this was a long-distance confrontation, then there was a small chance. But if it's a close combat, then it's over. He lowered his head and sighed heavily. David thought that there was no point in continuing to motivate his friend, since he had already exceeded my goal. And it will be very awkward to force him to continue doing something he doesn't want to do at all. Meanwhile, Mila announced that it was time for today's final confrontation. Magnus's opponent watched David's fight, realizing that he won thanks to his perception. But Fatso was a different matter because his abilities were still unknown, and the guy had some doubts. After all, he watched his first two fights and concluded that Magnus draws strength from other people's provocations. Therefore, he should not give him a reason to release the accumulated excitement. It was supposed to be just a straight fight, without any provocation. The guys got their hands on it. It didn't matter to the lunar expert whether it was close or long-range combat, because he had already made the core of his tactics. They were served by a respectful attitude towards the opponent, without ridicule and threats, so as not to run into trouble. Meanwhile, on the way to the capsule, Magnus received a message from Catherine where she encouraged him. After reading this, Magnus became so charged that he was ready to move mountains to satisfy the desire of his beloved. The girl herself thought that her message would have almost no effect on the outcome of this fight. He did it anyway because David asked her to, which meant she couldn't refuse. However, to be honest, both Magnus and David had surpassed her, or so Catherine thought. After all, the guys were no longer the same as at the academy, and her physical condition had still not stabilized. The good news for the girl was that she went through gene awakening, but it wasn't enough. Everything that had been happening lately had confused the girl a little, because she didn't understand. Why did David suddenly become so powerful, and why is there now a permanent trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes? And he also developed some kind of indescribable trust in her. And Catherine involuntarily wondered if he really liked her. But that clearly didn't make sense because he definitely liked Angela, but it was still weird. David, however, thought that his strong friendship and trust with Magnus was forged during the war. Therefore, he understood his friend like no one else, and now it was Catherine who could have the greatest influence on him. And so it happened. Fatso entered the capsule, fully charged for victory. Dr. Clemens again allowed himself to say that this time their player would crush Fatso with one blow, and Dr. Rick said that his colleague shouldn't waste his time and that they should make a little bet. He stated that if Manus lost, he would run naked around the arena. Dr. Clemens became wary, asking what kind of childishness this was, since they were both respectable people. But Dr. Rick replied that it didn't matter now, and that his colleague had better make a choice. And Dr. Clemens said that he was not afraid of his intimidation, because he was completely confident in his player's victory. He added that if he wins, he won't even ask his colleague to run naked, but he didn't agree. He thought that Magnus had a lot of problems, but he was the type of person who showed incredible results. He just needs to be motivated, and it is precisely such people who most often create real miracles. The duel began. This time the player's arena was the location of a military base on Earth. Magnus's opponent had incredibly strong skills and immediately used aura. Magnus, for now, was simply observing how he was fighting to find possible weak points. The lunar expert's choice fell on the Gepard laser assault rifle. Magnus chose the Tiger's Duty dual pistols, which he had already dealt with before. Both guys were serious about winning, but there was something new about this fight. Dr. Rick recalled that, as everyone already knew, their players' shooting skills were at a high level. But Dr. Clemens didn't like this. He reminded them that all the participants from Luna were professionals, Mila interrupted their argument again, saying that both opponents were quickly moving towards rapprochement. She added that if you evaluate their weapon types, none of them are ranged weapons. Fat Man appeared on the screens who, to everyone's surprise, looked confident and even somewhat relaxed. But the audience didn't understand this. They asked with displeasure why he looked so carefree. His friends in the break room noticed it too, but David said Manus was simply trying his best. But Angela wondered with concern whether Fatso had simply underestimated his opponent. Or was this another of Davtida's plans? Then she looked at the guy who was standing next to her and smiling, and he thought that he knew Magnus better than anyone else, and didn't even notice how he began to control him. However, this wasn't Mars, so he had to come up with a new way to make his friend want to win. So at least a few wins could help him get a photo with Lulu and maybe get closer to Catherine. Now Fatso was in his optimal state when he was throwing out his accumulated excitement, and this showed that he really wanted to win this fight, for which he entered his strange fighting mode. His lunar opponent watched every movement on the map carefully, and then finally he noticed Magnus, a little surprised that he had opened up like a target. But on the other hand, it meant that the guy was just giving him the opportunity to finish everything faster. His opponent took aim again and prepared to pull the trigger, wanting Magnus dead. Then he fired, his hand not even catching up, so the projectile should have hit its target for sure. However, suddenly someone's attack flew at high speed towards the shooter himself. The lunar expert literally felt it and could only lower his head at the last moment. But soon this attack was followed by another, and this time it almost hit him. Of course, it was Magnus who shot. He went out into the open area not to shoot at the target, but to figure it out. The location of his opponent, who only now realized this and was even a little scared. But this guy looked completely defenseless, but he reacted to his appearance with lightning speed. The representative of the moon thought that he should try again, because perhaps the Earthling was just lucky. He emerged from cover again, preparing to open fire, but again felt the attack. Magnus was ahead of the curve, as if he could read his opponent's every move. Now they had switched places, and a barrage of shells was falling on the lunar player. Of course, it was almost impossible to avoid everyone, and something began to bother the guy. But Fatso seemed to be having fun. He shot quite accurately, imagining that he was at a firing range. And his opponent is one big target that needs to be hit. Magnus called to him so that the boy would not be afraid and would come out of his hiding place. For Magnus himself, it was too bold. The audience thought he was crazy with his confidence. The lunar audience watched the fight with curiosity, and the Earthlings chanted for Magnus to keep up the good work. The enemy thought it was unheard of for someone with a rating below 2,000 to be able to fight back. Who had a rating of 3,000? Because this spoke of his own unprofessionalism. So the guy screamed, "Does Fatty really think he can beat him?" He grabbed the weapon and ran away from the roof where he had been sitting all this time, thus changing the location. And Magnus thought the same thing, reasoning that it was time for him to change his position. Only after some time did his opponent feel the barrage of shells again. This time he hid behind a truck, but Magnus found him, still shooting. The lunar expert found himself at a disadvantage again, as he still couldn't stick his head out. He could only watch the enemy out of the corner of his eye, waiting for him to finally stop shooting. However, instead, the boy saw only the cheerful face of Magnus, who seemed to be having fun. Suddenly, he said that since his moon friend did not want to come out, he would lure him out himself. And then his words were reinforced by a powerful volley from the pistols, which he put together to form a rifle. The fat man added that he would destroy him along with his shelter. And so far, that is what has happened. His opponent, seeing the truck coming towards him and about to explode at any minute, thought Magnus was crazy. It seemed like the guy only had to use his last trump card. If we were to describe the appearance of the moon fighter, then a strange eye could be seen on his face. And a moment later, the guy's entire body was covered in the same green ghostly color. Now the guy wasn't afraid of getting hit by Magnus because he avoided every one of his projectiles. The fat man was surprised by such a sudden change, but his opponent was indeed already almost near him. As he got closer to Magnus, he realized that the boy could become intangible. Surely this was one of the abilities of his genes, but now he had to figure out how to deal with it. The guy said that the end had come for the Earthling, and prepared to finish him off. And only now did Magnus notice that he had passed through him too and was behind him. The moon representative kicked Fatso in the back, causing him to fall forward. He also felt a lot of pain, as his back had almost no protection against physical attacks. As a result, Magnus fell face first into the ground, flying quite a distance away. But this was not enough for his opponent. He instantly approached him and fried Magnus again. Blow after blow continued to fall on Fatso, causing him serious problems. The moon audience applauded, saying he should have done it from the start. Dr. Clemens also noticed with satisfaction that Fatso's rhythm was off and turned to Dr. Rick. He said that he still had time to retract his words, since victory was only promised to one of the participants. And it will most likely be their lunar representative, because right now he is targeting the defenseless fat man. Then the air was cut by a multitude of shells fired into it, but the battle still continued. Magnus was not going to give up his principles so easily, and he had only one principle: to win for Catherine's sake. With that thought in mind, he instantly jumped to his feet and opened fire first, before his opponent. To everyone's surprise, Fatso's movements also became much more complete and precise. Suddenly, he began to spin, creating a kind of tornado that would repel all attacks directed at him. And his opponent, seeing that he was firing while spinning, just laughed, because it still wouldn't stop him from shooting. But he didn't take into account that Magnus was an excellent shooter, and even while spinning, he hit him for the umpteenth time. His opponent returned fire, and now it was a battle of marksmanship between the two contenders. But soon everything became clear when one of Magnus's projectiles shot through the Moon Boy's head. Dr. Clemens' glasses flew off, and Mila froze in surprise, and only Dr. Rick smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, in the arena, Magnus slowly slowed down and stopped spinning. Mila announced that the winner was once again a student from the Dragon Letters Academy. Dr. Clemens was thinking about how he would now have to run naked around the arena. But then Dr. Rick turned to him, saying that they had managed to become good friends during this time. Therefore, he will not have anything against it if his friend refuses the terms of the bet. Meanwhile, Magnus's friends were ready to joyfully welcome the new winner from Earth. David remembered that his friend had previously used this technique in the war, calling it the rotating dragon spiral. When using this skill, its accuracy reaches an extreme level. In the past, during the battles on Mars, before David himself went through an awakening, Magnus saved his skin several times, so perhaps he had awakened before him from the very beginning. However, he did not tell him about it then, so as not to spoil his self-esteem, and now his friend remained just as modest. The Earth audience joyfully shouted his name, and someone even said that this fat man would become the king of weapons. There was some truth to this, as during the war, Magnus helped develop the famous Smirch pistols. He was also said to be the first person to complete all 3 rounds using only ranged weapons. That's why he was named the best shooter of the competition, and the title of best fighter went to David. This time, the Dragon Letters Academy showed a truly unexpected result. General Hugo wondered with curiosity how far these guys could go. But one thing was clear. They became a real team that would become the best in the future. As the Earth participants left the break room, they again saw reporters in front of them. Phoenix said that it looked like it was going to happen again now, and David looked at the approaching journalists. They were already holding out a microphone to him to interview him, and the camera was shining. First, he was asked what he was feeling now, and then he was asked to say a few words on behalf of the participants of the Earth. Hearing this, a smile appeared on David's face because he realized that this was a good opportunity. The guy suddenly said that this competition turned out to be quite easy. A journalist from Luna asked if this was really his way of expressing his contempt for Landers. After all, he recently defeated him in the most unusual way, which earned him fame. And David, seeing that the woman had rather ample breasts, said that he would answer her question if she came closer. The woman did so, and Daft, enjoying her company, said that it was a shame on the man who tried to humiliate others. Then the next journalist asked if it was true that he used a special ability in battle. And then they turned to Magnus, asking him to answer a few questions. He was asked if Fatso had any secret that allowed him to achieve this winning streak. And Magnus smiled contentedly and replied that Lulu had taught him all this. When another journalist asked if he had already made his next plan, Fatso replied the same. He said he planned to spend time with Lulu, which left those around him a little uneasy. Still, few people knew that Magnus idolized the famous idol, considering her his goddess. The journalists wanted to ask a few more questions when suddenly one voice interrupted them all. It was a woman with red hair who asked David if he really thought he could become a champion. The guys looked at their leader in unison because David could no longer be called anything else, and he put his fist up and said that he already had the heart of a champion. All that was left was to get the title. It was already getting dark outside, and the competition itself was coming to an end. There was still about half the way left. Meanwhile, Magnus gained fans who brought him gifts at special points, and Fatso sent most of it to his younger children at the orphanage, where they were very happy about everything. It is also worth mentioning about Catherine, because the number of her fans has also increased both on Earth and on the Moon. But the girl was not forgotten by her friends. Angela, Magnus, and David regularly visited her, Angela always came with some fruits to support her friend, but something was bothering her too. Namely, she did not understand why David suddenly became so indifferent to her. Looking at him, she no longer felt in him that interest in her that once burned in his eyes. But even though it was really unpleasant to feel all this, Angela couldn't do anything about it. After all, they never even started dating for real. And when he himself confessed his feelings, she rejected him with her own hands. With this thought, Angela peeled some more tangerines for Catherine and handed them over to feed her friend. She looked at her with gratitude, and then glanced at the guys and became a little embarrassed. They looked like they were attending a funeral, so Catherine turned to them. She told them not to pretend that she was sick, because the doctor said that she was fine. But Magnus recalled that the doctor had said that she was still on the list for further observation. He wanted to add something else about the awakening of genes, but David interrupted him with a slap on the back of the head. And Magnus realized that he had said too much, because Catherine still hadn't developed any new abilities. It was like winning the lottery and then finding out your prize was $1. But Katri replied that she was fine, because she never even dreamed that she would face awakening. She was even more interested in finding out how Fatso dealt with it, since he also went through an awakening. Magnus replied that he couldn't say anything specific, but while they were at the academy, his appetite had increased. And then, over time, he simply began to feel that his strength had increased, and his body's reaction had noticeably sharpened. Angela asked if he had any other effects from waking up, but Magnus only replied that he had eaten more. The girls were a little disappointed because they expected to hear a more comprehensive answer. But in reality, awakening was considered to be quite a painful process. As previously dormant genes underwent awakening, the flesh and bones of a person underwent a transformation. But looking at Fatso, it didn't look like he was in any pain, so the heavens themselves must have been helping him. Then Catherine asked David if he would tell her about his awakening if he had already gone through it, and he replied that this was no longer a secret, since he had most likely already gone through an awakening. He noticed that his physical abilities had also improved, as had his appetite, but he began to sleep poorly. In particular, he was having nightmares more and more often, and hearing this, Angela felt a little uneasy. She thought that perhaps it was because of them that some misunderstanding arose between her and David. And Catherine told her friend that, come to think of it, the appetites of these two had actually increased. She addressed the boys, saying that now a huge number of people are placing their hopes on them. She felt like the boys must be under a lot of pressure, but they said there was nothing like that. Then Catherine said that Angela should help her control these two idiots. And Angela, with an awkward smile, told the boys that now the whole world was talking about them as the god of war and the king of weapons. However, she asked if they had to be so self-centered, and David reminded her that all the people of the moon behaved that way. At that moment, another team member, Michael, entered the room with good news. He reported that the lists of battles for entry into the top 8 had finally appeared, and the guys were ready to hear them. Michael began to read out the division. The first fights were Chrissy against Fader, Alain against Bob, Olivia versus Betsy, Brandon versus Anthony, Beasley versus Phil were the next half of the day. But when Michael got to the evening fights, he was very surprised and even a little worried. He then announced that Antaeus would be going up against Magnus and Floyd would be going up against David. Even Catherine, lying on the bed, realized that this was a very bad draw. Michael agreed, saying that Antaeus's abilities were best suited to counter Magnus. Thanks to his ability to communicate with the ground, he was able to receive information about enemy actions and make accurate predictions. And Angela added that the most terrible thing about this was Athea's pace, which was the fastest and most brutal. So far, none of his opponents have been able to cause him a single drop of damage, as if the earth itself would bless him. But David's opponent was invincible in close combat. Also, thanks to his ability, Catherine did not like this at all. The girls agreed that the draw was clearly designed to throw them out of the tournament. But to everyone's surprise, David said it was actually excellent. He added that he had actually wanted to fight Floyd for a long time and had been waiting for this moment. The guys, as always, were shocked by their friend's statements, but this no longer surprised Michael so much. He thought that this was to be expected from their boss. He must have already thought of a way to win. In fact, even in his past life, David was thinking about how to spar with Floyd. To his great regret, the gap between them was too great, but now they were equal. So David cleared his throat and said that he actually wanted to try to be friends with him. After all, in the future, if he wants to have a picnic, he won't even need to light a fire. Angela thought that only David could really laugh and joke in such a situation. Once the battle for a place in the top 8 begins, all arenas will be open to level the playing field for all fighters. There will even be an arena in space, and all this is aimed at weeding out the weak and promoting the strong. They talked like this for about another hour, and then everyone went to their rooms in the dorm. The fat man fell asleep instantly, but David tossed and turned for a long time because he couldn't do it. His stomach suddenly started to hurt, which was completely inopportune, but the guy couldn't do anything about it. He grabbed it, asking himself what fate had in store for him this time. However, the guy couldn't stand it for long and got out of bed, heading to the restroom. Entering there, the first thing he did was go to the mirror, wanting to look at his chest, where the scar was. However, the guy was surprised when he slightly lifted his t-shirt because during this time the scar had changed a lot. It kept getting bigger and bigger, and David didn't understand when or how it happened. He only saw that the scar had already reached his stomach, which made the guy even more nervous. The scar still had the characteristic purple dents, but that was not all. David was surprised to discover that he had developed another foreign growth. He even thought that he had become infected with something, but it was unclear what. The alien attack is not supposed to happen for another 5 years, so they clearly couldn't have infected him. Therefore, the infection he received occurred at this time, but it was unclear how. At first, he thought it was Michael's doing, but the man was trustworthy in every way. Then suspicion fell on the pre-match check, in which the Luna representatives could have done something to him. However, at that time they still knew nothing about him. And then a third option came to David's mind, Angela. In her dream, she was too suspicious, but in reality she was suspicious of their family, who headed the transport corporation. There was a lot of pressure from Luna, so it can be said that the girl had some kind of motive. But at the current rate of spread of this infection, he still had a chance. At least that's what David thought, convincing himself that he just needed a little more time. The next day, the competition continued, and now, the place in the top 4 was determined. The audience was incredibly happy about this, because the strongest fighters remained, which meant the matches would be interesting. Meanwhile, Mila greeted everyone again and announced that the first 2 fights would be among the Moon fighters. Dr. Clemens said mockingly that the Earthlings had only 2 fighters left, but soon the strongest of the lunar representatives would win, and all the trash would be weeded out. That's how it's been going so far, with Alan Doyle and Chrissy Da Vinci easily defeating their opponents. Angela said it was no surprise that they both managed to progress to the next stage. Finally, the time has come for the third duel, in which the first Earthling Magnus will face the moon monster Antaeus. During this time, Fatso had already formed a considerable fan club, which now supported him. Both members headed onto the stage, Magnus looking serious and collected. Now he had more confidence in his abilities, but Antaeus tried to break his faith. He said in a mocking tone that his luck had come to an end, and that he would not last more than a minute in the arena. This announcement heated up the interest in this fight even before it started, so everyone was prepared to see something incredible. After some more time of additional necessary procedures, the contenders finally began the battle. The location of the match was again a forest thicket. Only here the landscape was slightly changed. Antaeus was the first to attack and chased Fatso all over the arena, trying to wear him out. Magnus just managed to break away from the guy, but he was already flying towards him on a piece of rock. Antaeus hung in the air for a moment, mockingly telling Fatso to show himself. However, he then noticed that he had been waiting all this time for him to appear so he could counterattack. Magnus chose a new weapon for this fight, which he also wielded very well. The pistols were somewhat similar to his previous ones, but they had one peculiarity, namely that now Fat Man could shoot both single shells and bursts. But while Antaeus managed to dodge all attacks, he approached Magnus, and he continued to shoot, completely focused on the enemy. Perhaps due to his maneuverability, Antaeus was able to descend to the ground without being hit. However, the guy thought that this Fat Man was already awakened, and this caused certain problems. After all, the chains of the soul blocked Antaeus himself, and Magnus needed time to shoot. And no matter how fast he shoots, the flight path also takes some time. And Antaeus himself could easily determine Fatso's next movements. And when he made another shot, he pushed his fragment at him. Magnus's projectile hit a piece of rock, causing an explosion and a smoke screen. But Magnus knew that now his opponent would try to take advantage of this and attack. And so it happened. Antaeus appeared at the moment when Magnus least expected. However, Fatso was still able to notice his attack in time and dodged at the last moment. Antaeus struck with his claws only the air where Magnus had stood a second ago, and he was already aiming his pistol at the lunar expert. Antaeus himself understood this, but he had another trump card that Magnus was not ready for. It was the guy's weapon, which he slightly modified with his gene power. He hit Fatso with it, and his body was pierced by an electric one, which for some reason was pink. Magnus felt pain and was forced to jump away from his opponent to come up with a new tactic. And Antaeus glared at him, because he had already seen the end of this battle, which would end in his favor. Magnus meanwhile managed to get back on his feet and aimed his gun at his opponent. But Antaeus didn't seem to care. He said that next time he wouldn't hit so weakly. The fat man remembered that this guy's special ability was related to the earth. In addition to increasing your speed with it and constantly changing trajectories, he also felt the movements of the enemy, who was in contact with the ground in any case. Peter, who was watching the fight with the others, said that Magnus should hurry. After all, in order to win, Antaeus only needs to get close to Magnus before he himself is killed. But that was exactly what Fatso was counting on. He wanted the guy to come closer. That's why he allowed him to do this, pretending that he simply couldn't keep up with the pace of his attacks. But Antaeus finally flew close enough and almost touched Magnus with his claws. And he decided that this was the perfect moment, so he went on the counterattack. Antaeus thought that now was the perfect moment for him to end everything. But when he saw what Magnus was about to do next, he was almost speechless. After all, Fatso suddenly grew in height and bent over the ground, getting ready to do something. He hit the ground with all his might, causing Antaeus to even fly up. The guy asked the Earthling if he was tired of living, since it was a suicidal technique. But Magnus calmly replied that they could fight like this for about another minute. And the Green Man wasn't joking. He instantly pulled out another pistol and opened aimed fire. The whole subtlety of this plan was that Magnus caused a small earthquake in this way. It was then that Antaeus began to wonder if this fat man knew about his perception through the earth. For now, the initiative had indeed passed to Magnus, and Antaeus was left to defend himself. The fat man understood that he needed to deal with the enemy while they were in the air. After all, he won't be able to shake the earth forever, which means he will lose sooner or later. So he decided that he would do everything quickly, and the first step towards this had already been taken. All that remained was to time the moment when he could best inflict fatal damage. However, this was not easy to do because his opponent also understood his situation perfectly well. All Antaeus needed to do was get close to Fatso again and attack him. One attack was enough and everyone froze in anticipation of whether he would succeed. Now he will stretch out his hand to activate his claws at the right moment and attack. And then there was an explosion, and a pile of smoke again filled the entire space. But soon the audience saw Magnus, who was thrown back by the powerful recoil. His friends thought he might succeed this time, but David shouted at his friend to be careful. Of course, Magnus didn't hear him, but David warned him about Antaeus, who still managed to survive. He said angrily that Magnus was quite clever, which caused him trouble. But now all he could do was think about how he would die. And with these words, Antaeus swung. He cut off Magnus's hand, in which he held one of the pistols and did not have time to react. Having landed, the guy again prepared for another maneuver to finish the job. So, a moment later, Magnus's second arm flew off, which was not good at all. Antaeus approached the helpless Earthling. Now there was no doubt that he had won. However, David didn't like his behavior, because the guy could have ended everything with one blow. Instead, he licked his blade, saying that Fatso's fate was to die with both his arms cut off. He wanted to provoke his opponent into emotions, wanting to see in them despair and pleas for mercy. But instead, Magnus just looked at him with eyes full of determination, and this infuriated Antaeus. He swung again and slashed at Magnus's eyes, confirming the kill. The lunar audience was delighted. They made fun of Fatso, who had previously been nicknamed the King of Weapons. The arena chanted the winner's name, awaiting the next no less interesting match. Meanwhile, Magnus emerged from his capsule and hung his head sadly, hearing his opponent's name over and over again. He was heading back to the break room when he suddenly heard David's voice somewhere ahead. He really did run to him first. He was clearly worried and concerned about his friend, because he immediately put his hands on his shoulders and said that there was nothing to worry about in his defeat. But Magnus still apologized. Feeling awkward, he said that he had disgraced himself after all. Then David replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about because he made it into the top 8. Many people never even dreamed of getting so far, so he was a great guy. These words made Fatso feel calmer, and David thought that he would not be able to forgive Antaeus for his insolence. When the boys returned to the common room together, they were already met by everyone else, joyfully greeting and congratulating Magnus. Peter said that he was a great fellow and did not disgrace the honor of the Earthlings, which they were all very proud of. Then the girls approached Magnus. Angela and Catherine hugged him, agreeing with everything he said. After some time, they decided to sum up the morning battles, in which Luna had won a complete victory. Peter said that they also watched a fight between a certain Barry, who proclaimed himself to be the Flash. This man had a level 3 lightning ability that he could use to accelerate. So turning to David, the guys told him to be careful, because he could get caught too. But he replied that they shouldn't worry, because he had already come up with countermeasures against him. While he was still saying this, an unknown man in a blue helmet appeared behind him. He turned to the guy and asked him to come with him, not giving him the opportunity to ask anything. The man added that General Hugo wanted to speak with him alone. Upon hearing that the general himself wanted to meet with David, everyone was surprised and stared at the guy. Although he didn't understand why this happened to him now, he guessed what the conversation would be about. When Antaeus won, the lunar audience began to look down on Earthlings again. After all, they had only one contender left, who, as people thought, would also soon be eliminated. But General Hugo thought differently. He understood that David was their only hope. As for Magnus, his opponent overdid it a bit, although within the rules. Still, real combat is more brutal than this, so there was no need to complain about it. After all, honor lost on the battlefield is also returned on the battlefield. This is something worth remembering always. As he was thinking about this, the person the general had sent his assistant to fetch finally entered the room. David Gaydon stood before him now, the man on whom everything now depended. The general sank into his chair and lit a cigarette, and David remained standing opposite him. The guy saw that the man was collecting his thoughts, choosing the words he wanted to say. The general thought, putting out his cigarette, which is typical for cadets of David's age. When you meet him, you get all kinds of nervous reactions, but this guy was calm. David Gaydon, born in 2280, was a native of Beijing and had difficulty entering the academy. In the first 2 years, he had average grades. The general placed special emphasis on this and finally spoke to David. He said that in young people, going through gene awakening can leave them with a variety of reactions. But he had a rather strange variation of it because he acted sometimes for the sake of glory, sometimes not. And this is exactly what he, the general, wanted to talk to him about. Here the man paused. Then David, after waiting a bit, reported that he did not understand what Comrade General was talking about. But the man said he didn't think his words were clear to the guy after his unsuccessful confession to Angela. There have been changes in his body, and recently his behavior has become mature and serious. Therefore, the general wanted to know why he had become so reclusive lately. David thought that even in his past life he knew this man only superficially. That's why he still couldn't say exactly which side he was on, even though the general was born on Earth. Based on current information, the problem lay in the interior of the moon, and the Earthlings, so to speak. They just got shot while lying down, so David replied that he didn't know what he wanted to hear. But the general continued to stare at him. He said that he would simply draw conclusions based on what the guy told him. Then David replied that he did not know whether he had gone through the awakening at that moment the general had spoken of. However, after that incident, his thinking in battle became clearer. He only added that he began to have frequent nightmares and that they were connected with the future. David revealed that he was leading humanity in dreams, including a world war that would destroy both the moon and the Earth. But he didn't have the background necessary for this, so he decided to take a high position in the army. General Hugo knew that the people of the moon had most likely discovered a habitable star. They wanted to take it for themselves, and perhaps that was what David's dreams were about. So, after thinking for a bit, the general said that the next thing he told him, the guy should keep a secret. He then informed him that Luna was working on a very important project and needed 4 researchers. They will be the semi-finalists of these competitions, and if David makes it to the semi-finals, he would tell him more about it. Here the general paused and asked the boy what he thought. And David thought that the general should be on his side, because the aliens' entire plan was for Earth to be in passive defense. On the lunar side, as an Earthling, he had no chance of getting inside, so it was worth starting from the Earth side. In the future, the moon will lead the launch of the Aurora project, but the Earth will have no initiative there. And although he and the general were thinking in different directions, the essence was the same: how the expedition turned into a disaster. Therefore, David reported that he was quite confident that he would be able to fight for the championship. And the general liked it. He banged his fist on the table, telling the guy to show everyone the power of the Earth. David nodded and turned to leave, as he already had to prepare for his fight. But the general thought that the main thing for Earthlings was profit, and Luna made many concessions in order to take full control over the project. This clearly showed there was a problem, so David should have finished in the top 4. At least they would have a chance. In the meantime, Mila announced the start of the next match. This was the final fight to reach the quarterfinals, in which the last participant from Earth would fight. All the Earth Federation spectators chanted the name of their last hope, while the lunar audience shouted the name of their challenger, Floyd. Dina, who never missed a single one of her brother's matches, was now more excited than ever. Dr. Clemens commented that Floyd of the Moon was emerging from the left aisle into the arena. The guy looked completely confident. It seemed like he didn't care about this fight at all. David was already walking towards him, and he also didn't show any particular signs of excitement. He was even smiling a little. His exit from the right passage was commented on by Dr. Rick with particular passion. The opponents met eyes and seemed ready to start a battle right on the stage. A few minutes later, the guys were already in their capsules, ready to move. The system generated a virtual arena, which this time was the roof of a skyscraper. But the audience was much more surprised by something else, because all eyes were on David. And all because this time the guy chose a weapon, which was a lava blade. Floyd had his ever-present rapier, which he wielded masterfully. The guy also noticed a change in the enemy's mood, realizing that he was serious. Mila noticed that they both chose titanium swords. David's even had elements of lava. Clemens said mockingly that it looked like the god of war had started using weapons. And Dr. Rick said it was a bad respect between the powerful, and his colleague was simply too young to understand it. All of David's friends were also watching the fight in the break room, with Peter especially keeping an eye on everything. After all, Floyd had been his opponent before, and it seemed like he was deliberately waiting for him to get close. All because the guy had the ability to cause a volcanic explosion, which would become a thorn in David's side. David himself also understood perfectly well the main strengths of his opponent. However, he had no intention of losing. Looking at Floyd, the guy had already decided how to act. He took a fighting stance and prepared to defend himself, but it was only a test to find out Floyd's motive. Both opponents smiled slightly, as each of them understood the other's next move. The next moment, they rushed at each other with incredible speed. This indicated that both had already undergone the process of gene awakening. David ran towards his opponent but did not swing his sword, which slightly surprised the audience. Floyd held his blade in a position that would allow him to strike first. A second later, their weapons touched, and a very powerful aura formed around them. It was so strong that it became visible even to the spectators who were frozen in their seats. Floyd looked at David differently, because the fact that he was able to withstand such an attack spoke volumes. The boy from the moon thought that he really was completely different from the rest of the participants on Earth. More attacks by the contenders on each other followed, but they were immediately blocked. Floyd moved incredibly fast, managing to change the trajectory of his rapier strikes. But David was no less skilled than him in this regard. He also wielded the sword masterfully, using all sorts of tactics. Suddenly, Floyd screamed at the boy to come to him, but there was no hatred in his words. There was only a sporting interest in them. And David, with the same enthusiasm, replied that he was already on his way. The next moment, their blades met again, but again, neither was able to outweigh the other. This time, however, the guys remained in their places, deciding to use a different method. It was fencing, which was equally well developed in both. However, each tried to get the other, coming up with all sorts of clever tricks. Finally, Floyd decided to move into a more aggressive fight and took a new stance. He suddenly swung his legs like a taekwondo fighter, but none of them hit David, after which he created some semblance of a shield. But one precise blow from David to its center finished it all. The boys found themselves at a distance from each other again, which meant that another clash awaited them. Floyd rushed first because he suddenly realized one major problem. It was present in both of them, and it was a weariness that overtook each person. Sooner or later, they would both collapse, so it was necessary to finish everything before that. David understood this too. So, having dodged the enemy's attack, he went on the offensive himself. He managed to time the moment correctly and grab the lunar expert, preparing for the decisive blow. David hit him first with the handle and then threw him up for the final blow. He aimed straight at his opponent's neck, but somehow he managed to pull himself together. Seeing the tip of his blade rapidly approaching, Floyd gathered the rest of his strength. Thanks to this, he was able to react in time, putting out his blade to defend himself. Thus, David hit the edge of his opponent's weapon, which prolonged their fight a little. Realizing that he now had to regain his strength, David retreated. He left large marks on the roof, indicating his awakened state. But David, like all the viewers, was surprised by the fact that Floyd became a little different at that moment. Luna's audience became active again and began to support their player with even greater fervor. And the people specially assigned to monitor the health of the opponents in the capsules were surprised. Peter also thought that he assumed Floyd hadn't gone all out against him, but he didn't know it was that much. After all, he had been using his powers from the very beginning, as if to say that he was worth reckoning with. Meanwhile, Floyd turned to David, saying that he had used 80% of his strength. David, as it seemed to him, gave 60 to 70%, so now he will pay for it. The blade in Floyd's hand suddenly caught fire and began to resemble hot iron. The Moon audience screamed that the guy should have done this a long time ago. After all, even though David Gaydon from Earth was strong, his abilities still decided everything. However, David still held his blade forward, and a smile flashed across his lips again. The boys rushed at each other again, although one of them now had a weapon many times more powerful. There was very little time left before the collision, and many people had a feeling that it would be the last. Their blades met, but to Floyd's surprise, David's weapon remained intact. The guy thought it would crack after being exposed to such high temperatures. But David still easily repelled all his attacks, not allowing him to touch him. Floyd then decided to go all out and used 90% of his power, causing him to look like a demon. An ordinary soldier would have probably lost just because of this. But David had a well-tempered mind. He continued to push back the attacks of his opponent, who was already starting to get angry and lose his temper. Suddenly he stepped back, only to attack with a new technique, a concentrated wave of dragon flame. David realized that if he started running, he would be burned alive, so he simply put out his sword. He could only protect the guy's eyes because the size of this flame was incredible. David himself realized this. He realized that this was probably his opponent's last trump card, but there was no way to avoid it, so David came up with his own way. He began to swing his sword quickly and intensely, creating a fan effect. At that moment, there was a big explosion and the guy was thrown back. However, David had a strange feeling, because the sensation from this flame was close to that of others. Some alien species had similarly powerful flames, although the flames themselves were black. And Floyd stood in shock that this earthling made only 20 high-speed sword strikes and broke through his attack. David, meanwhile, felt a familiar pain in his chest, and it was not at all timely. The spread of the alien virus suddenly accelerated, and its power seemed to be drained. Until now, he had fought by holding back his emotions and strength. But contact with this flame had disrupted everything. There was clearly something wrong with his opponent's volcanic ability. So David rushed to the attack to finish it quickly, but Floyd was already waiting for him with a new attack. He raised his sword and swung it around, spreading fire around a large area. David, who had approached just in time as he thought to attack, was again too late and was attacked himself. Angela, Magnus, and Catherine couldn't contain their emotions at this moment. Angela thought that David had a really tough time, considering that the pain sensation there was 100%. But Phoenix noted that there was no confirmation of the murder yet, so there was still a chance. Meanwhile, Floyd finished swinging his sword and looked at the result of the new attack. At first, he was glad that he didn't see anyone, but then he suddenly became very surprised, because he saw David's silhouette right in the flames, which indicated that he was not dead yet. Moreover, the guy barely had time to put his sword out to defend himself when his opponent appeared in front of him again. David appeared out of nowhere and could have delivered a fatal blow if not for Floyd's protection. This was very surprising to both Floyd himself and the audience, but what struck them most was David's appearance. The earthling had half his face burnt out. He was all in smoke, and that was the only color he had. It was his eyes, filled with anger, and that was what gave him the strength to fight on. David continued to attack his opponent, who began to give in to him from shock. Soon David used a stealthy but effective armor attack, and it worked. The ends of their protective gloves were equipped with sharp darts, which David planted in Floyd's stomach. He did it with such force that he pierced the guy like meat on a skewer. It was impossible to survive after that, and David also pulled out his hand, taking the rest of the enemy's flame. Floyd screamed in despair because he could no longer use it in combat, and David thought that he had exactly the same weak point as the aliens who used flame. After all, somewhere in the area of their stomachs there was a sparkling crystal of flame, and when it was possible to break through this place and destroy the red crystal, these monsters lost their power. The aliens' fighting styles imitated those of humans, and the enemy probably already knew about it. But for now, all the spectators on Earth were loudly shouting his name, proud of this victory. Dr. Rick even burst into tears, because this David Gaydon was still able to defeat that fire monster. If everyone had been eliminated before the quarterfinals, the Earth Warriors would have lost their dignity at least until the next competition. But thanks to David, this didn't happen, and they also had a special privilege. Namely, participation in the Moon expedition. General Hugo thought about it quite a bit. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Letters Academy, David's victory was being broadcast for the third time. How did the students feel when they heard that a representative from their school had made it to the semifinals? Dina happily hugged her friend, saying that her brother was amazing. And Landers, who was sitting in Luna's lounge, told his friends that he didn't expect such a turn of events. Harry also noted that even with the ability of the fire deity, Floyd still lost. And Chrissy noted with curiosity that perhaps he really was the god of war. Meanwhile, in the Earth's break room, everyone was happy for David, especially Magnus. Catherine even burst into tears, saying that the guy had given them a really nice surprise. Angela thought that her eldest was really a handsome man. The girl even noticed that she thought about him with increasing warmth, and now he was not just a friend to her. David, meanwhile, left his capsule and immediately headed to the corridor leading to the restroom. There were no people there, so he was able to lift his shirt and see what was going on. To his shock, David saw that the mutation of his virus had accelerated again. Meanwhile, one guy from Luna wanted to win favor on the internet. He wrote a post where he spoke about Luna's complete victory, saying that 7 of their contenders immediately advanced further. However, someone under the nickname The Brightest Star of the Gaiden family wrote under his post that David was with them. This was written by Dina, who now inserted this phrase under every similar post, which greatly irritated the Moon people. Meanwhile, David himself came to the civilian hospital of the Moon, wanting to sort out his problem. He also wanted to find out what was written in Catherine's report, so he asked about it at the reception. But there they told him to wait a little, saying that they would soon bring him from the department. David thought about how after the fight against Floyd, his tingling in the area of his heart had become more frequent. If this infection continued, he could very well even die, but he had to follow the plan. It was possible that it was a genetic variation, but it was clear that there was some outside interference involved. David also thought that there was definitely something wrong with Landers, because he said that he was doomed. After arriving on the Moon, each fighter was examined, and Landers may well have had access to the results. David decided that he absolutely had to win the semifinals, but until he slowed down the mutations, it would be difficult. During this time, he came to Catherine's room, where the girl shared that this trip to the Moon was like a dream. Then, David told her that she just needed to do her best, and the rest would be decided along the way. But Catherine still said it was a shame, because it was a miracle she had gotten this far. The girl then asked David if he thought she should try the B12 reagent, but David answered her rather rudely and sharply so that she wouldn't even think about it, because she already had the best outcome. Catherine was a little surprised by this. She said that she was just asking his opinion. Then David apologized, looking down guiltily, but said that it still wasn't worth doing. Catherine nodded, and suddenly said with a smile that she knew he was doing this for her own good. The girl added that she didn't know about this powerful side of him, but now it was clear why Angela liked him. Hearing this, Angela felt a little awkward and then downright sad. David didn't even look in her direction, again thinking about different theories about the appearance of aliens. Michael suddenly ran into the room and reported that there was a crowd of media people outside. They refused to leave without interviewing him, so David went to them. He wished the headman a good rest and thought about the B12 reagent she had spoken about. It helped unlock abilities faster, but those who took it went crazy after a year or so. In his past life, David couldn't do it, but this time he was going to make it to the semi-finals to get the opportunity for Earth. He didn't yet know how he should judge Michael, and for Angela, he only hoped that she wouldn't turn out to be a traitor. As for Fatso, this was his comrade, with whom he always fought side by side. He went out into the street to quickly deal with the journalists who had crowded there during this time. He was about to give his first interview when suddenly someone called out to him. David turned around and saw Landers, Chrissy, and Alain, and thought that he had been looking for an opportunity to meet the first one. David turned to him, saying that he knew the boy had not accepted defeat. So he offered to give him a chance to correct his situation, but Landers did not rise to the provocation. However, at this point they were surrounded by the media, asking their new victim about his defeat. Someone asked if the guy had decided to rely not on his own strength but on the influence of his family. All this made Landers extremely angry. He was going to answer them all, but he heard Alain's voice. He warned his friend not to say too much, but Landers told him to shut up. He added that the guy shouldn't think that he was in charge and could tell him what to do, but Alain interrupted him. Doyle put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked the journalists not to disturb them, using some technique. After a few seconds, all the people left, as if under hypnosis. David, who was watching all this, said it was a pretty useful skill. Alain just waved it off, noting that his battle with Floyd was exciting, but asked, how did he know about the secret of the fire core in the heart? To which David replied that the heart is the core of everything. He noted to himself that the upbringing on the Moon was really good, because Alan Doyle was already so mature. Chrissy Da Vinci then approached him, telling him that now she didn't have to worry about him going astray again. The girl was talking about that incident in the training room, but now David was famous. However, he awkwardly noted that it was an accident. although he hoped that the media would not always hound him. Alain then apologized for disturbing him and said that he hoped they could talk again in the future. At this point, the guys from Luna left, and David was left alone with his thoughts. In the evening, when everyone had already gathered in their rooms, the list of the next fights was announced. Magnus, who also called David, sat down to see this distribution. First, they showed Antaeus, who gave an interview where he said that these two Earthlings were approximately the same. The conversation was about him and David, and Fatso really didn't like the statements of this pompous guy. The fat man called David again, who had gone to take a shower about 20 minutes ago and should have returned by now. But his friend didn't come out. So Magnus even got a little worried and went to check everything himself. He tried to open the door, not even realizing that his friend was lying inside, covered in blood. There was also something strange sparkling on the floor, and only David himself could account for his actions. 10 minutes ago, he walked into the bathroom and bent over the sink in pain. The scar on his body had already spread quite far and was making it difficult to breathe normally. So David couldn't think of a better way than to get rid of him. He decided to do it himself using a knife. In his past life, even on the battlefield of Mars, the chance of infection was low. However, if someone did become infected, there was no escape. The boy brought the blade to his chest, gathering his courage to plunge the knife into his body. He did it slowly, trying to chip off a piece of scale that had grown over the scar. He thought that by cutting off these scales, he could at least slow down the transformation. In this way, he could buy himself a little more time, but he had to pay for it. The blade had already entered his flesh. Now the guy was experiencing terrible pain, but did not stop the process. A few minutes later, many of these scales were lying on the floor, spattered with blood, and David continued to pick at them, digging his knife into his body through pain and suffering. He wanted to get rid of as many of these things as possible and not let himself turn into a monster. After all, this was exactly what the virus from the aliens led to in his past life. David was breathing heavily. He had already lost a lot of blood and felt unwell. Shouldn't have been any blood poisoning, and all he had to do was bandage the wound. David covered the operation site with bandages, and that was the last thing he could do, because the next moment his vision went dark and David realized that he was losing consciousness. He let go of the knife and it fell nearby, and that's how the guy ended up on the floor. When he tried to open his eyes, he saw Magnus and Angela in front of him. They looked happy and were very glad when he woke up. The fat man noticed that he was just in time, because they had been sent meat and alcohol, and David slowly realized, to his surprise, that he was on Mars. Suddenly, somewhere ahead, some noise was heard from underground, and then some monster appeared in front of David and took his friends. The fat man screamed in despair for his friend to come to their aid quickly, and it was at that moment that David woke up, still slowly opening his eyes. He touched the wound on his body it was still holding, although not perfectly, and the fat man continued to knock on the door, asking his friend if everything was okay with him. David then quickly put on his t-shirt and opened the door, saying that it looked like he had eaten something bad. Luckily, Magnus didn't suspect anything. He started telling him about Antaeus. The friend wanted David to show him that the Earth was better than the Moon, but he didn't listen very carefully. The next day, the quarterfinal matches began and David woke up not feeling his best, but that was understandable. He also felt as if foreign bodies had grown into his heart, and the scales that were cut off yesterday have already begun to grow back. He tried to get up and did so with considerable difficulty, moving away from the bed. He suddenly felt dizzy again and his chest area began to tingle again. But David just took a deep breath, saying that he had to calm down because he had to move on to protect everyone he cared about. Meanwhile, the matches approached the most interesting duel. The first fight that will open today's competition day was his fight. Mila said this hesitantly at first, as if something else was planned. However, she then repeated everything with complete confidence, saying that this was a battle that would decide fate. Dr. Clemens introduced his challenger on the left side of the stage, Antaeus, and Dr. Rick did the same, greeting David from the right side of the stage. The Earth audience cheered in support, but someone noticed that he was completely pale. Antaeus also drew attention to this, asking whether he had not slept all night because of fear. And David thought that he had a lot of regrets in his past life, so he should make up for them in this one. Competition arena was different, and the waiting rooms were also different. Catherine, Angela, and Fatso were now sitting at the table, and the head girl noticed something strange. She felt like there was something wrong with David, like his condition was even worse than hers. Angela wondered anxiously if something would go wrong in this battle. After the last incident, David started acting strangely, and now the girl thought that maybe it was because of her. Meanwhile, David himself was already entering the capsule, ignoring the tingling in his chest. Antaeus knew that, according to the information, this David's strength was in long-range combat. To tell the truth, Antaeus was a little scared at first, but Alan said he had a good feeling. And it has never let him down before. So according to the headquarters plan, he must force David to resort to firearms. David thought that first of all he had to avenge Magnus. Not much time had passed since his return in time, but he hadn't done anything good, so he was obliged to at least please his friend. Both opponents donned their gear and prepared to move. The location of their battlefield was quite symbolic, as it was Mars itself. Ante thought that Alain's premonition was correct again, because this was simply the perfect place for him. Dr. Rick noted that Antaeus's choice of weapon was too vulgar, as he also took a shield. He did all this with the Remon rifle, which had good firepower. Antaeus thought that if he stuck to his tactics, he could win. David, meanwhile, looked concentrated. He had not yet opened his eyes. And when he did this, he was very surprised to see the battlefield of Mars in front of him. Dr. Clemens was no less surprised to see that the boy had taken a human-type weapon for himself. Taking him into long-range combat was simply pointless. But if you were going to take him, then take two at once. After all, these were paired pistols, and the audience was also surprised to see his choice. Someone remembered a man who recently completed a legendary rank assessment competition quest for the first time. Now, given the shooting technique in the video, one would assume that it was none other than David. People started opening the recording of the walkthrough en masse and comparing the guy in the video with David. The similarity was simply astonishing. So many made an impressive discovery for themselves. It turned out that David was much stronger in ranged combat than they thought. The news about the secret expert that had spread throughout the world was reported to General Hugo. He decided that it was too late to block the news anyway. But given David's current physical condition, now was not the best time for this. So the general passed something on to his assistant, who replied that he understood everything. The guy went to carry out the task assigned to him, and the general returned to the battle. Antaeus, meanwhile, analyzed that the energy of this dried-up soil is quite fluid. So it was even easier to control than on Earth, which was very good for the guy. After all, he knew that even Alain and the others wouldn't dare fight him here, so he hoped to see the same fear in David's eyes. However, he looked calm, thinking that Mars felt quite realistic here. It was still just as deserted and uninhabited, and the force of gravity here was twice as strong. David thought that it all seemed like a dream, and that he seemed to have found himself in his last fight from that life. The audience also looked at him with special trepidation, as if the guy was about to do something unique. But Catherine didn't like his behavior. She reproachfully said that he found time to pose. But on the other hand, it meant that his condition seemed to have returned to normal. Antaeus, however, also looked calm. He was the first to open fire on the enemy. The battle began, but David did not even look at his opponent, which irritated Antaeus. But in reality, David was just coming up with a plan for this fight, and he finally finished it. A characteristic smile appeared on the boy's face as he dodged the first projectile. And then he continued to dodge all the following shots, not forgetting the tactics he had just come up with. David knew that Antaeus posed no threat to him, since his target was the other enemies of the moon. Antaeus himself also noticed that the level of this earthling was different from all the others. He was truly strong. So the guy increased the intensity of the shots, unaware that he had fallen for David's trick. Firstly, Antaeus could not hit him in any way, even though the distance was not particularly great. And David didn't stop smiling, because in a little while he would move on to his plan. The plan was to lure the guy along and then attack him unexpectedly. David fired literally from behind his body, and Antaeus barely managed to put up a shield to block. However, it was not in vain that David chose only one pistol, since its power was very great. Antaeus had to move away a little, and although he was surprised that an earthling was capable of such a thing, but still, the guy knew that he was in his element, so he couldn't lose. He opened fire on David again, and he jumped back again, preparing to counterattack. This time he put both feet forward, bent down slightly, and fired one powerful volley. Antaeus still put up his shield, but now it turned out to be a mistake. After all, it was not enough to hold back the onslaught of such a powerful impulse, so his shield cracked. Antaeus was very surprised and frightened at the same time, having lost his protection. David's next projectile passed right by the shoulder of the lunar challenger. This meant the end for Antaeus, and David targeted him, saying the match was over. Seeing the pistol in front of his eyes, Antaeus thought that he had really lost. However, at that moment, David suddenly felt a pain in his heart again. This time the pain was even stronger, and he even dropped the weapon from his hand. The judges watching the fight noticed that Antaeus seemed to have been very lucky. And David thought that even though he controlled the power of his superpower, the alien virus still manifested itself. It happened at the most inopportune moment. He grabbed his chest and fell to his knees. Surprised, Antaeus watched him and quickly realized that in this state the guy was not a threat to him. The lunar expert stood up, asking what was wrong with him, since just a second ago he was invincible. And now, he suddenly found himself in a state in which even an inexperienced cadet could finish him off. Antaeus took his blade out of a special compartment in his armor and approached David. He said that although he doesn't understand what happened, it's a great opportunity for him to win. The spectators also shouted what David was doing, saying that the judges should stop the fight. All his friends were also worried about their friend. They didn't understand why he suddenly fell. Dina was equally impressed by what was happening, and she also received a strange letter. Antaeus, meanwhile, plunged his blade into David's stomach, hoping that he would die quickly. And David seemed to dive underwater and go deeper and deeper to the bottom. It seemed that just a little bit more and he would really die, when suddenly the guy heard something. These were the distant voices of his family and friends, calling him to wake up. There he saw his little sister Dina and the head girl Catherine in front of him. And then Magnus and Angela showed up, and David realized he couldn't just leave them all behind. That was not all. The guy gathered his last strength and seemed to break the ice over the river of his despair. In this way, he was able to get out of there and grab Antaeus by the hands. He was surprised that the Earthling was still alive, and David looked at him with a creepy look. He squeezed his opponent's arms so that he could not dodge or escape. Then he shouted that he should have aimed for the head, after which he hit the guy himself. From such a blow, Antaeus's eyes rolled back into their sockets, but David was already preparing the next attack. He tensed all his muscles, putting everything into one blow that he directed at his opponent. And it worked. Antaeus's head flew like David had served a volleyball. Mila cheerfully announced that Earth's representative David Gaydon would advance to the finals. However, suddenly the capsule with David revealed abnormal indicators in the Earthling. Michael, who was watching the fight, noticed the message with surprise. It had just arrived to him and was a bit of a nuisance, so the guy decided to open it. But what he read there shocked Michael and made him even more worried about David.